Hey everybody. Hope everyone's having a good Tuesday. We're starting today off with Nicole Albert. So here we go.
All right, Mr. Lally, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Ron. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name?
My name's Nicole Albert, A-L-B-E-R-T.
And where do you live?
Norwood.
And about how long have you lived in Norwood?
About a year.
And prior to moving to Norwood, where did you live? Where did you live prior to that?
Canton.
How long had you lived in Canton?
My whole life.
Now, the specific address, where did you live in Canton prior to your move to Norwood?
34 Fairview Road.
And how long did you live at that house?
About 12 years.
And are you married, ma'am?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
What's your husband's name?
Brian Albert.
Does he work?
He's retired from the Boston Police.
About how long was he an officer with Boston?
About 30 years.
And do you have children?
Yes, we have 5.
And how old are your 5 children?
My oldest daughter is 28, and then I have a son who's 25. I have another son who's actually 23 today. And then I have twins, a boy and a girl, who are 20.
And your oldest daughter, what's her name?
Caitlin.
Your oldest son, what is his name?
Brian Jr.
And Brian Jr., does he live with you currently? Now, your other children, do they live with you as well?
My oldest daughter lives with her boyfriend in Easton, and my son Brendan lives with us. He's just finishing up college, so he's graduating this month from college, so he's back with us. My twin daughter, goes to college, so she's home now for the summer, but she has an apartment in Bridgewater. And then the twin boy is in the military.
And which branch is he?
The Marine Corps.
Now, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that day?
Mm-hmm.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
It's a Friday.
And at the time of January 28th, 2022, did you work?
Yes, I've been a part-time lunch lady for about 9 years.
And you've since retired, is that correct?
I'm sorry?
You've since retired from that?
I haven't retired. I just didn't go back this past year, but.
And around that date, so January 28th, 2022, what, if any, significance was the next day of January 29th?
January 29th was my son Brian Jr.'s 23rd birthday.
And over the course of that week, sort of leading up into the weekend, what, if any, plans did you make with reference to your son and his birthday?
He had mentioned he was going to get together with some friends on the Saturday night, the 29th, for his birthday. And I had said, okay, well, maybe Friday night, if anyone's around, any of our aunts or uncles or anyone, maybe we'll take you out, just local for some apps and drinks or something.
And coming up to that day of Friday the 28th, what if anything sort of changed in reference to those plans?
Well, they were, the forecast was saying a big snowstorm was coming in, and it looked like it was going to be late Friday into all day Saturday. So I had said to my son, well, obviously doesn't seem like anyone will be able to go out on Saturday night. Why don't you just do something with your friends Friday night?
And had you, at that time, already made some plans with friends and relatives in regards to going out Friday?
Yeah, I had just mentioned to my daughter Caitlin and my sister-in-law Julie, and just had mentioned it to them about possibly getting together Friday.
And just to be clear for the record, when you say your sister-in-law Julie, how is she sort of related to you?
She's my husband's brother, Chris's wife.
And your husband has a number of siblings, correct?
Yes, he's the oldest of 7.
And yourself and Julie Albert, you guys are friends?
Yes, we're very close.
And so, also just one last question, sort of leading up through the course of that week, where did your husband Brian go?
Sort of last minute, I believe it was Thursday of that week, he went to New York for a funeral.
And do you know who the funeral was in regard to?
It was for a New York police officer who had just been killed in the line of duty.
And do you recall how he got there as far as how he went from Canton to New York?
I believe he may have flown. Thursday to New York, and then the plan was to fly back Saturday, but that changed with the weather, and he ended up, they didn't want to get stuck there. So after the funeral Friday morning, they drove home. A friend of his had driven, so he got a ride back with them on Friday.
And only if you know, but as far as that friend that he drove back with on Friday, do you know who that was?
The friend who I believe had the truck there and drove was Brian Higgins.
And is that someone, Mr. Higgins, that you were familiar with prior to that date in January?
Yes, he was a friend of my husband's.
Now, on that evening of the 28th, can you explain to the jury sort of how it was that where did you decide to go with your daughter and your sister-in-law?
We just decided to go to Waterfall, a local place, 5-10 minutes down the road from our house. My sister-in-law, Julie, picked me up at my house, maybe 7:30, 7:45. And we went to the waterfall, and I believe my daughter and her boyfriend, Tristan, were already inside at a table.
And when your sister Julie came to pick you up at the house, in addition to yourself and your son Brian Jr., who, if anyone else, were one of his friends there at that
I
time?
believe 2 girlfriends may have already had come, and they were just sitting in the kitchen when I left.
And so you go out to the waterfall. When you get to the waterfall, where within the establishment did you go?
We came in, walked in. I believe to the left there was just some small tables, and I think Caitlin and Tristan were already sitting there. So we sat down at the table, and we ordered food, and just hung out for a little bit. Had food and some drinks.
And as far as drinks were concerned, do you recall sort of what you were drinking that night?
I was probably drinking White Claw.
God bless you. Now, later on in the evening, was there any sort of live entertainment there?
Yes. After we ate, my daughter's boyfriend Tristan left shortly after because he was going to be going out shoveling, working with a plow guy. So he was planned to go home and just sleep, take a nap, because he was going to have to get up like in the middle of the night to go out and do that. So he had left. So it was just me, Julie, and Caitlin. And at one point, the waitress had said, "Oh, a band's going to be setting up where you're sitting. Can I move you?" So she just kind of moved us over to like a high top table.
And then after you were moved over to the high top table, who, if anyone else, came in to join your group?
Shortly after, I believe my sister Jennifer and her husband Matt came in. I had texted her just saying I was there if she was interested to come by. I think she said she was somewhere else. Did I want to come there? And I said, "Well, no, I'm already situated. The band's going to play. I'm just going to stay here." So she said, "Okay, maybe we'll come there." So maybe 9 as she came in with another couple. I believe they had been at a basketball game, their daughter's basketball game. So she came in with them.
And again, just to be clear, when you say your sister Jen and her husband Matt, what is their last name?
McCabe.
And she's your younger sister, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as after they came in, who, if anyone else, sort of came in and joined your group?
Shortly after that, I believe Julie's husband, Chris, came in. He worked up the street at his pizza shop. So I believe shortly after 9:30, he came down, he came in. And then in the meantime, my husband was, getting close to being back to the area from driving back from New York. So I had texted him and said, "Hey, me and Katie and whoever else are here, if you want to come by." And he was like, "Oh, I'm kind of tired. It's been a long day." And I just pushed him a little. "Oh, well, Katie's here. She, just come. She wants to see you." So he's like, "All right, maybe I'll pop in." So I believe so it was Jen and Matt and the other couple. And then Chris came in. And then I believe maybe around 10, Brian came in.
And after your husband Brian came in, was there anybody else that came in and joined you?
Shortly after, maybe 10:30, his friend Brian Higgins had come in.
So your husband Brian and Brian Higgins came in separately about a half hour apart?
I think so, yes.
And following that, who, if anyone else, came into the establishment and sort of joined your group at the high top table?
A little bit later, I think approximately 11, John walked in with his girlfriend.
And when you say John, who is John?
John O'Keefe.
And how did you know John O'Keefe prior to that night?
I didn't know him that well. I think I had only met him once, maybe twice through my sister. Brief interaction. I think when he first walked in, actually, I didn't recognize him. I think I said to someone, "Oh, who's that?" Because they were kind of walking towards our table. And they said, "Oh, it's John O'Keefe." I said, "Oh." So they came in and they just kind of went to the end of the table where like my sister Jennifer and Matt and Chris and Julie were, because they knew them. I had never met Karen and I'd only met John once or twice. So they kind of just went to the other end of the table where Jen and Matt were, who they know, and Chris and Julie, who John had been neighbors with for a couple years. So they were all just kind of at that end talking.
And probably pretty well understood, but just to be clear, as far as the sister that you knew of John through, that was your sister that was there, Jennifer?
Yes, Jennifer.
And as far as you referenced his girlfriend, had you ever met his girlfriend before that night?
No.
Had you ever, so you had never met Karen Reed prior to that night, as far as you recall?
No.
And at any point in time, did you have any interaction, or what, if any, interaction did you have with either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed?
At one point, John walked by, towards me and my daughter at the table and said, "Hey, I'm going up to the bar. Did you guys need a drink or anything?" And we said, "No, thank you." I think he then kind of stopped and spoke with my husband for a minute, probably was asking him the same thing. Then John went back up to the bar, and then he went back down to, where he'd been standing. And that was the only interaction I had with him.
And as far as your understanding or your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, did you know what he did for a living?
Yes.
And what did he do?
I knew he was a Boston policeman.
And was he somebody, if you know, that worked with your husband?
No, I don't believe he ever worked with my husband. I don't believe they ever crossed paths at work. I think they were in different areas of, the job.
Fair to say the Boston Police Department is a relatively large department, correct?
Yeah, it's like 3,000.
Now, with reference to Ms. Reed, what, if any, interaction did you have with her that night?
I had none. I don't believe we spoke or we were introduced or anything. I don't think we spoke at all.
Now, turning back to Mr. O'Keefe just for a second, if you recall, what, if anything, do you recall him to be wearing as far as clothing was concerned during your interaction?
I believe he had a hat on, some sort of just sweatshirt, jeans, and sneakers.
At any point in time that you saw him or while he was talking to you, did you see any sort of like winter jacket or big coat or anything like that?
No.
And as far as his clothing was concerned, did you observe it to have any sort of tears in it or any dishevelment, anything like that?
No.
And as far as his face was concerned, or any sort of outward part of his body, did you observe, or what, if anything, did you observe with regard to injuries on him or anything like that?
Nothing like that.
Now, as far as your home was concerned, was that somewhere that either Mr. O'Keefe or Ms. Reed had ever been to before?
No.
And over the course of the evening, what, if any, discussion was there that you heard or were a part of in regard to sort of what was going to do or where to go after leaving the waterfall?
Well, after the band wrapped up, I was getting ready to leave, and I just kind of leaned over to my sister Jennifer and said, "Hey, Brian Jr.'s at the house. I think he just has two friends there. He's going to be turning 23 at midnight. If on your way home and you wanted to swing by and say happy birthday, if you want to do that, come by and do that." And she was like, "Okay, And then I was just kind of gathering up my stuff, and I got ready to leave. It may have been mentioned at the table, but I had no idea, if anyone else was interested in doing that or wanted to do it. I had just said it to my sister.
And if anybody else had wanted to join or come along, would that have been an issue?
Oh, no, I would have no problem if anyone sitting with us had come.
But as far as you knew, you just communicated that to your sister Jennifer, and whatever happened after that happened.
Yes.
And when you say sort of the band was wrapping up and the bar sort of winding down, is that correct?
Yes.
About what time was that?
Like 12:45.
And about what time was it, if you know, about what time was it that you left the bar?
A little before 12-ish.
And who, if anyone, left with you?
It was me, my daughter, Caitlin, and my husband.
And how did you get, bless you, how did you get from the waterfall back to your house on Thursday?
My husband drove the three of us back to Fairview Road.
And when you came outside of the waterfall and were sort of, getting into your car and about to drive home, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather or what was going on at that point?
It was just starting to snow a little, nothing major. Just a little snowfall started coming down.
You could still sort of see the street and the blacktop.
Yeah.
And again, about how long a car ride is that, generally speaking, from the waterfall to your house on Thursday?
5 minutes, 7 minutes.
And as when you arrived at Fairview, who, if anyone, was there when you got there?
When we arrived and I came in, my son was sitting there with his two friends and my nephew Colin, who is Julie and Chris's son. He was there. I kind of bumped into him when I walked in. I didn't realize he was there. I said, "Oh, hey, what are you doing here?" And he said, "Oh, I just stopped by to see Brian, but I'm about to leave. My ride's about to be here." I said, "Oh, okay."
And let me back up just for a minute. So when you arrived there, your husband Brian is driving. Where does he park in relation to the house?
We pulled into the driveway.
And typically, is there sort of an order to it as far as where the cars go, like his car versus your car versus any other car?
Not really. No.
Do you recall on that evening which side of the driveway
Hey,
you
Maylin.
went into, the left?
I believe it was in front of the left garage.
And
Hopefully you're not working too
when you
hard
come into
on
and-
all
and
that
enter into the
redecorating.
house when you were living there at 34 Fair, was there, how many doors are there sort of on the front of the house?
Well, there's a side door by the garage, and then there's like a front door in the front of the house.
And is there any sort of particular rhyme or reason as to which door you would be entering?
We usually use the side door. Initially I didn't like that because the side door walked right into the family room. So I kind of liked the other door. You could walk into a foyer you could take your shoes off, stuff like that. But eventually the people just didn't want to. It was, quicker to walk in the side door for the
That's good,
kids, I
Maylin.
guess. So
Definitely
they would just
breaks.
go in the side door. But
Don't wear
I
yourself
think
out.
that night, because of the weather and it was wet out, I
With
think
all
I
the
went in the
issues
front
I
door
deal
so I
with, I had
could
to learn
walk
that.
into the foyer and take my shoes off or wipe my feet or
I
whatever.
always push
But
myself.
some of the other people still may have gone in the side door.
And when you sort of come into that front door where you were going in to sort of take your shoes off in the foyer, is that when you ran into your nephew Colin?
Yes.
And about how old was Colin around that time?
It was 17.
And you mentioned that he had a ride. Did he give you any indication as to who that ride was?
I don't know.
He didn't mention at that time who the ride was.
And that
So
sort
glad
of
to have you.
interaction that you had with Colin in your house prior to him leaving and walking out, about how long a period of time was that?
A couple minutes, not even, just a quick
Hope
interaction.
you're having a good day too.
And then he left the home. You didn't see him for the rest of the night.
No.
And then you come into the home, and again, I'm sorry, who was there sort of initially when you
Oh,
So my
you know
son
what? Hold
Brian
on.
and his two friends.
Before I'm gonna pause, because Dodo, I have something for you. Since you weren't here yesterday, I have a picture. Oh, Maylin, that's the hard part. Before I got sick, I would have had all this done, and yeah, I'm aiming for the weekend. Yeah, I'm the same way. Like I would always push too hard, and as you know, I have the health issues and that I can't do it like I used to, and even now I try to push myself way harder than I should. It's hard to stop sometimes, but you have to force yourself. But Dodo, yesterday we had Julie Albert on the stand. Oh, it's good there today, no rain? That's always a bonus. It's actually going to be in the 60s this week. My birthday is Saturday, and it's going to be 66 degrees. I'm all excited. I can open my windows, have some fresh air. That's a good idea, Maylin. Give yourself some timers to make yourself stop. That's probably something I should do. All right, Dodo. Since I had made pictures for you last week, I made this one yesterday. Someone called She said that Julie Albert looked like a goat. And someone said, make a picture of her eating grass. And this is what came out. There you go. I don't know why I think it's so funny. It's not even that, but it is freaking funny. I'm sorry. Oh my God. Just know I told you I'd make you pictures every day. So I figure we made that one yesterday. I tried to make a couple others. It didn't work out. But we'll have to make some today for you.
Dining room area of the kitchen.
If you could explain to the jury sort of the layout of
You like
your
that
home
one?
Fairview. So you walk into a foyer, and then where is the kitchen related to that?
Well, if you walk in, if you go to the right, it's like an open doorway, and that's kind of like the dining room part of the kitchen. But then it extends to the back of the house where it's like an island and like the sink and the counters and the cabinets and all that. So it's just like long.
So as far as the dining room and the kitchen, is there any sort of like wall or structure? Or anything
No, it's
separate?
open in between the two of those things.
And then if I were to go sort of further back within that home beyond the kitchen and the dining room, what's back there?
Well, to the right, there's like the family room.
And is there anything as far as a wall? Can you see into the family room?
You can. It's like an opening. Yeah, it's not completely open, but there's an opening.
So if someone was standing in the family room and you were standing in the kitchen, you could see them, converse with them, that kind of thing.
Yes.
And when you come in and your son Brian Jr. is sitting around the table with two girls, Sarah and Julie, what are they doing?
We're just sitting there.
Was there any sort of music playing or anything like that going on?
There may have been. I'm not sure if there was music playing at that time, but there might have been.
When you say at that time, was there anything that happened later on?
Well, later on, I remember that we had music connected to like a little speaker that we were playing.
ABL, like,
Yeah, but when I first walked in, I don't remember if they had music going or
What
not.
difference does it make if music was
And,
on? What the hell is
you get
Lally's
back to the
point?
house, and what is it that you're doing sort of when you come back?
Oh
So
my
I come in,
God.
I
He's already
assume I,
driving me
said
crazy
happy
today.
birthday to my son, said hello to his friends, and then I just kind of went to the kitchen area, and like they had ordered food, and so I just did my usual thing. I just was picking up, wasn't a huge mess, but I was just picking up the area, cleaning, probably check the bathroom to make sure that was clean. Just my usual thing that I do, just picking up around the house.
And I don't mean to minimize this in any way, but you did the mom thing where you go around and start cleaning up, correct?
Yeah.
That's what she just
And,
said, Lally.
Is that something that you
Yeah.
did sort of continuously throughout the evening, or?
Yeah,
Turkey
that's kind of
teeth.
what I do.
Now, after you arrived home, who, if anyone else, came by your house?
Well, once we were there, it was me and my daughter and my husband, and Brian Higgins had come in. And then it was, Brian and his two friends were already there. And then my sister Jen and her husband Matt came in maybe like 12:15-ish.
And so, Mr. Higgins, did he come in around the same time as you, or did he come after, before?
Yeah, he came in the same time. I mean,
Sorry.
I think he might have pulled up to our house
That was
before
so
us.
funny.
But we got out of the car and went right into the house. So I assume he just came in, basically around the same time.
Thanks for
Do you have
coming.
any idea sort of what Mr. Higgins was driving that?
Or
night
he
when
came to
your
I
me
believe it was
having
a
a
Jeep.
laughing attack.
house? Do you have any idea where, in reference to your house, where Mr. Higgins parked?
I'm not sure. I thought it was out on the curb facing up Fairview, maybe by our mailbox, but it could have been in the driveway. I'm not 100% sure.
Not something you were particularly paying attention to?
No.
And at some point after you and your daughter and your husband and then Mr. Higgins comes along, about how long a period of time is it between your arrival in the home and then when
Well, don't
Mr.
work
Kagan or
too
husband-
hard, Katie.
15 minutes, 20 minutes.
And as far as your nephew Colin, when he had left, was Miss McCabe and her husband there yet?
No.
And when Miss McCabe and her husband come, where is it that?
Oh, hi, Cheryl. Don't work
while
too
you're
hard
at the
either,
house, where is
okay?
it that everybody sort of
They came in and they sat down at the kitchen table with Brian and his two friends. And then I believe my daughter, Caitlin, was sitting at the table as well.
And back at your home after leaving the bar, was there any drinking that was going on there afterward?
Yeah.
And about how long, skip forward to a little bit, people had left your home. About how long a period of time was it that people, from the time that you arrived back from the waterfall to the time that people sort of left and you closed down for the night?
By the time everyone left, it was probably close to 2.
And who was the last person that left?
My daughter, Caitlin.
And do you know how it was that she left, or who, if anyone, picked her up?
Her boyfriend, Tristan, picked her up because, like I said, he was going to have to get up anyways overnight to do the shoveling, plowing thing. So I think she didn't want to get stuck probably at our house for the next day. So she had just said, hey, can you?
Okay, I'm going to end your answer there. Next question, Mr. Lally.
Now, prior to your daughter Caitlin leaving, let me ask you this. As far as people leaving from your house, what was sort of the order of how people left and when people left?
I believe Brian Higgins left first, approximately 1:30ish. Then Jennifer and Matt and Brian's two friends left 12:45, 12:50. And then, 1:45, 1:50, I'm sorry. And then Caitlin was probably closer to 2.
I don't think that has anything to do with the way that she can see or not. I've been studying her. Look at where I paused her. She's constantly pursing her lips and squinting her eyes. She is very uncomfortable, and it reads all over her face.
Who, if anyone, was left downstairs and sort of awake between yourself and the other people that lived there?
Just me.
So your son and your husband had both gone up to bed at that point?
Yes.
And
especially her blink rate. I mean, blink rate, when your blink rate increases, that is the first sign of
stress. There were a number of people
stress.
that were sort of around the table in the kitchen, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And
Is that yes?
Yes. Sorry.
She needs a drink.
where did anybody else
Maybe
go
her
sort of
empty
around your house?
vegetable in the bar.
I know at one point, my husband and his friend Brian were in our family room. So I kind of went in there and was talking to them. We had some shelves on the wall that just had a bunch of pictures, old pictures from our wedding or when Brian was in the Marine. So we would just kind of look at them, laughing, talking about them. We stood in there for a little bit talking. And then eventually we just moved into the
White claws for
kitchen
all.
area where everybody else was.
And to your knowledge, had Mr. Higgins been over to your house at any point prior?
He may have been at our house for a graduation party, but I wasn't sure if he had ever been inside because the party was outside. It was a cookout. So I don't know if he'd been in that part of my house.
Now, as far as the outside of your house, at any point in time during the course of the evening, did you hear anything unusual, see anything unusual outside of your house?
I didn't.
At any point in time, did you go, were you aware of anybody coming to your house that didn't come in?
I was only aware at one point I saw my son, I think, either looking out the window or at the door, and his friend Julie, she went out the side door, and I said, to Brian, is Julie leaving? And he said, well, no, she had asked her brother for a ride.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. So no conversation. And Mr. Lally's going to ask another question.
Okay.
So you saw your son's friend Julie go outside?
Mm-hmm.
And,
So that has to be a
Sorry.
yes or no. Okay.
Sorry.
and at some point,
She's
did you come
annoyed as
back
all
in?
hell. Look at her.
Yes.
And about how long was it, if you know, that she was outside before she came back?
I don't think it was very long, couple minutes.
And over the course of the entirety of the evening, at any point, did anybody else, other than the people that you talked about previously, John
Sorry,
O'Keefe
guys.
or Karen Reed that you saw at the bar earlier that night, at any point in time on the evening of the 28th or the early morning of the 29th, did either of those people come into your house?
No, they never came into my home.
Oh
And
no,
at any
Cheryl,
point in
you're
time,
about to be
even on
alone.
that evening or that early morning of the 29th,
We'll keep you
were you aware
company.
that they were coming to your house?
I actually wasn't. I didn't. I think when I was in the other room with my husband and his friend, I had missed the
What do you do, Cheryl?
conversations about Jennifer reaching out with John or her texting him and him texting her about where we lived. I didn't even realize that that was happening, that they had any intention to come.
Let me ask you a little bit about sort of going back to the waterfall just for a brief moment. Over the course of your time there, how would you describe sort of the tone or how was everybody at the waterfall?
It was fine. It was a nice night. It was nothing out of the usual. Just had a good time.
So nothing abnormal, no arguments, no fighting or anything like that?
No.
Same question as it relates to back at your house now at 34 Fairview Road. How would you describe sort of the atmosphere back there?
Same thing. We were just hanging out, sitting around the house talking, having a good time, nothing crazy.
Now, after your daughter Caitlin gets picked up and she leaves, what if any, how long did you stay up after that?
I think once she left,
Well, hopefully you don't get slammed with a bunch of people. You know, I don't use the Q word in the medical, field because I know that jinxes it. So I won't say too much, but we'll keep you company and hopefully you won't have to work too hard.
did my final cleanup of the kitchen and, shut the lights, and I went upstairs to bed.
And do you recall anything about locking the front door or any of the doors to your house before you went up to bed?
No.
Is that something that you would always do, typically do, never do?
It was type of thing where we have 5 kids, everyone's coming in and out at different times. Like the last person in was supposed to lock it, but then, we changed the doorknobs and immediately the keys got lost. It was just always a disaster. So a lot of times the door was just kind of left unlocked.
Wow.
And when you went up to bed, you share a bedroom with your husband, Brian, correct?
Yep.
And was he awake or asleep?
He was awake.
I
He was
didn't
just
know
lying in bed
anybody
watching
left their
TV.
doors unlocked anymore.
Now, as far as over the course of that evening after you come up to bed with your husband, do you recall anything about him talking to anyone on the phone or any phone conversations or anything like that?
I do not.
At some point you fall asleep and then you wake up the next day, is that right?
Yes.
And turning your attention to later on that morning of the 29th. So you had gone to bed about what time?
Probably 2:30ish, somewhere around there.
And it's a little unclear for my question, but when you go up to your bedroom, about what time is that?
About 2-ish.
And so the 2:30 that you're talking about, is that sort of when you fall asleep?
Yeah, sometime around there.
And from that next morning, how is it that you wake up the next morning?
Well, at some point between 6 and 6:30 that morning, my sister Jennifer came bursting into my bedroom.
And comes bursting into your bedroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if any, how would you describe your sister Jennifer, and how was she sort of acting at that point?
Well, she came in, my husband and I just kind of sat up in bed, and she's saying, he's out in the snow. We found him out in the snow. We don't know if he's okay. And my immediate thought was just that something had happened to one of my children. Something had happened to one of her children. I couldn't imagine why she was in my...
Right here is one of the quickest, because I do know a lot about McCabe's testimony in the first trial because of San Benito and how much she's gone over it, but I don't really know any of these others. So her right there, she just said Jen McCabe came bursting into her room, okay? But according to her, they're also asleep. So if for her to know that she came bursting in, she had to have been loud and obnoxious and kicked the door or something. Otherwise, how would you know she burst in? Because the only way you're going to wake up from someone coming in your room and know they're bursting in is by the door being really, really loud or something like that. Otherwise, how do you know how they came in your room unless you're awake? And then that also contradicts Jen, who said, I didn't want to scare them awake, right? Didn't she say that? Huh.
My bedroom at this time in the morning. And I'm like, Jennifer, what are you talking about? And she's like,
Objection. You're set.
All right, next question.
Darn, if I may. Can we approach?
Okay.
You can't admit
You back
her.
up just for a
Stop
second
asking
and
her what
I'll
she said.
come back. As far as when your sister Jennifer comes into your bedroom, do you know about what time that was?
between 6 and 6:30.
And it's fair to say that's not a normal occurrence.
No, it's never happened before.
And if you could just describe your sister Jennifer's demeanor when she first comes into your bedroom.
She was hysterical.
And she says some things to you, and then where did you go from there?
Okay, see, she was hysterical.
Well, I tried to ask
I
her
gotta hear Jen. I
what was
can't wait
going
to
on.
hear
What
Jen
is
say
she
the full
talking about?
testimony.
And she told us.
Objection, Your Honor.
No, I'm going to allow that.
So she told us, what had happened or what she had just witnessed outside. And we were just trying to understand what she's saying. Like I said, I didn't know if it was something that happened to one of her kids, one of my kids. And so I said, Jennifer, I don't know what you're talking about.
Oh, I got
So she
you,
finally
Cheryl.
was like,
Yeah.
oh, John, remember John from last night at the waterfall? And I'm like,
You get like people that got hurt on the job and all that stuff. Ugh, fun. Hi, James. Thanks for stopping by. I know you can't stand Lally. We'll be to Nicole Albert's cross soon.
what do you mean? How could you be outside? And she's like, you got to get up. The police are here and they want to talk to you. So my husband and I got up. I think I threw on a sweatshirt and we started to walk down the stairs. As we walked down the stairs into that foyer area, Officer Link was walking in the house.
And so that front foyer area would have been the front door you were talking about before?
Yeah.
And when you get sort of down to the bottom of the stairs, is it just Officer Lank or are there any other officers with him?
It was just Officer Link at that time. And the door was halfway open. I kind of pushed it open, looked out, and I saw like a cruisers and a couple of guys, standing out in the snow. And I said, Jennifer, where's John now?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, I'm going to ask you to move on, Mr. Lally. The objection is sustained.
As far as when you looked outside, did you see any ambulance or fire truck or anything like that?
No, I didn't see an ambulance. I did see maybe 2 cruisers. I don't remember. I don't remember if there was a fire truck there. I don't think there was, but I'm not sure.
And as far as Officer Lank or any other officers, these are officers with the Canton Police, is that correct?
Yeah.
And where did they go once you opened the door?
So he came in the house, and I believe around the
I'll be
same
right
time
back.
Jennifer's husband, Matt, had come.
Sorry.
I assume she had called him or whatever. So it was me, Brian, and Jen and Matt. And Officer Lang said, can I come in? Can I talk to you guys? And we said, sure, absolutely. He came in, we sat at the table, and he was just kind of asking us all, okay, where were you last night?
Objection, Your Honor.
Okay, sustain. Next question, please.
The table that you're talking about, where in the house did you talk to officers?
That same dining room area.
And without regard to sort of content of the conversation, but about how long a period of time did that conversation with the officer go on?
I don't know, 45 minutes, maybe. I'm not exactly sure.
As far as how the conversation ended, at any point During the conversation, did yourself or your sister or your husband or did anyone ever sort of end the conversation or tell the officers to leave the home or anything like that?
No.
And you welcomed them inside once you realized what was going on?
Yes, absolutely. And I believe another officer had come in as well.
Now, after the officers leave from your home, what happened then?
So I believe they left and said that someone would be in touch with us, the state police or somebody. So they left and we were all just kind of sitting there in shock. You know, I'm asking Jennifer, like, you know, what happened? How did you end up here? Like, what's going on?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. Next question, please.
Your Honor, as far as, may we approach this briefly?
Okay.
And so, Ms. Albert, without any sort of specifics of your conversation with Ms. McCabe, you had a conversation with her, is that correct?
Yes.
And about how long did that conversation go on for in this case?
With just her. I mean, we were all just kind of sitting around the table talking.
And just to be clear, when we say all, who is all at this point?
It was me, my husband, and Jennifer and Matt.
And at some point later on, did other people come over to your house?
Yes, at some point, my husband's friend Brian Higgins came over.
And do you know how he came to be at your house that morning?
I believe Brian called him to let him know. I mean, he had been with us the night before, and I think he had been friends with John and Karen, so Brian thought he should let him know.
And do you know about what time that was or how long it was after the officers left that Mr. Higgins came over?
I'm back.
Could have been 50.
Sorry, my stupid DoorDash driver. I swear to God. I live on the second floor. There's a main door, and then inside the main door is the stairwell, and I'm upstairs. And not only did they not bring it upstairs, they just left it outside in the main door, in front of the main door. Even though I provide the driver with the code and explicit instructions. Anyways, sorry.
15, 20 minutes. I feel like he came somewhere around 7:38, and maybe the link had been done by
Your tag thing doesn't work, Sam?
7:15.
Hold on. You mean it doesn't like highlight your name when someone puts your handle on? Oh, you're a freaking boomer. Sorry. I didn't see that one. All right. Back to Nicole.
He was around
Yeah.
6:30.
Facial
I'm not really sure of the
expressions.
specifics.
And what happened then?
Then we were all just still kind of sitting there. Kerry, who is another person that was called that morning, she had been at the hospital, so she was kind of calling Jennifer, giving updates as to what was happening with John. So we were kind of waiting to hear how he was, if he was okay. Then around, I don't know if it was 8:30, I had noticed my sister-in-law, Julie, had pulled into the driveway, and I saw her get out, and she was putting a box of donuts in my son's car, whose birthday it was, because they had a bit between them where every year she did that. She got him donuts and she would leave them for him. So I saw her and I said to my husband, "Oh."
Objection.
Okay. Not what you said to your husband. So wait for another question.
Okay, sorry.
That's okay.
Spoke to her husband, and where did he go?
He went to the door because Julie was about to get back in her car and leave, and I thought that she should be made aware of what was going on.
And so your husband goes to the door, and at some point, your sister-in-law, Julie, comes into the house.
Yes.
And if you know about how long a period was Julie at your house initially that morning?
An hour or two. I'm not sure.
If you're not sure, you're not sure. So as far as people that were over your house that morning, do you have any idea sort of how long people were congregating around your house after that initial Miss McKay bursting into your bedroom?
Again, it could have been between an hour and 2.
At some point, you had mentioned that the Canton officers had indicated that you may be spoken to at some subsequent time by troopers from the state police, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
And when was it that you, if you know, when was it in relation to this date that you spoke to anybody from the state police?
I wasn't interviewed for a couple days later.
And do you recall where you were when you were
James,
interviewed?
I was at my house.
If you're on a phone, you just have to type the @ symbol in their name. It won't like come up to tag, or you can't hit reply. You have to be on the computer to do that. I know it's stupid, but that's the way YouTube is.
Now, with reference to, you indicated that on the way back from the waterfall to your house at Fairview on the night previous, on the 28th into the 29th, it just started to snow. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Now, when you looked outside or opened the door for Officer Lank as he came into the house, what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather and how it had changed in the interim?
Well, to me, it was starting to look like blizzard conditions. It was very windy. It was snowing. It was, the snow was starting to come down a lot now, and it was
Oh my God, was
probably
it
a couple
snowing?
inches accumulated.
Seriously?
And it was,
Now, at any point in time over the course of that day on the 29th, did you yourself, did you go outside from your house?
How many
into
witnesses is
front
that?
yard,
Did you have to
driveway, or
ask if
anywhere
it was
else?
snowing?
I didn't.
And anyone else from your house other than the people coming and going? The people that live there, did you observe them going out into the front of the house area?
No.
May I approach the witness?
Yes.
Ms. Albert, I'm placing before you a series of 8 photographs. I just asked you to look at them,
Mm-hmm.
review them, and then just look up whenever you finish.
Are these already in evidence?
Fair enough.
Okay.
And just to ask you, ma'am, in general, in those photographs, do you recognize what's in those photographs?
Yes.
Okay, what do you recognize?
That's my front yard.
That was your front yard when you lived at 34 Fairview Road?
Yes.
And
No,
what's
Maylin,
contained in there,
we've
is
all
that a fair
done
and
that.
accurate portrayal of around the time of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
He's asked everyone about the fucking snow. And depending on what time he's talking about, and everyone's like, oh, it started to come down. That was after he was found. So dumb. Oh, James, you're so sweet. I don't have memberships yet because I'm not monetized. I got to get to 500 subscribers, and then you can. I can't wait to have that. But if you're able to, I appreciate any help, which is helping me pay for StreamYard and my Canva and everything I do to produce my videos and things that I have coming up. I have PayPal and Chime, and you can send, if you have Venmo, you can send to my PayPal from your Venmo. It's in the ticker along the bottom of the screen, and there's also a link in my bio. That's okay, James. Don't worry about it. Yeah, it's just because stupid YouTube is, they keep raising the stakes for you, or like what you need to have to get monetized, to be able to do super chats and memberships and all that stuff. So I'm getting the views. You need just to get super chats and memberships, you need 500 subscribers and 3,000 view hours. But because I'm doing the trial right now daily, even with a few people here and there, I think I should be up there no problem by the time I get 300 or 500 subscribers. So that's what I can ask anybody. If anybody knows anybody else that would be interested in my channel, share and ask them to subscribe. I would be greatly appreciative.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will seek to introduce and admit.
Any objection, Ms. Little?
No objection, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Okay.
And Your Honor, with court permission, first I'd just
You
like to
don't
start
feel like
with
going
Exhibit
through all that
58.
bullshit right now.
Okay.
And again, Ms. Albert, do you recognize what's up on the screen there?
Yes,
And what do you recognize there?
it was my home at the time.
And from this photograph, do you see that front door area where the foyer is and the side door area that you were talking about on your house?
Yes.
If you could, using the laser pointer in your hand, just direct the jury's attention to where each of those are and indicate where they are.
That would be the very front door, and then the side doors over here in between.
And as far as the sort of what's in the front portion of this photograph, do you recognize that as if I'm standing and facing as this photograph is your house,
Mhm.
where you lived at 34 Fairview Road? What, if anything, do you have as sort of a landmark or an item that you observe in that sort of left area of the yard?
Flagpole?
Is there a fire hydrant there as well?
Yes.
And do you see anything as far as like a box or something like that?
Yeah, I believe there was some electrical box that I don't think we ever actually knew what it was or what it did.
So fair to say all the years that you lived there, it's not something that you utilized or even knew what it really did.
No.
Now, this particular area of the yard, in its relation to the house, was that a part
Yeah,
of the
and of
yard
course
that
you're
was
using another
used,
photo
utilized by the family all that
that
much when you lived there?
makes the
No.
yard look deceivingly
And
big.
that part of the yard where the fire hydrant, flagpole, that is, how close is that to sort of the next door neighbors abutting the property?
It's pretty close. It's almost, I would say, on the, close to the property line.
Now, as far as from the side of the road, in between sort of the curbing from the roadway and your front lawn, there's nothing there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that. Is that correct?
Right.
And the curbing that's between sort of the roadway and the front lawn, how would you describe that? Is it a sharp curb, rounded curb?
It was kind of a rounded curb.
Now, with reference to your driveway, do you see that depicted in this particular photograph?
You can't really see it in the picture, no. But I mean, it's would be over here.
Thank
Yeah.
you. If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that you have before you.
Hmm.
And again, Ms. Albert, you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
And this is just another photograph of your home as it was around January 2022 at 34 Fairview Road.
Yes.
And from this photograph, do you see now sort of the driveway and where that is?
Yes.
I agree,
Just,
James.
indicate to the jury sort of.
Right, she
where in
looks
this
nervous
photograph
as hell in that stand. She's
The
under
driveway
stress.
was right here.
The
The
pursing of
two
the lip,
garage doors,
the
and then there
blink
was
rate, I mean,
driveway.
it's
right along
crazy
here.
when you look.
Now, in reference
Watch her
to that
face.
driveway, or in reference to your family at the time that lived at the house, about how many cars would there typically be when everyone's home parked in the driveway?
Yeah, she did the knocking,
Um,
right? She did all the cleaning.
Could have been 4. Let me think. 1, 2, 3. I think 4.
And who would those vehicles be typically operated by, and what kind of vehicles we're talking about?
I had my car, which was a Cadillac SUV. My husband had his work car. And then we had, I think, a Ford Explorer. And then the kids were driving a Ford Escape, maybe?
All sort of bigger cars, all sort of SUVs, is that?
Yeah.
correct to say?
Yeah.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph. And again, what's up on the screen, is that what you have before you as the next exhibit?
Yes.
And just for the record, if you could read the number that's on that photograph now.
60?
And again, what's up on the screen is that just another
Dilly
depiction
Dally
of your
Lally is
home.
going to make her forget
Yes.
her lines. Yeah.
Now, when you open that door, and Officer Lank is there, and you invite him into your house to talk. You said that you saw some cruisers, correct?
Mhm.
Where in relation to your property were the cruisers when you opened the door and saw them? If you could direct the jury's attention in this photograph.
I believe they were
Why? Okay,
right.
I still don't understand. Like, most of these questions don't even need to be asked. Now I understand why this trial was so long. He's got witnesses on the stand that he doesn't need. He asked some questions that he doesn't need to ask. Like, you have video of the scene from several different cruisers and this and that, and you're asking her where the cruisers were? Why?
Here. Somewhere here.
If I could direct your attention to the next photograph that's in there. And again, the photograph that's up on the screen, is that what you have before you?
Mm-hmm.
And again, I'm sorry to keep asking
Yes,
you this, but
yes.
if you could read the number that's on the photograph.
63.
And so exhibit 63 up on the screen, if you could describe to the jury sort of what part of your property or abutting property are we looking at?
I believe our property ended, somewhere along here.
So right about in the general area of the electrical box and fire hydrant you were talking about?
Yeah. Yep.
And that next door residence there, do you know offhand what the number was for that?
I don't. Maybe 36? I'm not sure.
Somewhere in the vicinity of your number 34.
Yeah.
And if I could direct your attention to the next photograph then?
64?
Thank you.
Yeah.
On pace then. So with respect to this photograph, as far as the sort of side door, do you see that in this photograph?
Yeah. The side door would be right here.
And there's sort of another door off to the right of the photograph, is that correct?
Yep. That door would go into the garage.
And typically, at least around this time of January or late January 2022, as far as the vehicles that you were talking about, would any of those vehicles go in the garage, or what was in the garage?
The garage was a little bit cluttered, so if there was a storm coming, we would try to arrange things so we could at least maybe get one or two of the cars in there, but otherwise we didn't put the cars in the garage. Only if it was gonna, be a storm, we would try to get some of them out of the driveway.
And with reference to these specific dates of January 28th and the 29th, and this specific storm, do you recall anything as far as putting vehicles in the garage on those dates?
I don't. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if we had maybe put mine in there because I had gotten picked up that night. I'm not sure.
Now, in addition, let me ask you this. At this time in January of 2022, did your family have any pets?
Yes,
And how many pets did you have?
we had one. We had a dog.
Ooh,
Chloe.
Chloe.
And what type of dog was
The
it?
dog that
It's
you
a
got
German
rid of.
Shepherd mix.
And how long had you had the dog at that point?
About 6 years, I believe.
100%, James.
And do you recall sort of when you got the dog, how you got the dog, or where you got the dog from?
We got the dog from a shelter in Texas.
And what type of, so shelter, or fair to say it's a rescue dog?
I'm sorry,
Yes.
but I think that dog
And,
is gone.
Where did the dog typically go within the house?
It was when it was allowed anywhere in the house.
And as
Yeah,
far
it's
as
funny,
nighttime,
Malin, that you say that because most pet owners care, like, it's a part of their family. It's a he or a she, not an it. It shows that she was disconnected to that animal at the very least.
would there be any sort of particular pattern of where the dog would sleep?
Yes, at nighttime when we went up to bed, it came up with us and it slept in our bedroom.
And at any point in time, during the time from when you returned from the waterfall to your home, where was the dog at that point?
Well, the dog had been up in the room, and I believe my husband, when we first got in, brought her down to let her out to go to the bathroom.
And when the dog went out to go to the bathroom when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, where would the dog go? How would that? Was it on a leash?
Well, she pretty much she knew the door where to go. So when she had to go, she would go to that door and she would just go out and run in the backyard and go and on her own.
So on her own, and someone would sort of stand at the back door?
Yes.
And the back door that we're talking about, what kind of door is that?
It's a regular door.
I mean, is
Like-
it a door that opens? Is it a sliding door?
Oh yeah, no, like just a regular door, and it had, I think, a storm door, behind it.
And the backyard area of your home at 34 Fairview, when you lived there in around January 2022, how was that enclosed at all?
It was fenced in.
So dogs couldn't get out if everything's closed up in the backyard.
Yes, as long as the gates were shut.
And as far as that particular evening, after you returned from the waterfall, you indicated your husband let the dog out. How long a period of time was the dog outside?
I believe it was pretty quick. She went, did her business, and came back in. I think she might have walked around the kitchen for a minute or two, and then I think you just brought her back upstairs.
And to your knowledge, did Chloe the dog, did Chloe go outside at any other point over the course of that evening?
No.
Now, at some point, obviously you've moved from 34 Fairview to North, correct?
Hmm.
And when about was it in relation to this incident, January 29th, 2022, that you moved?
We moved in April of 2023.
And what, if any, plans or discussions were there in reference to moving prior to January 29th?
Objection, Your Honor.
So not the specifics, but generally, not the conversation.
How many times
We had
you
always
gotta be
planned to
told
move,
that?
but it was in our plans that, what kids were starting to get older. We were looking to possibly downsize. So at the end of 2021,
Thanks for joining
um,
us.
my husband's
Everybody's
brother had sold
working
his
right
house.
now. Don't work too hard, Annie.
No, I'm going to allow that.
My husband's brother had sold his house
I'm glad you did.
and got a good deal
Stop by
for
and
it.
say
It
hi
sold
so we
pretty
can say
quickly.
hi
The
to
market
you.
was really good at that time. So we just started thinking, hey, the kids are getting older. A couple of them had already moved out. We weren't going to be able to stay in that house. It's like a 5-bedroom house. Once our kids were gone, my husband and I wouldn't have been able to maintain that. Needed a lot of work. We couldn't afford it. So we said, maybe now's the time we should put it on the market and see what happens. So I think in November, December,
So hold on. Next question, Mr. Lally.
sorry.
No, that's okay.
So you put it on the market, it sold, and then you moved.
Objection, leading.
The objection sustained. Ask a non-leading question.
When was it that the sale was finalized?
Well, he doesn't know how
April.
to ask on leading questions.
April of
He wants to
23.
start with what, if
And as far
any.
as selling the house, what, if any, relationship did that have to what occurred on January 29th, 2022?
It had no relation to it. We had already had thoughts and plans of doing it before that happened. We had reached out to a realtor in the end of 21.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right, Ms. Little.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Still don't believe that. Who takes a $50,000 loss on their house? Uh-uh.
Good afternoon, Ms. Albert.
Hello.
You were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill on January 29th for approximately 4.5 hours. Is that correct?
I was there from say 7:45 till about midnight.
About 4 hours?
Yeah.
And you were there with a group of individuals, including Brian Albert, Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, Julie Albert, Chris Albert, Caitlin Albert, and Tristan Morris, and then were later joined by Brian Higgins, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified that John O'Keefe and Karen Reed joined your group around 11 p.m. Is that right?
Approximately.
Over the course of those 4 hours that you were there, did you see any sort of tension whatsoever between John O'Keefe and Ms. Reed?
Well, no, they were only there for an hour when I was there, but I didn't have really any interaction with them. But no, I didn't see anything.
So based on your observations, they appeared
After
everyone appeared genuinely happy.
rationalizing things.
Yep.
At any point while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill, did you observe Karen Reed stumbling, slurring her words, or otherwise appearing to be under the influence?
I did not, but again, I never engaged in any sort of conversation with her.
Did you observe your husband and Brian Higgins engaging in sort of practice fighting techniques while you were at the Waterfall Bar and Grill?
I saw them fooling around with each other. Yeah.
Okay.
You saw
Your
them
Honor, if I could
fooling
show
around
just
with
a
each other?
screenshot
Wow.
of a video that's been previously marked.
A screenshot of it? Sure.
Ms. Albert, do you see the two individuals sort of in the closest frame to us with their backs turned to us? Two males?
Yeah.
I know it's kind of hard to see.
Yeah.
Who is the man that has just been zoomed in with the logo on the back of his sweatshirt?
I believe that's Brian Higgins.
Okay. And then the person with that sweatshirt is, you said Brian Higgins?
I think. Yeah. It's a little hard to tell.
Over the other individual who's sitting right next to him. And I know this is kind of hard to see because the number's blocking it.
Yeah.
But does that appear to be your husband to the left, kind of in a fighting stance?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often
So I'm
spar?
sorry, are we taking this down or keeping it up?
Yes, Your Honor, you can take it down.
Okay, thank you.
Ms. Albert, when your husband drinks, does he often get into sort of these practice sparring, practice fighting stances? Is that common for him?
Objection.
No, I'm going to allow it.
No, I don't think so.
So this type of behavior was unusual for him.
No, I think they were just fooling around. I don't
I won't make you tell
think
me
there was
how
anything much to it.
My question was, is it unusual for you to see him sort of practice fighting?
I wouldn't call that practice fighting. I think they were just fooling around. And yeah, maybe I've seen him do that other times, but it was
defensive.
fooling around. They weren't practicing.
Well, more defensive.
Let me put this a different way. You do know that your husband is a highly trained fighter, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Absolutely not.
What?
Your husband has no fighting experience whatsoever.
A highly trained fighter? No, he's not.
He has boxing experience, correct?
Objection.
So I'm going to see you at sidebar on this, please.
Ms. Albert, your husband has
What the
boxing
hell?
experience, correct?
Yes.
He also has fighting experience from his training in the military, correct?
I don't know what fighting experience from the military means.
Well,
I mean, he was in the Marine Corps. He was out of the Marine Corps in 1992.
but he had training through the Marine Corps and through the Boston Police Department with fighting and defensive tactics, correct?
I assume so.
Ms. Albert, you testified earlier that you left the
This
waterfall
went from I don't
around,
know.
I believe,
I assume
11:45. Is that correct?
No, I said I think closer to 12.
Okay. Could I show you what's been previously marked as Exhibit 53? Your Honor, could I have permission to publish Exhibit 53?
Okay.
If you could pause. This video?
No, I don't.
Do you see the woman that's in the lower quadrant? Do you recognize that individual at all?
I don't. It's so I can't tell who that is.
I know this is not the best video, so I'll play a little bit more and see if you might be able to recognize it. You don't recognize who that individual is?
I mean, it could be me. I'm not sure. I can't really tell.
All right. So this is an instance where the video has to speak for itself, right?
Understood, Your Honor. Good pause. Did you recognize the woman that just sort of walked forward?
Yes. Now seeing the coat, I recognize that it's me.
Thank you. And did you see what was in your hand when you walked by?
I don't.
You could play just a little bit more. Ms. Albert, do you see you appear to be holding something?
Yes.
What is that?
Looks like a can.
And what time is that video taken?
11:58.
That would have been approximately the time that you were leaving the Waterfall Bar and Grill.
Yep.
You guys had a fun night. It looks like you kind of grabbed the White Claw. You're about to leave. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You testified earlier that you got home.
Well, this
So
is
can
where
we
the
turn the
white
lights
claw
back on
came
and-
from.
Okay.
See, I didn't know she left with one.
Let me switch gears a little bit. You testified earlier that there are 4 cars that are usually parked in the driveway at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you listed at least the make and model of about 3 of those vehicles.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
Yep.
You said there's a Cadillac that usually is parked in your driveway, there's a Ford Explorer, and there's a Ford Escape, correct? But you also said there's a 4th car. That's your husband's work vehicle. correct?
Yes. Yeah.
What type of car is that?
That's a Ford Edge.
A black Ford Edge.
Yes. Yep.
That's awesome, James.
Is there a
I wish
reason
I
that
could have
you
been
didn't
there
want to
that
state
day.
or commit to that in front of this jury when you originally testified?
No, there's no reason. I was just trying to think of all the different cars. We have 5 kids. We've had a lot of different vehicles. I was just saying it as I remembered it.
News coverage in this case has revealed the importance of a Ford Edge.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
In your mind, a Ford Edge has significance to this case, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, can you answer that? Does a Ford Edge have significance in this case to you?
I've heard it talked about. Yeah.
Wow, I can't
What
believe
you've heard
you
it talked
knew
about
that.
is
I expected you to say
An
no.
eyewitness saw.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to stop you on that. The objection sustained.
Ms. Albert, you know there's significance to the Ford Edge, and that's the one
Objection, Your
vehicle
Honor.
that you did not mention in your initial testimony, correct?
So I'm going to allow that question. Can you answer that?
I just was trying to think of all the different makes and models. I did not purposely say that.
Oh, right. Look at
You
her.
testified
Her
earlier
lip.
that you weren't
Oh
sure
my God.
exactly where Brian Higgins
What a freaking
was
liar.
that night when he arrived at your house, correct?
Right.
And you said, I'm not sure, but then you gave a pretty vivid description about him being parked, you think, in front of the house by the mailbox facing away from your residence, correct?
Right. Yep.
Is that statement something that's from your personal recollection or for something that you've discussed with other witnesses in this case?
No, it's from my personal recollection of what I'm pretty sure I remembered. He pulled in first. He backed out so we could pull in. And then I'm pretty sure he pulled out and parked along the curb where the mailbox was.
So you haven't discussed that statement with any other witnesses in this case?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
You testified earlier that when you arrived at 34 Fairview, your son, Brian Albert Jr. was there, Julie Nagel was there, Sarah Levinson was there, and that your nephew, Colin Albert, was also present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe sort of your interaction with Colin Albert when you walked in the door?
It was literally, I was coming in. I think we almost bumped into each other. I said, I didn't realize he was there. I said, hey, what are you doing here? He said, oh, I just come by to see Brian, but my ride's on its way. I'm about to leave. And I said, oh, okay. And I said, all right, I see ya. And he just kind of continued on. I think he must have went out the door.
So when you first testified, I believe you stated that you saw Colin seated at the table with Brian Jr., correct?
When I testified when?
Earlier today.
I don't believe I said that.
Shortly after he got up.
No, I don't believe I said that.
You never said that he was initially seated with Brian Jr.
No, I'm pretty sure I said when I walked in, I immediately saw him.
So when you walked in the door, you're saying he was already leaving to go get his ride, correct?
He was standing
All right, hold
and
on.
looked.
That is
Understanding
what's-
your knowledge of Mr. O'Keefe, did you know what he did for a living?
No.
And over the course of the evening, what, if any, discussion was there that you heard or were a part of in regard to sort of what was going to in the blacktop?
Yeah.
And again, about how long a car ride is that, generally speaking, from the waterfall to your house on there?
5 minutes, 7 minutes.
And as when you arrived at Fairview, who, if anyone, was there when you got there?
When we arrived and I came in, my son was sitting there with his two friends and my nephew
My son was sitting there with his two friends.
Colin, who is Julie and Chris's son. He was there. I kind of bumped into him when I walked in. I didn't realize he was.
In the blacktop.
Yeah.
And again, about how long a car ride is that, generally speaking, from the waterfall to your house up there?
5 minutes, 7 minutes.
And as when you arrived at Fairview, who, if anyone, was there when you got there?
When we arrived and I came in, my son was sitting there with his two friends and my nephew Colin, who is Julie and Chris's son. He was there. I kind of bumped into him when I walked in. I didn't realize he was there. I said, "Oh, hey, what are you doing here?" And he said, "Oh, I just stopped by to see Brian, but I'm about to leave. My ride's about to be here." I said, "Oh."
Okay, I'll give her that much, that it was the way she said it could have been interpreted both ways. But what she said was, my son was sitting there with his two friends, and I bumped into my nephew Colin. She didn't say she bumped into him as he was leaving, but she did say that he had to go. He told her that he had to go. His ride was coming. So, But the way she answers this other question now I got to remember where I was. Damn it.
At home.
So can we turn the lights back on and, okay.
Obviously say that.
Okay.
Obviously say that.
Oops. Almost had it.
At home.
So can we turn the lights back on and, okay.
Thank you, Your Honor. Let me switch gears a little bit. You testified earlier that there are 4 cars that are usually parked in the driveway at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
And you listed at least the make and model of about 3 of those vehicles.
Yeah.
Do you recall that?
Yep.
You said there's a Cadillac that usually is parked in your driveway, there's a Ford Explorer, and there's a Ford Escape, correct?
Yep.
But you also said there's a 4th car. That's your husband's work vehicle.
Yes. Yeah.
What type of car is that?
That's a Ford Edge.
A black Ford Edge.
Yes. Yep.
Is there a reason that you didn't want to state or commit to that in front of this jury when you originally testified?
No, there's no reason. I was just trying to think of all the different cars. We have 5 kids.
Oh,
We've had a
my
lot of different
Oh,
vehicles.
God, look at her face. She's
I was just saying it as I remembered it.
How dare you make me lie about this again?
News coverage in this case has revealed the importance of a Ford Edge. correct?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Sorry, I wanted to rewatch
In your mind,
her face
a
answering
Ford
these
Edge
questions.
has significance to this case, doesn't it?
Objection, Your Honor.
No, can you answer that? Does a Ford Edge have significance in this case to you?
I've heard it talked about. Yeah.
And what you've heard talked about is that an eyewitness saw.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'm going to stop you on that. The objection sustained.
Ms. Albert, you know there's significance to the Ford Edge, and that's the one
Objection,
thing
Your Honor.
that you did not mention in your initial testimony, correct?
So I'm going to
They
allow
just
that
squeeze that in
question.
there, Liza Little.
Can you answer that?
I just was trying to think of all the different makes and models. I did not purposely say that.
Oh,
You testified earlier that you weren't sure exactly where Brian Higgins parked that night when he arrived at your house, correct?
Right.
And you said, I'm not sure, but then you gave a pretty vivid description about him being parked, you think, in front of the house by the mailbox facing away from your residence, correct?
Right. Yep.
Is that statement something that's from your personal recollection or for something that you've discussed with other witnesses in this case?
No, it's from my personal recollection of what I'm pretty sure I remembered. He pulled in first. He backed out so we could pull in, and then
I'm pretty sure I remembered. I can't believe how many, and I know I've seen, so I may be a little biased, but seen a lot of Samantha Beningo's evaluations. And again, I'm obviously not a behavior or body language expert, but the amount of distancing or non-committal statements in all of these witnesses is insane. It's always, I think, or pretty much, or maybe, or I believe, or could be. Nobody gives just direct answers to these questions.
Pretty sure he pulled out and parked along the curb where the mailbox was.
So you haven't discussed that statement with any other witnesses in this case?
I don't remember. I don't think so.
You testified earlier that when you arrived at 34 Fairview, your son, Brian Albert Jr. was there, Julie Nagel was there, Sarah Levinson was there, and that your nephew, Colin Albert, was also present, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe sort of your interaction with Colin Albert when you walked in the door?
It was literally, I was coming in. I think we almost bumped into each other. I said, I didn't realize he was there. I said, hey, what are you doing here? He said, oh, I just come by to see Brian, but my ride's on its way. I'm about to leave. And I said, oh, okay. And I said, all right, I see ya. And he just kind of continued on. I think he must have went out the door.
So when you first testified, I believe you stated that you saw Colin seated at the table with Brian Jr., correct?
When I testified, when?
Earlier today.
I don't believe I said that.
Shortly after he got up.
No, I don't believe I said that.
You never said that he was initially seated with Brian Jr.
No, I'm pretty sure I said when I walked in, I immediately saw him.
So when you walked in the door, you're saying.
All I can say is that going back to her testimony, where she said my son was sitting at the table with his two friends, and I bumped into Colin, it could have been taken both ways. She didn't say it the way she said it just now, like she was coming in as he was going out. And the way she combined it with her son sitting at the table, anybody would have probably taken it the way Liza Little took it. I took it that way.
He was already leaving to go get his ride, correct?
He was standing and looked to me like he was getting ready for someone who was coming to pick him up.
Got it. And when you pulled up with Brian Higgins and Brian Albert, that all happened around the same time, correct?
Yes.
And you have never mentioned seeing any other vehicle waiting outside the house for Colin when you arrived, correct?
No.
You didn't observe another vehicle outside the house?
No, I'm not saying he said to me, my ride's almost here. I'm leaving. So I didn't see anything outside about his ride.
And it was cold outside that night?
Yeah.
So he sort of walked out the door before his ride arrived?
I don't know if he went and stood and waited by the door. I came in the house and like I said, I immediately said hello to my son, his friends. I went and started doing my cleaning and I didn't really pay attention, but I assume he left because I never saw him again.
So you're not sure if he was sort of standing by the front door?
I'm not sure. I mean, he could have been standing there waiting. He said his ride was about to be there.
Okay. But you didn't see him leave?
I did not see him leave.
You testified that your German Shepherd, Chloe, was also at the house when you arrived home on January 29th, correct?
Yes.
She's a large German Shepherd.
Yep, about 70 pounds.
She's not great with strangers.
I wouldn't say that.
You wouldn't say that it's kind of a poorly.
What? You wouldn't say your
Say that
dog's
she's
not
good
great with
strangers?
strangers?
I'd say she's fine with strangers.
Fine with strangers. Okay.
Yep.
She's definitely not good with other animals, is she?
No, she did not like other dogs.
Chloe actually has a well-documented bite history, doesn't she?
Objection.
Does she?
With dogs. A couple dogs, yes.
Ms. Albert, she
Wow,
also has
she
a bite
tried to
history
lie?
with humans,
Holy
doesn't
shit.
she?
Objection.
Ask that.
I'm assuming that Liza Little is about to get into this. But she tried to get away with saying her dog only had issues with other dogs in hopes that the questions about that dog biting people wouldn't be allowed to be asked. How much you want to bet?
Differently.
Ms. Albert, Chloe has injured other humans, hasn't she?
Objection.
Yes,
I'm
she
going
did,
to allow
Dodo.
that.
She rolls her
In
eyes
one
a lot.
incident in May of 22, when she got out and was fighting
Tries
with
to
another
hide it
dog,
by
the
tilting her.
woman who was dog it was tried to break up the two dogs. And while she was trying to break up the two dogs, she got injured.
There were actually 2 individuals who were injured in that incident, correct?
Well, there was 2 women, but I believe just one woman, from what I understand, had an injury from Chloe. The other one may have fallen or something, but I'm not sure 100%.
There were 2 women who were actually taken to the hospital after that incident, correct?
Yes, a neighbor had called the police or called an ambulance just to make sure they were okay.
And you mentioned that Chloe had actually escaped from
Ryan
the backyard.
Albert
Mhm.
lied about Chloe's history.
Yes.
Well, that doesn't surprise me
And
either.
that happened
Ryan
from time
Albert's
to time at your house,
testimony is
correct?
next.
It had happened a few times, yes.
Julie.
And Mr. Albert let Chloe out when he arrived that night, correct?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, you don't have Chloe anymore, do you?
Nope.
In May of 2022,
Nope.
4 months
You see
after
the
Mr.
way she
O'Keefe's
said that?
death, you got rid of your family dog of 6 years.
Objection.
So is that true? Is that when you
Why-
get rid of your dog?
I
See,
did not get
why
rid of
is
my.
he objecting? It's either true or not true. Did you get rid of your dog? And then instead of just saying overruled, you can answer the question. Stupid Auntie Bab has to say, I'll allow that one. Did you get rid of your dog? No, I rehomed my dog. As if rehomed is totally different than get rid of.
My dog, I rehomed my dog.
Oh my God.
Your dog is no longer in the Canton area, correct?
No, but I know where she is. She's in Vermont. And that previous testimony, that information has all been given. So if she was ever needed for anything,
Sorry,
We
I
know
don't
where
think
she
that
is.
dog
That
is
testimony given to the defense.
alive.
probably.
Was I present at the hearing where you testified about this?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Your Honor, can we approach?
Sure.
All right, Ms. Albert, I want to direct your attention back to the early morning of January 29th.
Hmm.
You testified that everyone who arrived at your house just after midnight was sort of generally gathered at the table in the kitchen area, correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that evening, you had never heard any sort of disruption inside, correct?
No.
You didn't hear a crash. Certainly
There
never
needs
heard-
to be an answer.
Sorry. No.
You certainly never heard any screaming or yelling,
No.
and you never heard the screech of any brakes outside, correct?
Correct.
Okay. On July 20th, 2023, you testified before a grand jury, and Mr. Lally was not there, correct? And ADA McLaughlin was also not there, correct?
Okay.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
And you were specifically asked during the course of that hearing where everyone was positioned around the table that night.
Mm-hmm.
Do you remember that?
He needs
For one
to
question.
easy on the
Yeah.
eye rolls with them Timu
And you
eyebrows.
explained
Yeah.
that your sister Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr.
Objection. Is there a question?
Oh,
We're
Vermont,
getting
my ass. Yeah,
questions, so go ahead.
that dog is
You were
gone.
very specific
Gone,
about
gone.
kind of how people were seated at that
Know what I
table that
mean.
night. Do you remember that testimony? You explained that Jennifer was seated next to Brian Jr. and Matt McCabe was across from him. Do you recall that?
Yep.
But when you were asked where your husband and Brian Higgins were positioned at the table, you weren't able to place them there. Isn't that true?
Because I don't believe they ever sat at that table.
Chloe's
And
over
what you
the rainbow
told the
bridge.
grand
Yep.
jury during that hearing was that at least at one point, they had left the room and they were outside of your view, correct?
I'm not sure I said that.
Told the jury that you were cleaning and you weren't sure where they went, correct?
Well, initially when I first came in the house and I was doing my my thing, I don't remember exactly where
And you
they were.
you told the grand jury that you don't recall seeing them at the table, but you don't recall where they went because you were kind of focused on cleaning, correct?
Right.
And there was one point at which you said that you joined them in family.
Yes.
Is that right?
Hope you guys aren't working too hard, Katie, Cheryl. Everyone is
But while you
working
were
right
cleaning,
now.
you said, I don't really know what they were doing, but they weren't there, correct?
Yes.
So you recall your husband and Brian Higgins left your view and went to some other place in the house that evening, correct?
It could have.
Ms. Albert, how many steps is it from the front door to the basement?
Steps.
It's a poorly worded
You
question.
not know
however you
what
phrase it.
steps
When you
means?
open the front
These are
door of your
feet.
house,
Uh-huh.
how many
Ask that
steps does
if
it
you
take
know
to get
them,
to the
then.
door to the basement?
4 or 5.
You testified earlier that Brian Higgins left 34 Fairview first, correct?
Yes.
Then Matt McCabe, Jennifer McCabe, Sarah Levinson, and Julie Nagel left together, correct?
Yes.
And the very last person to leave your house that night, you said today under oath, was your daughter, Caitlin, correct?
Yes.
And you said she left your house close to 2 a.m. Is that right?
Yep.
Ms. Albert, that's not what you told Sergeant Lank on January 29th, 2022, is it?
I don't recall what I told him.
Would it refresh your
sounds like
recollection to
fun,
take a look
Katie.
at your statement to Sergeant Lank?
Sure.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Okay.
Of course, not really.
Page 2.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't need to read it out loud, but if you could read this very last paragraph here,
Down hit 7. Or,
actually, this section right
Okay.
here, the second paragraph to the bottom. You
mhm.
don't need to read it out loud, just look up once you're done.
And are you going to clarify that, Ms. Little? Statement?
Oh, how, can I approach, Your Honor?
D-
Wow.
Ms. Albert, this is just a police report.
You hear
containing
that?
an Interview that's conducted, correct?
I mean, I know Judge Empty Beb sighs a lot, but God, she asked if she can approach and listen to the way she sighs. Jeez, oh Pete's.
You could read this very last paragraph here,
Down hit 7. Or,
actually, this section right
Okay.
here, the second paragraph to the bottom.
mhm.
You don't need to read it out loud, just look up once you're done.
And are you going to clarify that, Ms. Little? Statement?
Oh, how, can I approach, Your Honor?
D-
There it is. There's that sigh. God forbid that you have to do your job, Auntie Bev. Wow.
Ms. Albert, this is just a police report containing an interview that was conducted, correct?
Yep.
With Sergeant Lank on January 29th, is that right?
Yes, the morning of.
Thank you. Have you had a chance to?
Yes,
is your
yeah.
recollection- Excuse me, is your recollection refreshed?
What is she smiling
Isn't it true
like
that you
that
told
for?
Sergeant Lank that your daughter left at 12:15 on January 29th?
Do not recall saying that. I've maintained in every interview testimony I've had that she was the last to leave. So I don't know, it was very confusing that morning. Officer Lank was trying to ask everybody,
Oh, right.
where had you,
Memory gets better over time, right? No, it's after you got your story straight that you had to change your story.
been? Where had you been? When did you get here? When did you leave? I don't know if somehow it was misconstrued, but I've always maintained that
Sorry.
Caitlin was the last to leave.
Understood. And that's because Sergeant Lank was talking to everyone at the same time, correct?
Yeah, I mean, we're sitting around the table. It was a little, everyone was, we're all in shock and it was a little confusing.
Sure. It was more of a conversation than an interview. Is that right?
I guess you could say that.
May I approach?
Yes. Yeah, that's the problem.
Ms. Albert, do you deny saying that to Sergeant Lank?
I don't believe I said that.
It's not
I
the
think
answer.
maybe
It's not-
someone was saying, oh, Jen and Matt got there at 12:15. He misunderstood. It got misconstrued later in his notes. But I've always said, in any other time I was questioned, that my daughter was the last one to leave. So I don't,
So you weren't trying to protect your daughter.
no.
You were forthcoming about always providing the troopers with information about the individuals who were present that night.
Yes,
Ms. Albert, you and your family discussed this case at length before your interviews with law enforcement, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow it. Did you?
of course we discussed the case, but just everything that was going on, we were trying to figure out what happened.
And you testified that you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022. Is that correct?
Yes,
That would be 6 days after this occurred. Is that right?
yep,
And that's the very first time that you were ever interviewed by Massachusetts State Police.
yes,
Correct?
yep,
Aside from that sort of conversation you described with Sergeant Lang.
yeah, yep.
When you spoke to Trooper Proctor on February 3rd, 2022, you left a lot of names out of individuals who were present at your house on the morning of January 29th, 2022. Isn't that correct?
I'm not sure who was left out.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son, Brian Albert Jr., was home that night?
Was home the night of his birthday, or what do you mean?
Yes, the night of his birthday.
Well, yeah, he was home with his friends.
Did you tell that to Trooper Proctor?
I assume I did.
So if it wasn't in his report, that would have been
You
his
assume you
mistake.
did.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor your daughter, Caitlin Albert, returned home with you after the waterfall?
I believe so.
Did you tell Trooper Proctor that your son had 2 female friends at your house when you arrived?
I believe so.
And notably, did you tell Trooper Proctor that Colin Albert was present at your house?
You know, I probably didn't, because anytime I was questioned about who was there, to me it was who was there afterwards, hanging out from like the 12:15 point on. I didn't consider Colin as being there because I literally crossed paths with him. He left, and I didn't consider him being a part of the group that was there.
Were you asked who was at the house that night?
But
I
yeah,
assume
I was just gonna say, if the question is who was in your house that night and you deliberately avoid mentioning Colin, there is a reason for it. He was in your house. They didn't ask you who stayed and hung out for at least an hour.
me ask that, but I also didn't mention the people that my son had previous, because I didn't consider them as part
Hey,
of
Katie,
the
I just
people that.
DoorDashed some groceries from Myers, ironically enough, and my stinking DoorDash driver left them outside my apartment complex instead of bringing them in. So irritating. I hate when they do that. It's like you pay them the delivery fee and tip so that they bring it up the stairs for me, especially with my hip issues, my pain issues. It's why I do it that way. It's hard to carry all the groceries up to my door, and then I leave it outside anyways, down the stairs. So irritating. Oh, you just got a terrier? Aw. Oh, you just got a terrier left. Okay, got you. She's 15. Aw. I want an animal so bad. Sorry, I'm behind on comments. Broke my heart. Aw. Aw. I want a coffee. Although I just got a Coke, so that's my caffeine and sugar for the afternoon. I hate when the DoorDash drivers leave the food right in front of the door and they can't open it. Yeah, without spilling the food. I don't understand what's so hard about it. Like, seriously. And even when you leave explicit instructions on where to leave it, or how to get into the apartment building or whatever, it's like they completely ignore it. And then I worked in the food industry as a bartender and a waitress and a hostess all through high school, college, and everything, and I bartended again after my divorce. So I worked in the service industry, so I cannot feel good about myself not tipping someone, even if they do a bad job. So when DoorDash, it's like I tip them, but I always save an extra little bit to tip them more when they deliver it to my door like they're supposed to. Like this guy missed out. And of course, I checked, his rating was 4.7. And of course, those are the ones that never read the directions, which is why they have a 4.7 rating. Most of the people who deliver to me have like a 4.999 rating. Wow, your dog was 21 and a half years old? Wow. I'm sorry, you guys, missing your pets. I know how it's hard. Aw. My husband is a weirdo. He will meet them at the door like you would with a pizza delivery. Me, absolutely never happening. Please leave it on the porch and I'll grab it when you're out of sight. Yep, that's me. Not to mention, it's like I do this for a reason. It is very hard for me to go up and down. Well, going downstairs, I'm okay with. It's going upstairs, not to mention going upstairs with stuff carrying things. I have to hold on to the handle or to the railing. So that means I can carry maybe 2 bags at a time. I mean, thankfully today it was only a small order. So it was only 3 bags of groceries, and one of them was just pop. So I have to take 2 trips just to carry up 2 bags or 3 bags of groceries. It's hard on me. It's just beyond irritating. Last week I had a DoorDasher on one of those electric bikes. Oh, really? Wow, I haven't seen one of those in Michigan. That's crazy. Yeah, Datsun Siggy. Oh, that's a cute name. Aw. I don't know what Basenjis are. Did I say that right? Basenjis? What kind of dogs are those? You guys have such cute pet names. You have another Riley. Aw. Yes, it was so odd. The app even told me he was on a bike, but he was zooming all around. I was so lost at first. Yeah. Wow. That's so crazy. I didn't even know they had those here. I wonder if he bought it or rents it somehow. But in Michigan in this cold weather, I wouldn't want to be on one of those. Hell no. I have a red table next to my front door. They still put it in front of the door. See? It's because they don't read the stinking directions. Like, how hard is it to read the directions? Most people put a direction. Like, I have a table next to my door. Please put it there. Please put it on the brown chair. Please put it on the blue table. Please, whatever. And mine specifically says, please come in the main door, go up the stairs and to the left. Like, it's not hard. Basenjis don't bark. They yodel and talk. Aw. I'll have to look those up. Small African breed. Gotcha. Terrier is called Bailey because it looks like she has Bailey spilled on her face. Aw. How cute. Oh, yeah. Share pictures. I love dogs and cat pictures. So fun. Cute. Honestly, I appreciated the dedication to making a living one way or another. I felt bad and gave him an additional tip. It was so cold that day. Yeah. I mean, hey, you got to do what you got to do for money, right? I mean, it's so hard nowadays. Everybody, it's like you have to have 2 jobs nowadays just to stay afloat. It's awful. So yeah, that's why it's like being in the service industry, I feel bad. Like I remember how many times I got stiffed, and trust me, I always did a good job. I didn't mess anybody up. I didn't do a bad job. I wasn't like that. I wanted to make as much money as I could. So my tables always got, or my customers at the bar always got the best service I could give them. But you still had people that just feel like tipping is no big deal. Like, no, I don't make only $2 an hour that pays my taxes. That's it. So your tip, the 0, that's what you think I deserve an hour for serving you. Aw. Malin, your picture just popped up in the corner because I have my notifications that pop up for Discord. That's so, what a cutie. Baker will not do anything for money. Some of it is illegal. That is true. But hey, people got to do what people got to do, I guess. Ugh. Thank you so much for coming, Baker. I appreciate you all for being here as always. I'm just complaining about my DoorDash driver, Baker. You will always have the ones that you can't make happy no matter what. And always the not great tippers, although tipping culture is getting a bit out of hand on some. Oh, yeah. I totally agree, Katie. Like, I went to Subway. Like, this was probably a year or so ago. I went to Subway, okay? And I went to pay, and a tip screen pops up. And I'm like, they didn't wait on me. Yes, they made my food, but I don't tip McDonald's cooks either. What are you talking? Like, what? Plus, they get an hourly wage. So I agree. Tipping everybody and everything, isn't it? Tipping is for people that, well, 1, survive on tips. That's their pay. And 2, for someone who's doing you a service and deserves some extra. Yes, please. Waitresses work hard. Tip well, please. Bartenders too. Bartenders make a little bit more per hour, but not a lot. I mean, I made $2.65 as a waitress, and I made $5 as a bartender. So trust me when I tell you it's not a big difference. $5 is $5, and he said he liked me. Oh. Thank you for the last Baker. Baker, P.S. I don't care what anyone says. I think you are a very handsome man. I agree, Katie. We're all in a fight for your affections, Baker. I'm telling you. See, Malin says you're handsome too. 20% minimum. That's what I do too. Most of the time it's more than 20%, but like I said, that's just because I was in the business for so long. I'm a heavy over tipper, but if I'm sitting in a Starbucks drive-thru for 20 minutes and you hand me the machine to add a tip for what? I don't get it. Yeah. See, I totally get that. I don't like, they get a nice hourly wage, like a regular employee. So I don't feel bad not tipping. Like I'm not going to tip the McDonald's drive-thru lady. I'm not going to tip the McDonald's and Burger King, cook. So why would I tip a Subway? Like, I just didn't get it. I make women crazy, so keep your distance. Just wait till you come to the States, Baker. and you have your meet and greet, man, you're going to have women hanging all over you. Oh, you're back to work, Maylin. Okay. Again, come back when your next break is. Can't wait till this to see a picture of it all done and painted and all put back together. Well, Baker, I got about a 12-hour flight for distance. I have, yeah, like Katie and I, we live pretty close. So, but I know the Dollywood, when I looked it up, is 8-hour drive. Katie, you and I should get together and drive down there. That would be so much fun. Last time it was a guy trying to pick me up in the Walmart. Did you say, sorry, I don't swing that way? Baker is in Denmark, but he's going to Tennessee to Dollywood in June. I was in experts chat last night, and he was telling me, telling the chat and me about it because I asked him when it was because I couldn't remember. I would love to go down there. You take any compliments, Baker? Yeah. I actually no. Well, see, I'd be afraid to get a comment or compliment from 5150. Not to bring her up, but see, like someone like that, please, I don't want a compliment from you. That really wouldn't be a compliment, if you know what I mean. Dodo wants to know if your Christmas stocking is still up with the bauble, Baker. That had you tripping? Like, how is it an 8-hour drive to Denmark? Yeah. Even from a Samoan dude who likes my leg tattoos. I could see that. Baker says the stocking is down. Yeah, I didn't even notice it in your background until someone pointed it out in your chat this morning. I had my stocking up on I had mine hanging on my front closet where I put my, winter coats and my vacuum cleaner and all that. And I just hung it on the doorknob because I didn't really even decorate this year. As sad as it is, because Christmas decorations, like especially lights, are my favorite thing in the whole wide world. But wasn't in the mood this year, I guess. Y'all could pick me up on your way down to Dollywood. Yeah, Malin, because you're down on the bottom of Ohio. Yeah. And Crispy Treats in Ohio, and Hippie Chick is in Indiana, I think. Like, we're talking about getting to like a Midwest people get together. So I'm looking forward to doing something like that. It would be so much fun. I can't afford to actually go to Dollywood, but I could make the drive down there and do like the meet and greet or whatever. That would be so much fun. Unless I can finally get my channel monetized by then, I'd put the money towards a trip to Dollywood to meet Baker and the expert and all that. Cheryl wants to go too. Katie asks Baker, are your arms and legs fully tattooed? I've only seen the ones that you showed on your arm. I don't even know what's that. I don't think I've seen them like up close. You showed the chat in your camera, the one on your right arm one night I was watching, but I have 4 tattoos. I'm working on the design for my 5th one. Dodo still wants to know about the bobble on your Post-it board, Baker, if you're still here. So the stocking's down. Now she's asking about the bobble still. A bobblehead? Is that what you're talking about, Dodo? I drove from Boston to Clearwater Beach about 15 years ago in Toyota Solara convertible. Ooh. Worked down there for 6 months, sold the car, and flew back to Boston. I've driven down to Houston, Texas from Metro Detroit. So twice. That was a drive. You need to get your arms finished. You got, oh, are you working on sleeves? You have 30 plus? Yeah, I would have more already, but I don't, I mean, it's sad to say, but I just don't have that. I've never really had a ton of extra money. So the 4 that I have right now have all been like major moments in my life. And my 5th one is for my mom. So, and she passed away in 2023. I've been working on it since then. And I've been, yeah. It'll be dedicated to her. Dodo says, I got my legs done a couple weeks ago. I got 7 now. Wow. We need to, if you guys are in my Discord, post pictures of your tattoos. I love seeing them. I'll post them in my Discord. Mine. All right. I guess we should get back to some, yeah. Nicole Albert. Ooh, her and her lion ass rolling eyes. So yesterday we had Chomper Julie. Today we got rolling eyes Nicole.
That I was with when I got home.
You never mentioned Colin Albert to Trooper Proctor, correct?
Correct.
And you never mentioned Colin Albert to Sergeant Lang.
Correct.
Ms. Albert, you knew that if you gave Trooper Proctor the name of your nephew, that he would have
You're
to
getting them lasered off?
Check.
Maybe you have 3 and you plan to get them all lasered off? Do you not like them anymore? See, that's why I take so long to get mine, is because I want to make sure there's something I'm never going to regret getting. And I haven't regretted a single one. My very first tattoo it's on my right shoulder. And I got it when I was 19 and I still love it to this day. I love all my tattoos. I have a rosary on my right ankle. I have my Pisces symbol on my left wrist. My most recent tattoo was actually this couple months before my mom passed away. It says "Just Breathe" on my right wrist. And then on my right shoulder, I have a heart that's made of water with my initials inside, and 2 dolphins, one on each arch of the heart. Maylin, you got a butterfly on your shoulder blade? Cool. Yeah, I'd love to see it. I love seeing tattoos. You hate them? So I hate them. They are all very small, but have 0 meaning. I got one in Canada at 18, and I have very little memory getting it. I gotcha. Yeah, see, that's why I made all of mine. All of mine have meaning, like every single one of them. Like when I got them and why I got them all have like huge meaning, and what they are. They all mean something to me.
All right, I'm going to sustain that objection.
You didn't want your kids or your nephew to have to tell the police what they saw, what they heard, and what they did that night.
Objection.
I'm going to allow that. Is that true?
That is not true.
But you never told Trooper Proctor about Colin Albert.
I didn't mention Colin because I didn't consider him as part of the group that we were hanging out with after the waterfall, because he left as soon as I walked in.
That's a lie. Why?
I didn't even think of him.
Didn't even think of him.
No.
Didn't think it might be important for the state trooper who was investigating this case to know the individuals who were leaving at the precise time that Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed arrived at the house.
Objection.
Sustained.
Ms. Albert, what's the first thing you remember waking up to on the morning of January 29th?
My sister bombing into my bedroom.
Okay. Your Honor, if we could approach.
Okay, approach sidebar or you? Okay.
Yes.
Oh, Dodo, my Discord, I can't post a link in the chat, but I'm gonna give you my email. Email me and I'll send you a link. Hold on, I'm gonna put my email in the chat. Just send me an email and I'll email you a link to my Discord.
Robert, I'd like to show you this photograph which purports to be.
Just show her the photograph.
Ms. Albert, do you recognize that photograph?
Yep.
What is it?
It's a picture of my house.
Does it appear to be generally to scale?
Yep.
Do you recognize sort of the flagpole in the yard,
Yes.
the house?
Yep.
The driveway?
Mm-hmm.
And that looks
Yes.
accurate. And that looks accurate in terms of scale, correct?
Yes.
Permission to publish?
Sure.
Ms. Albert, where is your bedroom located?
Do you want me to show it?
Yes, if you could explain.
Right up here.
So your bedroom is in that upper left-hand quadrant, correct?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
The far left window, that's your bedroom window.
Yep.
Is that right?
Yep. The two of them.
So on January 29th, you had two bedroom windows on the left side of the house that were facing the front lawn where Mr. O'Keefe's body was found, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that Ms. Reed, Jennifer McCabe, and Carrie Roberts arrived outside your property around 6:04 a.m., correct?
Yes.
Did you hear any fire trucks that morning?
I did not.
Did you hear any ambulances?
I did not.
You didn't see the flashing lights of emergency vehicles outside your bedroom window?
I did not. My blinds were shut. My curtains were closed. I did not see anything.
You testified the very first thing you remember was Jennifer McCabe waking you up in your bedroom.
Yes.
So I'm sorry, just to keep track, are we going to take this down now, Miss Little? Or we can keep the lights on? I just want to keep track of that.
Yes,
Okay.
thank you.
Okay.
What time was that?
I thought it was somewhere between 6 and 6:30.
May I have a moment?
Sure.
If I told you it was around 6:45 based on video surveillance footage, would you quarrel with that?
If that's what you say.
Okay. Does that sound about right to you?
Yep. I initially from the beginning just said 6:30. I wasn't quite sure.
Ms. Albert, what about the two calls that you received from your sister at 6:07 and 6:08 a.m., which were answered?
I never answered any phone calls from my sister that morning.
You're aware that the Celebrite records
Look
indicated
at
that
her
you
blink
answered
rate.
two calls from your sister.
Objection, Your Honor.
The,
And 6:08 a.m.
the objection sustained.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
Okay.
If you could take a look at this report. Ms. Albert, do you recognize this document?
Recognize it?
Do you know what it is?
Well, yeah, I see what it is.
Does it refresh your recollection as to the two calls you received on the morning of January 29th?
It says here 2 calls were
With-
placed.
Okay. Don't read it, but you were asked a specific question. So if you could answer the question, please.
Does that refresh your recollection to the two calls you received from your sister on the morning of January 29th?
She may have placed those phone calls to me, but I never answered them.
You received a call from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th at 6:07:42 a.m. that lasted for 9 seconds, correct?
She may have placed a phone call to me. I never answered it. I never spoke to her that morning.
You also received a second call from your sister at 6:08:17 a.m. that lasted for 7 seconds, correct?
Objection.
Go ahead and answer that.
It says that, but I never answered a phone call from my sister Jennifer that morning.
You're aware that cell phone companies
Dude,
have
look
what
at
are
the
called
bobblehead going on. I'm sorry, but look at the watch her. Watch her.
the two calls you received
Shaking
on
her
the morning of
head.
January 29th.
Yes,
It says here 2 calls were
With-
placed.
Okay, don't read it, but
But
you were asked a
adamantly
specific question.
denying
So if you
it.
could answer the question, please.
Does that refresh your recollection to the 2 calls you received from your sister on the morning of January 29th?
She may have placed those phone calls to me, but I never answered them.
You received a call from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th at 6:07:42 a.m. that lasted for 9 seconds, correct?
She may have placed a phone call to me. I never answered it. I never spoke to her that morning.
she keeps
You
shaking her
also
head.
received
Yes,
a second call from
nodding
your sister
her head.
at
Yes, but she's
6:08:17
saying
a.m.
no.
that lasted for 7 seconds, correct?
Objection.
Watch this.
Go ahead and
Right
answer
here, it
that.
gets even worse.
It says that, but I never
Bobblehead.
answered a phone call from my sister Jennifer that morning.
You're aware that cell phone companies have what are called tolling records, correct? That show if there's a voicemail or something of that nature.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I got you,
Is that
Dodo.
what
I'm
your
going to go to my
testimony
email in
here
just a
today, that
second.
You never spoke to your sister that morning.
I never spoke to my sister on the phone that morning.
Who else was in your bedroom?
Katie says, you ever been on a treadmill? 7 seconds is longer than we think, especially for a quick, oh, fuck, shit's about to hit the fan. Yeah, exactly. 7 seconds is longer than you think. When you hear 7 seconds, yeah, it sounds short. But when you sit in silence, even for 7 seconds, you realize how quickly you can say something like, hey, just let you know so-and-so's on her way, okay? I mean, it could be something so, yeah. It's crazy. And she's trying to convince herself of that lie too, with the way, in my opinion, in the way she's nodding her head in the affirmative so aggressively. She's got all that cognitive dissonance going on in her head, you know? I know that call took place, and I know I answered it, or my husband answered it, for that matter. But I can't let him know. No one answered it. Nope. No one answered that call.
That morning.
Me and my husband.
You and Brian Albert were the only 2 individuals who could have answered those calls that morning, correct?
We're the only 2 people in the room, besides the dog.
And at 6:07 a.m., someone
That's right. The
had a
dog
9-second
answered the
call to
phone.
Jennifer McCabe, correct?
Objection.
All right, sustained. And you've got more for this
Even though the
witness, I
dog was
imagine, Ms.
already
Little?
gone by then.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so we'll take the lunch and recess, folks. It's 1 o'clock.
Your Honor, the parties have stipulated that Exhibit X is a graphic representation of 34 Fairview,
Yeah, not a photo.
and not a photograph.
Okay, sure. Now you can approach the witness if you, oh, you just want to put it into evidence now?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, so that will be our next exhibit. Madam Court Reporter? Thank you.
You actually need it.
May I approach?
Yes.
Ms. Albert, you testified that Jennifer McCabe woke you up around 6:45 a.m., correct?
I believe I said between 6 and 6:30, but could have been
That
6.
was what woke you up, correct?
Yes.
She obviously had access to the house.
Yes.
The door wasn't locked.
Nope.
That's sort of a typical practice for you.
Yeah, it was just sometimes with the kids, the last one in supposed to lock it. They didn't, it just wasn't always locked.
And inside your house, you had plenty of blankets and other items that could have been comfort to a man laying in the snow, correct?
Yes.
Objection, Your Honor.
So as to that form, I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask the question a different way, Ms. Little.
Ms. Albert, you had blankets inside of your house that could have helped someone who was freezing outside.
Objection.
So I'm going to sustain the objection. You can ask a shorter form of that question.
What's wrong with the way she asked it?
Ms. Albert, you had blankets in the house, correct?
Yes.
You were also lying next to a first responder
Objection.
that morning, correct?
You can answer that.
Yes.
And neither you nor your husband came outside to help Johnny, correct?
We did not go outside because we had no idea what was going on outside. We were sound asleep until my sister came into my bedroom.
No further questions.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor. With regard to phone calls from your sister Jennifer McCabe that morning, shortly after 6 a.m., did those phone calls wake you up?
No,
Did you answer those phone calls?
no,
Did you speak to Jennifer McCabe on the phone prior to her, or at any point on that morning prior to her coming into your room?
I did not.
And you were shown something that's a Cellbrite extraction report, correct?
Yes.
And not just that specific one, but have you ever seen any Cellbrite extraction report before in your life?
No,
Fair to say you don't know how to interpret the data that's on there?
no,
Fair to say that you don't know whether or not an answered call or something that's listed as answered was something that was actually answered or went to voicemail.
correct.
Now, with regard to
I
your
appreciate
dog,
you guys watching it
Mhm.
with me.
following that incident in May of
Keeps
2020,
me from
what if anything
trying to do
did
it
you
on
and
my
your
own
husband
and
do
being
with
bored
regard
and
to
then
the
putting
person
it
that
off.
had been bitten?
Well, we had gone over to their house to apologize for what had happened and, offered to pay any bills, that they may have had for any injury to the dog or anything. And then after that, we just decided that we thought the best thing to do would be to try to rehome it because I just didn't want something like that to happen again.
And can you explain to the jury sort of what are the steps that you took?
Oh,
in
because
process
the
of
dog couldn't
rehoming?
possibly do it.
Well,
again
initially I
somewhere
had called a
else.
bunch of
You
shelters
just wouldn't have to deal with
and
it.
they were pretty much telling me that
Is that what you mean?
it would be hard to rehome her. She was dog aggressive.
The
And they
only way that
probably
that
have to put her-
dog, sorry, the only way that that dog could never do anything like this again is if it's, if it's gone, not sent to Vermont, not rehomed, it's gone.
Down. I didn't want to do that. The family, we love the dog. And so I did not want to do that. So I reached out to the woman in Texas who we got the dog from to see if she could help. And she said, she couldn't take it back, but she would try to help me
7
out.
years?
So she ended up finding a woman who
You
lived in
contact the
Vermont
person you
and
got
she
it
lived
from.
alone. She had
7
good property.
years
It seemed
later,
like a good
you
fit.
take it
She
back? Are
wanted
you
to take
kidding me?
Chloe and we
Bullshit.
made arrangements and I went and met this woman halfway and I gave her Chloe.
And what, if any, conversations or contact have you had with that woman in Vermont since rehoming your dog?
No one
For a
in their
few
right
months
mind is
after I-
going to think that somebody
So
would
not the-
take the
not the
dog back
substance of
after
it, but-
7 years.
Have you had contact with the woman in Vermont?
Yes, I did for a few months, back and forth.
Now, with reference to Chloe, when your sister Jennifer McCabe comes into your bedroom hysterical that morning of January 29th, was Chloe in the room at the time?
Yes,
You
Yeah,
asked,
nobody heard a
some
dog
questions
bark.
about the evening or the early morning when people had come from the waterfall back to your home, correct?
hmm
And at some point, you were cleaning and Mr. Higgins and your husband were out of your line of sight, is that correct?
yes.
How long a period of time are we talking?
I don't, wasn't very long, a couple minutes. Wasn't watching where everybody was and what everybody was doing.
Fair to say, relatively short period of time.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Okay.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Albert, you never received any voicemails from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th, did you?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also
And I just realized,
have never-
everyone, I did not speed this up today. I've been so intrigued by this trial or this witness. It's only been one today. That I didn't realize we didn't speed it up. So when Brian Albert starts his testimony in a minute, I'll speed it up a little bit. If it ends up being too fast, let me know.
produced pursuant to our request any documentation about the whereabouts of Chloe.
The objection sustained. I'm going to strike that question. Disregard the question. Well, questions aren't evidence, so we can leave it on the record, but the objection sustained.
You've never turned over any information about the location of Chloe since the pendency of this case, have you?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
I'm just going to sustain the objection.
I agree, James. I don't think any of them slept.
Have you ever provided information about the whereabouts of Chloe to the Commonwealth in this case?
Although,
Yes, I believe I have.
to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if Brian Albert slept. And that's because he didn't give a shit about what happened. In my opinion.
You have.
I believe so.
When did you do that?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Wait, I missed what that question was. Hold on.
Okay.
Briefly, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Albert, you never received any voicemails from Jennifer McCabe on January 29th, did you?
Not that I'm aware of.
You also have never produced, pursuant to our request, any documentation about the whereabouts of Chloe.
The objection sustained. I'm going to strike that question.
Why is
Disregard
that
the question.
sustained?
Well, question.
I don't understand. If the defense asked about the whereabouts from the dog, never got what they requested, what is wrong with that question? Right. James, I don't believe that for a second. With the window right there and all those lights and Karen screaming hysterical and bullshit, they slept through that. No one would sleep through that.
Questions aren't evidence, so we can leave it on the record, but the objection sustained.
You've never turned over any information about the location of Chloe since the pendency of this case, have you?
Objection, Your Honor, may we approach?
I'm just going to sustain the objection.
Have you ever provided information about the whereabouts of Chloe to the Commonwealth in this case?
Yes, I believe I have.
You have.
I believe.
I believe so.
I believe. See that she said it again. I believe. I believe so. That's trying to convince the jury that they did, but without committing to it, so it's not, in her mind, full-on perjury. Fairview is a quiet street. Yeah. It definitely seemed that way. Even during the day on the videos I've seen people take, there wasn't like traffic or anything. So any kind of commotion would, I'm sure, would wake them up. Not to mention all those lights flashing outside their window. Oh, I don't believe that either, Dodo. They didn't ask. They didn't ask. I did see that one when Turtle Boy had a video of him going around to the neighbors with video cameras, like Ring cameras and that, and asking if the police came to their house and asked them for the footage from January 28th and 29th. And the ones that he was able to, get an answer from, they all said no, they didn't. The cops didn't even ask for their footage.
When did you do that?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
No further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. All right, Ms. Albert, you are all set.
Thank you.
All right, Brian Albert is
I do.
next.
All right, whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
I'm gonna speed it up a bit. Just
Good
let me
afternoon,
know
sir.
if it
Good
ends up
afternoon.
being
Good
too
afternoon, Your
fast.
Honor, and good afternoon to the jury.
Good afternoon.
So could you please state your name and spell your last name?
Sure, it's Brian, last name Albert, Albert.
And where do you live, sir?
I live in Norwood, Massachusetts.
And how long have you lived in Norway?
Approximately a year.
And who, if anyone, you live in Norway with?
My wife, Nicole, and my son, Brian, and my son, Brendan.
Ask you just a little bit about your family as far as, let me start with yourself and your
He
wife,
is
Nicole.
very intimidating looking.
Approximately 29 years.
And were you together for a period of time prior to getting married?
Yes, we've known each other since we were 13, 14 years old.
And do you have any siblings, sir?
He looks
I do.
just like a miserable human being.
I have 5 brothers and 1 sister.
He just does.
And if you could, just as far as, are you the oldest?
I'm the oldest of 7 years.
And as far as your brothers and sisters are concerned, what are their names? And if you could rank them sort of by
Sure, the next sibling
You
after
too,
me is my
Katie.
sister, Kathleen. Then I have a brother, Chris, a brother, Kevin, a
Tell
brother,
Skip we
Keith,
said hi.
a brother, Brendan, and a brother, Timmy.
And you and your wife, Nicole, do you have children of your own?
Yes,
And how many children?
5.
And how old are they?
So my oldest daughter is 29. My son Brian is 25. My son Brendan turns 23 today, and I have twins. Or we have twins that are 20 years old. Caitlin's 28. I'm sorry, I said 29.
Now, prior to living at your address in Norwood, where did you live before that?
Canton, Mass.
And how long have you lived in Canton?
Approximately in the house on Fairview Road, approximately 11 years.
And in total, about how long have you been a resident in Canton before moving to Norwood?
Approximately 45 years.
And that address, that's 34 Fairview Road, is that right?
Yes.
And what, if any, relationship did that home or that residence have to your family before you and your wife and the kids moved in?
My parents had lived at that residence prior to us.
So you spent some of your childhood in that house as well?
Yes.
And do you work, sir?
I retired now. Retired.
What did you retire from?
Boston Police Department.
And how long were you a member of the Boston Police Department?
Approximately 30 years.
And within the Boston Police Department, were you assigned to any sort of specific unit or special duties?
My last assignment, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Yes. My last assignment was the Boston Police.
Oh my
PJV.
God, James. Sorry, I had to pause this. My friend's niece dates a Boston cop. Brian Albert sucker punched him at a cop Christmas party. Officer Hernandez. Oh my God. I bet you any money he was drunk. They all got alcohol issues. They all drink a lot. And obviously he's got anger issues. You can tell. You can just tell by looking at him. Oh my God. Did they get in like a fight? Like a verbal altercation, like tip beforehand, or did you just sucker punch him for no reason? Because I could see him doing both.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to January 28th, 2022. Do you recall that date?
Yes.
And do you recall what day of the week that was?
The 28th, I believe, was a Friday.
And when you first sort of got up on the 28th, where were you with that?
On the 28th, I was in New York City.
And why had you gone to New York?
So I went to New York for a funeral of a New York City police officer who was killed in the line of duty.
And about what time or what day did you go down to New York for that?
We went down the day before, so I believe that was Thursday.
Do you recall how it was that you got down there?
Yes, I flew to New York.
And when you say we, who, if anyone, went with you on that trip to New York for the funeral?
I flew with a friend and a coworker named Eddie Hernandez.
So another Boston police officer?
Yes.
And
Whoa, he just said Hernandez. Is that the same guy? No, because that was a New York cop, right? Just He was on the witness list, but wasn't called. Oh, wow. I bet he was happy that he didn't get called. Didn't have to deal with this shit. Wow. I think Broken Baker is gone, Dodo. I don't know if he's streaming later or not, but what is he? He's 8 hours ahead, right? 8 hours ahead, so he might be getting ready for bed. From me. Let's see. So that would put him, if he's 6 hours, that would be 9 o'clock. If he's 8 hours, it would be 11 or 9:30. 8 hours would be 11:30. I always forget how far. I think it's 8 hours. 6? Oh, okay. I knew it was one or the other. Hernandez was with them on the ride back to Boston. Okay, got ya. Got it. Was wondering if he'd seen that Ian Brady case in UK. Oh, well, let's look it up, Dodo. Yeah, I knew what you meant. The New York one. Yeah. Yeah, he's an hour ahead of me. Oh, okay. He's only an hour ahead of you. Gotcha. Okay, so what is this Ian? Let's look up Ian Brady real quick. I'm assuming it's interesting if you're asking about it. Let's see. And you said the UK. Oh, it has to do with children. Oh, sorry. I'm not going to bring that up. I can't tolerate the cases of the unaliving of children. Sorry. Makes me too sad. I'll just sit here and cry. But it does say that, is it the Moors unaliving series of child unalivings committed by Ian Brady and Mira Hindley around Manchester, England? But this was a long time ago. Is that the one, Dodo? Brady and Hindley, Hunting for the Lost Children, a true story. Huh. Yeah. A serial unaliver of children deserves to be he deserves a special place in hell. No, that's a different case? Huh. I don't see any current Ian Brady. Hold on. No, when I look up Ian, I don't see anything besides that case for an Ian Brady. Is there any chance the name is different, or am I spelling it wrong? Ian, Ian Brdy. Yeah, huh. I'll have to find it then for next time.
Down in New York at that funeral, were there other members of law enforcement that you knew were familiar with and working?
Yes, there were thousands of police officers that went to the funeral.
And included within those people, you mentioned you have a brother Kevin, is that correct?
Yes,
Is he a police officer as well?
he is.
And where is he?
He's a detective in Canton, Massachusetts.
And was he down at this funeral as well?
He was.
And do you know a gentleman by the name of Brian Higgins?
Yes.
And was Brian Higgins at this funeral service as well?
Yes, he was.
And how is it that you know Brian Higgins?
So I know Brian Higgins initially from work, professional relationship. I've known him known of him for 10 or 15 years. And then the past few years, more recently, we worked together on a closer basis, and I became better friends with him.
And fair to say that when you became better friends with him, you also sort of socialized with him outside of work?
Yes.
Now, as far as your return trip from New York, what, if anything, happened with it?
On the return trip from New York, we drove back.
Why did you drive versus fly back when you flew?
So that weekend there was anticipated snow.
Cheryl,
snowstorm,
you
and
tend
I
to
believe the
forget we're
flight that
not
we
in
were taking
Boston.
with JetBlue may have even been canceled. And Brian Higgins was leaving in a vehicle
Yeah, we
that
meet
morning.
people from
So we
all
ended
over
up
the
driving,
world in
or
this
after the funeral,
chat.
we ended up driving with him.
Awesome.
And so it's yourself, Mr. Higgins, and then who, if anyone else, went with you on the drive back to Massachusetts?
Eddie
Aw.
Hernandez and my brother Kevin.
James,
And when you arrived
Dirt
back in
bag.
Massachusetts, where was it sort of specifically?
Ryan Albert. Ugh,
I initially went to Charlestown to pick up my vehicle.
it doesn't
Where
surprise
was your
me.
vehicle parked in
Okay,
It was at
Dodo.
a police station, Charlestown station. It's a satellite station.
Yeah,
located in
Cheryl,
Charlestown.
James is in
That was in
Massachusetts.
reference to proximity to the airport, is that correct?
Yes,
So that would have been Logan that you flew out of and intended to fly back into?
Logan Airport. Yes,
And after you were dropped off with your vehicle, what kind of vehicle was that?
that was a Ford Edge,
Was that a personal vehicle or work vehicle?
work vehicle.
And so you get dropped back off at your work vehicle. Where did you go?
So from Charlestown, I drove back towards the Canton area, and I met Brian Higgins at a restaurant bar called the Hillside.
Is that in Canton as well?
I believe so. It's on the Canton Milton line. I believe it sits in Canton.
And what was the purpose of you and Mr. Higgins going?
After the drive home, he asked if I wanted to get some food and stop off, and I said yes.
And if you know about what time was it that you got to Hillside with Mr. Higgins?
I want to say around 9:30, perhaps. Not entirely sure.
When you arrived there, what did you do?
So we went into the establishment and had a drink and hung out for a while.
And did you order any food there?
I did not. I believe Brian did, though.
And while you were at the Hillside with Mr. Higgins, what, if any, communication did you receive from your wife, Nicole?
So around that time, I talked to my wife, I think more than once, and she had let me know that her and a few
You're
people
good,
were at
Dodo.
another location in
Me and
Canton.
Huntley.
And she had asked if I
Yeah, I'm
wanted
gonna look it
to
up.
come by and see them.
What was that other location?
That other location was the waterfall.
Is that an establishment you were familiar with?
Yes,
You've been there before several times?
I had been there before, yes.
And so you drove then from the Hillside to the waterfall?
Yes,
About how long a drive is that?
maybe 7 minutes, between less than 10 minutes.
And so as you're going on that drive, the snow that was anticipated coming in, had that anything related to that started yet?
No, at that time, I don't recall any snow.
And in relation to the waterfall, where did you park?
In the parking lot for the waterfall, which is adjacent to the door to go inside. So it's to the left if you're looking at the building from Washington Street.
And when you come into, now, when you left the Hillside, Mr. Higgins stayed there?
Yes, he stayed.
And when you came into the waterfall, who, if anyone, was there?
So when I walked in and I saw my wife, my oldest daughter, Caitlin, I saw my brother, Chris, his wife, Julie, my brother-in-law, Matt, and my sister-in-law, Jen.
And your brother-in-law, Matt, and your sister-in-law, Jen, their last name is McCabe, is that right?
Yes.
And if you could just explain to the jury sort of how you were related as far as where it is now.
So my brother Chris's wife is Julie, and then Nicole's sister is Jen, and then Jen's husband is Matt McCabe.
And is it fair to say that you've probably known Jennifer McCabe about as long as you've known your wife, Nicole?
Yes, since she was a little kid, maybe 6, 7 years old.
And you see these people, and where are they sort of situated in the one?
So there was a high top table kind of in the front area as you walk in, kind of in the middle of the room. And everybody was just kind of around the high top table.
Okay, Brian Albert, shut up for a minute. Dodo, I looked it up. Is it the man? He was convicted for crimes in August of 2002 to 10-year-old girls. That's what I see. I'm a 64-year-old Boston guy. I know a lot of Boston cops, guys I've known since childhood. Most of them are at retirement age. They don't want to talk about this shit. I rarely see those guys. I don't blame them for wanting to not want to talk about it either. You know, they probably saw stuff or were, told don't talk about so-and-so or whatever, or, what'll happen to you. Oof. Yes, he got 5% chance of living. They got to him in prison. Yeah, I saw there was an article that popped up. I just didn't click on it. It said that he's from 5 days ago that says Ian Huntley seriously injured in prison. Well, good. He got what he deserves. Oh, yep. Jinx, Dodo. He got the day he deserves. Yep.
And what, if anything, was there as far as live entertainment at the waterfall that night?
There was a band playing there.
And with reference to the people that you've just spoken, as far as your wife and your daughter specifically, were they at the high top table closer to the band or further away from them?
So they were on the side of the table that's, I guess, closer to the door as you come in. And then there were other people on the opposite side of the table that was closer to the bar area.
And after you came into the waterfall, went up to the group of your family, did you order anything? What did you do?
Yeah, I kind of just said hi to everybody. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure I ordered a drink. And then just kind of hung out with family and friends.
And following your arrival, who, if anyone else, showed up and eventually sort of joined your group?
There was another couple at the table. I don't know if they
were
were there initially when I walked in, but there was another couple at the table
Oh, all the cops
whom I believe were there
drink a lot. Huh?
before I got there, but I just don't know what their names were.
Do you know how they were related to your group?
I don't. I think they're friends with Jen and Matt, but I'm not 100% sure.
And where were they situated in reference to where your wife and your daughter were?
So they were, I believe, to the right of this pretty large high top table.
So towards the other end of the table?
Yes.
And if you recall, what were you drinking that night?
I don't recall. I usually drink beer, Mick Ultra, but I can't remember that night what I was drinking.
Now, following your arrival there and you meet up with your family, were there other friends or family that eventually showed up at this establishment and joined your group?
Yes.
And who were they, sir?
So after I was there, maybe about a half hour, Brian Higgins arrived at the location.
And if you recall, what, if any, sort of communication did you have with Mr. Higgins, or how did Mr. Higgins know to come to the waterfall specifically?
Because while we were at the hillside, I had mentioned that I was going to be leaving to go to the waterfall to see my family who was already there. And I invited him to come by if he wanted to.
And at any point
Hey,
in time
Yummy.
throughout the course of the day, yourself and Mr. Higgins, you had
How
each
are
other's
ya?
information and
I'm glad
cell
you could
numbers,
make
things like
it.
Yes.
that. And at any point in time throughout the course of the day or the evening, did you have occasion to text or phone call or anything with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Now, after Mr. Higgins arrives, who, if anyone else, came into the waterfall and joined you?
Probably after about a half hour later from Brian Higgins arriving, John O'Keefe came into the waterfall with the defendant.
And that would have been probably about 11 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes.
And John O'Keefe, if you could tell the jury, well, first, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe, but not well. I had only met him 2 times prior to that night, but I knew him to be a Boston cop, and I knew of him, and I knew some things about him.
And as far
You
as
knew some
the
things
Boston Police
about
Department,
him?
it's a fairly large department. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Hold on. I want to see his face when he says this again. This intrigues me, that answer.
Mr. Higgins.
Yes.
Now, following your arrival there and you meet up with your family, were there other friends or family that eventually showed up at this establishment and joined your group?
Yes.
And who were they, sir?
So after I was there, maybe about a half hour, Brian Higgins arrived at the location.
And if you recall, what, if any, sort of communication did you have with Mr. Higgins, or how did Mr. Higgins know to come to the waterfall specifically?
Because while we were at the hillside, I had mentioned that I was going to be leaving to go to the waterfall to see my family who was already there. And I invited him to come by if he wanted to.
And at any point in time, sort of throughout the course of the day, yourself and Mr. Higgins, you had each other's sort of information and cell numbers, things like that.
Yes.
And at any point in time throughout the course of the day or the evening, did you have occasion to text or phone call or anything with Mr. Higgins?
Yes.
Now, after Mr. Higgins arrived, who, if anyone else, came into the waterfall and joined you?
Probably after about a half hour later from Brian Higgins arriving, John O'Keefe came into the waterfall with the defendant.
And that would have been probably about 11 o'clock, is that correct?
Yes.
And John O'Keefe, if you could tell the jury, well, first, did you know John O'Keefe?
So I knew John O'Keefe, but not well. I had only met him 2 times prior to that night, but I knew him to be a Boston cop, and I knew of him, and I knew some things about him.
And
I
as
knew some things about him, like I don't know if I'm overthinking that answer, but wow, that sounds like, yeah, I knew some things.
as the Boston Police Department, it's a fairly large department. Would you agree with that?
Yes.
And about how many members or how many people are on?
I'm doing good, Yummy. Thank you.
Depending on the year, I mean, sometimes it's upwards of 2,000.
Hanging out with my chat.
Your work over the decades that you worked with Boston
And all
Police,
the
do you
McAlbert
ever
liars.
work with or have any professional sort of interaction with John O'Keefe?
No, I don't remember working with him directly within the Boston Police Department.
Were you aware of sort of what his role was or what he did within the Boston Police?
Yes, I knew where he worked.
And where do you work?
I believe he worked at the SORI unit, which is the sex offender registry unit.
And you mentioned just briefly before that you had heard of Mr. O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
What is it that you had heard of?
Well, I knew him to be a friend of my sister-in-law, Jen, and her husband, Matt. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Chris, and my sister-in-law, Julie. I knew him to be a friend of my brother, Kevin's. I've heard his name mentioned multiple times, and I knew that he had a horrible couple of tragedies in his family, and I knew that he stepped up and decided to take care of his niece and his nephew when they tragically lost their parents.
And how would you sort of describe your relationship with John O'Keefe at this time, January 28, 2022?
Although I didn't know him well, I considered him to be a friend, and our relationship was very, very good, cordial. And, I considered him to be somebody that I could hang out with and have a good time with.
Now, you mentioned that Mr. O'Keefe walked in around 11 o'clock to the waterfall with the
That
defendant.
makes me sick, James. He's making $4,500 a month from his pension for being a disgusting prick liar. I can barely make my rent. And he makes that kind of money now for sitting on his ass and being a shithead. Ugh, disgusts me. That makes me sick.
For clarity purposes, you're referring to Karen Reed, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you see Ms. Reed in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Could you just identify as to where she's seated or an article of clothing she's wearing?
Sure. She's a female at the table in front of me with a black top on, long sleeve.
All right, just ask the record reflect identification.
Yes.
Now, with regard to Ms. Reed, had you met Ms. Reed prior to that date of January 28th?
I believe I had met her one time a week prior.
And do you recall any specifics about that meeting or how it is that you came to meet her about a week prior?
I do.
And if you could explain to the jury what those circumstances were.
Sure. I met her at the hillside. I believe she was there with John a week prior.
And as far as your interaction with her on that particular evening, anything significant stand out to you?
No.
Now, when they came in, and by day, I'm sorry, I mean, Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed came into the waterfall, where did they go in relation to where you were sort of situated at the high top?
So I don't remember them actually walking in the front door. I remember them being in my general area at some point. And they went towards the other side of the table where my sister-in-law, Jen, and my brother-in-law, Matt, were standing.
And at some point, did either or both of them make their way down towards your side of the table, your side of the table, excuse me, and what, if any, interaction did you have?
Yes, I remember having an interaction, or more than one interaction, with John. Came over to say hello, and we had some conversation, not for too long, but yes.
Do you remember anything specific about that conversation or anything stand out to you?
No, I think we were talking mostly about work. I think he let me know that the sergeant, I guess, that worked in his unit was leaving, or left, or transferred, and he was jokingly saying that I should try to get a job over it where he works.
And as far as the defendant, Ms. Reed, what, if any, conversation or interaction did you have?
I don't remember having any interaction with her whatsoever.
Now, as far as when Mr. O'Keefe came over, what, if anything, did you observe as far as what he was wearing, clothing, anything like that?
I don't really remember what he was wearing for clothing. I believe he had a baseball hat on. Other than that, I can't remember his clothing.
And specifically, do you recall anything as far as like a winter jacket or a big coat or anything like that?
I can't say. I wasn't really paying attention to what he was wearing. I don't know.
And as far as just his general features, as far as what you could observe, what, if any, sort of injuries or anything did you observe on his person at that time?
I observed no injuries at that time.
And over the course of the evening, you had a couple of interactions with Mr. O'Keefe, is that correct?
Yeah, I believe we talked a few times, kind of hung out, stood next to each other for a while, like you normally would do at a bar restaurant.
And is the band playing while this is going on, is that correct?
Yes, the band was there. I believe they took a break here and there, but they were there for the night.
Now, Mr. Albert, how would you describe sort of the general mood or demeanor of the group while you were at the waterfall that night?
In one word, it would be fun. Everybody was in a great mood. People were getting along. It was friends and family, and it just seemed like a great night.
And do you recall about what time things started to wind down or things started to sort of end for the evening?
I believe the band stopped playing probably, close to 12, and things started winding down, a little before 12.
And if you know, from the group that you just
I always
described,
forget that
at the high top table that
Massachusetts
you were
has
part
a
of,
different is there different laws? I'm assuming if the bar was closing at midnight, your bars don't serve alcohol past midnight? Because in Michigan, our bars can serve alcohol until 1:45 a.m. They have to close by 2 a.m. We do have some weird Sunday laws, though. Like, we didn't used to be able to sell liquor until noon on Sundays and not past 10 o'clock on Sundays. At Rush, I don't know. It's been a long time since I bartended, but I know some of the Sunday laws have changed. And they always change them for St. Patrick's Day to like 6 in the morning. The earliest you can buy liquor or any alcohol. He could be Jay Brooks' doppelganger. Yes, he could. In Ohio, you need a special liquor license to sell after midnight. Gotcha. Yeah, bars in Michigan, bars can stay open until 2 a.m. Now, as far as like purchasing liquor and alcohol at a store, I think that is midnight. Not one Boston cop showed up for those trials, not one, because they know she didn't do it. If they thought she did it, that courthouse would have been swarming with Boston cops in uniform every day. See, I have said this, James. No one else. Okay, I'm so glad you brought this up because I have brought this up to several people and in chats and things, and no one seems to comment on my comment about it. And I thought maybe I'm overlooking something or maybe I'm seeing too far into something. But even here, when we've lost cops, and especially Detroit cops and that, when you look at the trial or a sentencing of someone that's, accused or found guilty of unaliving a cop, that courtroom is packed full of uniformed officers, always to show respect for that officer that lost their life in the line of duty. Their brother, sister. That's how they see them. That's how they see their fellow officers. They are a family. So when I watched the second trial, because like I said, I haven't watched the first trial. I didn't know if maybe they showed up for the first trial until I started seeing clips. After starting to watch the second trial is when I started seeing clips from the first trial. And I was like, where are all the officers in the courtroom? Nobody. There was none. Yep.
What was sort of the order in which people left the establishment, starting with the first?
So I believe the first to leave was myself, my wife Nicole, my daughter Caitlin, and Brian Higgins left at that time as well.
And had anybody left from your group prior to when? I'm sorry. So the bar starts to wind down around 12, correct?
Yes.
Prior to the bar winding down, had anybody from your group left before that?
I didn't remember or notice that. I'm not sure.
And so the first to sort of leave from your group when the bar is winding down is yourself, Mr. Higgins, your wife, and your daughter.
Yes.
And when you exit the establishment, where do you go?
Into the parking lot to my vehicle.
Let me take it back just for a moment, back into the waterfall. During the course of the evening, what, if any, conversation was had by you or amongst the group that you observed as far as where to go next, or what were you doing following the waterfall?
Okay, so there was some conversation relative to people going to my brother's sub shop, which.
Do you know that for a fact, James? Like, did your cop buddies tell you that they said to stay away from it, or like recommended them to like distance themselves from this case? Do you know? Just curious.
Is across the street, and he was maybe going to make some pizzas for people if they were hungry. So that was discussed.
And did that end up happening?
No, some people didn't want to go over there, and for whatever reason, it just didn't happen.
And beyond that, was there anything else that was discussed as far as where to go after the waterfall?
Yes.
And what was it?
So it ended up being my son Brian's 23rd birthday. So at 12 o'clock, he would be 23. So there was some discussion about if anybody wanted to go by the house to kind of say happy birthday to him. And I know my wife Nicole mentioned it to Jen and Matt, and it was said, I believe, in the group where we were standing.
And so was that sort of an open invitation that was extended to pretty much anybody that was around the high top table?
Yeah, sure. Anybody that was there was welcome to come by if they wanted to.
And as far as you knew, as far as awareness of who was coming over to your house at 34th Fairview, who from the group were you aware of coming over?
I don't really remember the responses. I don't think I knew for sure if anybody was going to come, except Brian Higgins said he would come by.
And he had left around the same time as you?
Yes.
And had Brian Higgins been to your house before?
I believe he was at my house for a high school graduation party.
And high school graduation probably in the spring, is that correct?
It would have been the summer prior to that time. So my twins were graduating high school, and we had something at the house, and it was spring, summer of the year prior.
And around that time, so that would have been 2021, is that correct?
Yes.
So around that time, there was still sort of vestiges or whatever of the COVID pandemic, is that correct?
Yes, actually, that was just getting over, I think.
And so where was this graduation party at your house? Was that inside your house or outside your house or something?
It was actually out back. It was more of a cookout type thing.
And so as far as you can recall, prior to January 28, 2022, had Mr. Higgins been physically sort of inside your house for anything beyond using that?
Besides that graduation party, I don't believe he had ever been at my house. I'm sure he walked into the house, to use the bathroom or something that day, but I didn't really notice whether he went in there or not.
And
Yeah, you did.
Your Honor, if I, with the court's permission, there's just a couple of very short clips that I'd like to publish with this witness in reference to what's been marked as Exhibit 53, video from the waterfall.
Okay.
Mr. Albert.
Hold on.
Day, but I didn't really notice, whether getting over, I think.
And so where was this graduation party at your house? Was that inside your house or outside your house or something?
It was actually out back. It was more of a cookout type thing.
And so as far as you can recall, prior to January 28, 2022, had Mr. Higgins been physically sort of inside your house for anything beyond using that?
Besides that graduation party, I don't believe he had ever been at my house. I'm sure he walked into the house, to use the bathroom or something that day, but I didn't really notice, whether he went in there or not.
And Your Honor, if I, with the court's permission, there's just a couple of very short clips that I'd like to publish with this witness in reference to what's been marked as Exhibit 53, video from the waterfall.
Okay.
Mr. Albert, direct your attention up to the screen to your left, to your right here. Do you recognize what's up on the screen?
Yes.
What do you recognize that?
The waterfall.
And this is, at least according to the timestamp, about 11:57 p.m. on the 28th. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what's up there is that, to the best of your recollection, a fair and accurate portrayal of what the inside of the waterfall looked like, absent sort of the quality of the video.
Yes.
And sir, I believe there should be a laser pointer on the desk before you. If you just press that button and point at the screen. What I'm going to ask you to do is, if you could draw the jury's attention to who, if anyone, within this sort of still frame of the video that you recognize, if any.
With the time band across the top there, I can't really. I can see some people around the table that we were standing, which would be, this table area here. Tough for me to say from here who everybody is. I believe that's Brian Higgins there, but I'm not 100%.
Ms. Gilman, if you could play this, and what I'm going to ask you to ultimately play is up to the 19 minute and 58 seconds. Ms. Gilman, if you could pause it there. Now, Mr. Albert, from what you observed up there, as far as the door that you came in and came out of on that evening, do you see generally where that door is?
Yes.
And if you could direct the jury's attention to where on the video screen it is.
Doors this way.
And from just prior to in this video, we're now stopped at the 11:57 and 50-second mark. You see a group sort of making their way towards that front door. Is that correct?
Yes.
And from this vantage point, are you able to recognize any of the people in that group that made their way towards the door?
Yes. I believe I saw my wife, my daughter here maybe, and then I think I'm over here. But again, it's a little grainy and I can't really see great from here. And I saw Brian Higgins, but I don't know if he's in here somewhere.
Thank you, Ms. Gilman. If you could just press play again for about 30 some odd seconds. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. You could take that down, and then Ms. Gilman, if I could ask for one other video from channel 1, the second one down. Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Now, generally speaking, what was just played up on the screen, Mr. Albert, do you recognize what that is?
Yeah, it looks like the exit of the waterfall, and we're kind of walking out.
The same group that was just walking to the front door, now walking out the front door and into the parking lot.
Yes, and I believe there was somebody else there. I don't know if it was somebody from the band or looks like a different person out front there.
Now, Mr. Albert, when you get to the parking lot, you get in the vehicle and you drive to your house. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And specifically, you're the one driving, is that correct?
Yes.
And who was in your car with you on the drive back?
My wife Nicole and my daughter Caitlin.
And about how far a drive is it from the waterfall to your house?
I would say five minutes.
And the weather, as far as when you walk out, get in the car, and then start driving, what, if anything, had changed about the weather from the time you came into the waterfall to the time you came out?
Yeah, so it had started snowing a little bit more heavily. You can kind of see that on that second video. So the ground was beginning to be, coated, it looked like.
So coating on the ground, but as you were driving, could you still sort of see the blacktop of the roadway?
I believe so, yes.
Now, you get to your house, and what, if anything, happens sort of as you're coming into your driveway?
It looks like that. It had looked like Brian had gotten there first, Brian Higgins, and he was backing out, so I could pull my car in.
And as far as the vehicle that Mr. Higgins was driving on that evening from the waterfall, was that the same vehicle that he had driven with you back from New York?
No.
And what kind of vehicle was the one that he was driving back from New York, and what kind of vehicle was the one he was driving that night?
So the one back from New York, he was driving a full-size pickup truck. I'm not sure what make or model, but it had a cab on the back, and I believe it's gray. And then that night later in the night at the waterfall, he had a Jeep Wrangler vehicle that I believe is white, but I'm not 100%.
So he had arrived at your house before you, is that correct?
Yes.
And you said it looked like he had done something to the driveway?
He may have skimmed. Yeah, he had a plow on his truck, and I think he may have skimmed the driveway and then pulled out, and then we pulled in.
And as far as vehicles at your house, how many around this time of January 22, between yourself, your wife, kids, how many vehicles do you have?
I believe 3.
And what type of vehicles, and who was sort of the primary driver with regard to those?
So I had we had a Ford Explorer, a Cadillac SUV. It's a smaller SUV that my wife Nicole drives, and the Ford Edge that I already spoke of. And I believe we had one more vehicle that one of my kids drove at that time. And I'm just trying to remember. It might have been an Escape, maybe a Ford Escape. Someone could have had that at college. Someone could have had that at school. So I don't remember if it was there that night or not.
So all the vehicles were essentially like SUV type vehicles.
Yes, we didn't own any sedans or any cars.
Now, as far as when you pull into the driveway, the house at 34 Fairview has a 2-car garage.
Yes.
And is the garage something that you or other members of your family would utilize as far as parking vehicles?
No. So unfortunately, we didn't use the garage a lot because we kind of used it for storage, and we had a lot of stuff out there. So we very seldom used it.
And if you recall, as you're pulling into the driveway, did you pull into the left side, the right side, or?
I believe I pulled in on the left side of the driveway.
And you mentioned that Mr. Higgins had sort of scooped with the plow like in the driveway and then parked on the street. Do you recall where in relation to your house or your driveway he parked?
So no, I don't remember where Brian Higgins parked. I remember him pulling out so I could pull in, and then I didn't really see where he parked.
And you then go into your house, is that correct?
Yes.
And are all of you, and by all of you, I mean yourself, your wife, your daughter, and Mr. Higgins all sort of coming in around the same time?
Basically, yes.
When you come into your house, do you recall how many doors in the front of the house are there?
So we have 2 front doors.
And one would be sort of by some steps, is that correct?
There's actually steps on both doors, but one of them is, I guess, considered the front door with a large set of steps.
And they would be sort of brick steps, is that right?
Yes.
And that leads into a foyer area of the house?
Yes.
And the other door, where does that lead?
So the other door opens up right into the, we call it the family room, but right into the family room den area.
And do you recall specifically which door you utilized on that evening to go into the house?
I believe I went in the door on the right, which goes into the den. Not really sure what other doors people used.
And when you came into the house, who, if anyone, was present beyond the people that you would come in with?
So my son Brian was home. He had 2 friends, I believe, Julie and Sarah.
And these were people that you had known as friends of your son from prior vacation?
I didn't know Sarah. I had met Julie once or twice.
And as you were walking in, who, if anyone else, beyond your son and his 2 friends was there?
And my nephew Colin.
That'd be Colin Albert, is that correct?
Yes, Chris and Julie's son Colin.
About how old was Colin around then?
I believe he was just about 18, 17, 18. He was in high school.
So you're still in high school at the time?
Yes.
And when you walk in, where was Colin in relation to your son and the 2 girls that he was with?
He was just kind of standing in the kitchen with Brian and the two girls. Brian and the two girls were at the kitchen table, and Colin was just kind of standing there.
And from the time that you arrived home, how long was Colin at your house?
No more than 5 minutes.
And where did he go?
He left. He just said he was getting picked up.
He said he was getting picked up, and a few minutes later, he left your house.
Yes, I went and used the bathroom. I came out and he was gone.
Now, at some point subsequent to that, who, if anyone else, arrived or showed up at your house?
After Colin left the house?
Yes.
Nobody else arrived at the house.
Your sister-in-law, Jennifer McCabe, Matthew McCabe, at some point, did they come by?
Yes, I thought you were referring to after they showed up.
So when my question is, do you know whether or not when Jennifer McCabe and Matthew McCabe arrived at your house, was Colin still there?
I don't know if he was still there or not. I believe he left before they came, but I'm not 100%.
So you come home and you go to use the restroom, is that correct?
Yes.
And when you go to use the restroom, Colin's there, correct?
Yes.
And the McCabe's are not?
They are not.
When you come back from the restroom, Colin's not there?
Yes, Colin was gone.
And the McCabe's are there?
No, I don't believe they had arrived yet.
Okay. So they arrived sometime after Colin had left.
Yes.
And over the course of that evening of the 28th into the early morning of the 29th, did anybody else come into your house, or did anybody else come into your house at any point?
No.
Now, in addition to yourself, your wife, and your son, did you have any pets at that time?
Yeah. Yes, we did.
And what kind of pets did you have?
We had a dog.
And what kind of dog was that?
So it was a German Shepherd mix.
And what was the name of the dog?
Chloe.
And how long had you and your family had the dog?
We had Chloe for approximately, at that time, maybe 6 or 7 years.
Do you recall how you got the dog or where you got the dog from?
The dog was from a shelter in Dallas, Texas, actually.
So essentially a rescue dog, is that correct?
Yes, a rescue dog.
And when you got home after you went to the bathroom, what, if anything, did you do with reference to the dog?
At some point, I went upstairs to grab the dog and let her out back to use the bathroom.
And so when you would take the dog out, or when anybody would take the dog out to use the bathroom, how would that be accomplished? So what I'm asking is, would the dog be on a leash, or would it be let out in the yard? Or...
No, so the backyard's fenced in, so I would open up the back door and she can go out, use the bathroom, and come back inside.
So the entirety of your backyard, that's a fenced-in backyard, is that correct?
Yes.
And beyond that fence, as far as the abutting, what sort of abuts the back of your property?
So behind the back fence, there's a railroad track. I believe it's a commuter rail that's behind the fence.
And is there any sort of opening or way to open the back of that fence to get in sort of any wooded area between your house and the tracks?
Yes, there's a gate back there.
And the gate, as far as when you let the dog out in the back that night, did you stay with the dog while the dog was outside?
I stayed at the doorway, and the dog went to the bathroom and then ran right back in.
So about how long was the dog outside?
She was out back for maybe 2 or 3 minutes.
Went outside, went to the bathroom, came back in?
Yes.
And when the dog came back inside the house, where did the dog go?
So the dog kind of walked around in the kitchen for a few minutes, and then I took her upstairs.
When you took her upstairs, where upstairs did you take her?
So the dog liked to sleep in our room, mine and my wife's room. So a lot of times she would go up there on her own. Sometimes I would walk her up, and I walked her up to our bedroom.
And at any point in time for the remainder of that evening or the early morning, did the dog go outside at all?
No.
And you mentioned that there are train tracks that run sort of close to your property. Is that correct?
Yes.
And is that just the commuter rail, or does the Acela go by, or anything else?
I believe there is, in addition to the commuter rail, there's other trains that use that track, yes.
And how often, sort of on a daily basis, do trains go by your house on Fairview Road?
So it depends, I guess, schedule-wise, if it's the middle of the week or if it's the weekend. But, on any given day, they can go by 5 or 6 times, morning, more towards the rush hour times, morning, at night, and then sometimes at night and sometimes during the day. So really all day and night.
And when the trains go by, about how loud is that as far as from your house?
So it's loud, although having lived there for a period of time, I feel like at least I'm kind of immune to the sound. I don't really hear it as much anymore.
So something essentially based on how long you live there, you really don't even hear it anymore?
Not really, no.
Now, you let the dog out, you bring the dog back upstairs, and then where did you go?
So after I brought the dog up, I just came back down and hung out with everybody else.
And where within your house was everybody else sort of situated?
So everybody was in the kitchen, and then we have a connecting dining room, but it's opened. It's only, a difference of 5 feet. And then we have the family room den that's adjacent to the kitchen, but they're all close proximity.
So the kitchen and the dining room are sort of the same room, is that correct?
Yes.
And as far as what if anything is between the kitchen and dining room and the living room that you were talking about?
So there's a wall, but there's a doorway. So there's really no barrier to go from the kitchen dining room into the family room.
So if somebody's standing in the family room and somebody's standing in the kitchen dining area, they can sort of see each other?
Yes.
Now, in the kitchen area where everybody was, or in the kitchen dining room area, do you recall sort of where people were and what they were doing around that time?
Yeah, I think people were just sitting around, having drinks. Someone had a speaker and they were listening to music and just talking and hanging out.
And as far as the sort of group and sort of the overall mood or demeanor of the group back at the house, how would you describe that?
Pleasant, fun. Everybody was having a good time. We were wishing Brian a happy birthday and everything was going great.
And at any point in time, while this was all going on, did you, other than your situation with the dog, was there any point in time where you were not with the group in the kitchen dining area?
No, I was there basically for the whole night, except I think at one point I may have shown Brian Higgins some photos that were in my son's room that were upstairs.
And what kind of photos were you talking about?
So my son Jack, who's one of the twins, was in the Marines or is in the Marines, and we had put some plaques and some stuff in his room upstairs. And Brian Higgins was prior military, as am I, and I thought he would want to see the photos, so I had him look at them.
And that period of time that you were outside of sort of the kitchen dining room area looking at the photos with Mr. Higgins, about how long a period of time was it talking?
Very, very quickly, 2 minutes, maybe 3 minutes.
Now, at some point over the course of that morning, things started to sort of wind down at your home. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And about what time was that things started to wind down, people started to leave?
I think Brian left at around 1:30. I believe he was the first to leave. And then others left after that.
When you say others left after that, after Mr. Higgins left your house, where did you go?
So after Brian left, I had gone upstairs and hung out and watched TV up in my bedroom.
You had a long day that day, is that fair to say?
Yes, I had the funeral in New York that morning. We had the long drive back, and we had been out, and now we're hanging out at my house, and it had been a long day, yes.
And so at any point in time, after you went upstairs, after Mr. Higgins left, did you come back downstairs at all?
Yes, I think I popped back down at one point just to see kind of how long people were going to be there, and then went back up.
When you popped back down, how many people were still there?
I think Jen and Matt was still there, and the Brian's two friends were still there, and my daughter Caitlin.
Now, as far as beyond Mr. Higgins when he left, was there any other occasion that you can recall where somebody from your house side and they came back?
Yes.
Who was that?
So while we were hanging out, I believe the girl Julie Nagel's brother came to the house. I never saw him, but I could hear them saying that he was out front. And I think Julie Nagel had walked outside to talk to him.
And at some point after she walked outside, she came back inside, is that correct?
Yes.
About how long a period of time, if you know, was she outside?
I didn't really pay attention to how long it was. I don't think it was that long.
And as far as the outside of your house, after you had let Chloe out and back in, what, if any, observations did you make outside of your house? Did you look out? Did you see anything outside of the house?
Just that we have windows in the back of the kitchen area. You could just see that it was snowing.
Is that sort of like a bay window in the kitchen?
Yes, it's a large bay window in the kitchen.
When you look out the bay window in the kitchen, what part of your property does that face?
So it's the backyard. You can see the backyard. The bulkhead is right under that bay window, and you pretty much have a view of the whole backyard if it's in the daytime. But it was obviously a little dark.
So can you see the front of the house at any part of the front of the house when you're looking out the bay window?
No.
So at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you look out front to see anything out in front of your house?
No.
Now, at any point in time over the course of the evening, did you hear anything from front of the house, the back of the house, anywhere around the house that drew your attention outside?
No.
Now, at any point in time during the evening, did you know or did you become aware of either John O'Keefe or the defendant Karen Reed coming over to your house?
No.
And at no point in time over the course of that evening or the early morning there, did John O'Keefe or Karen Reed physically come into your house?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed never entered my house.
And so you go up to bed, and the group is still sort of downstairs, is that correct?
Yes.
And at some point, Your wife, Nicole, you share a bedroom with. Did she come upstairs?
Yes.
Do you know about what time that was?
It was probably 2-ish. Not exactly sure, but around 2 or 2 o'clock.
And the doors to your house, as far as the front doors and the back doors, what is sort of the situation with regard to locking the doors before everybody goes to bed?
Can you rephrase that?
With when you lived at 34 Fairview Road, there were a number of doors to the house, including the 2 doors in the front, correct?
Yes.
And how was that? Let me ask you this. Would it be unusual for the front doors of your house to remain unlocked overnight?
No.
Is that something that happened on occasion where people were supposed to lock the doors but didn't lock the doors?
Yes, from time to time, the doors, people would just forget to lock them, or we just didn't lock them.
And so your wife comes up to your bedroom about 2 a.m. or so. As far as you knew, was everybody else had left the house at that point?
Yes.
And you're up for a period of time with your wife, is that correct?
Yes.
And over the course of that time, so sort of following 2 o'clock in the morning, do you recall any sort of phone call or phone conversation with Mr. Higgins or anybody else?
No.
And at some point you fall asleep, do you recall about when that was?
I don't. But it was obviously after 2 because that's when she came upstairs, watched TV, and kind of hung out together for a while, and then went to sleep.
And the dog, Chloe, was she up in the room where you had brought her up before?
Yes.
She was there overnight, is that correct?
Yes.
Now, turning your attention to later on that morning or beginning of that morning, the daytime morning of January 29th. Obviously, at some point you wake up, correct?
Yes.
And what is it that wakes you up on that morning?
I was awoken that morning to my sister-in-law, Jen, had burst into my room.
And do you know about what time that was?
It was early in the morning, between 6 and 6:30, I would say.
And fair to say that's not a normal occurrence.
No.
And when she burst into your room, can you describe her demeanor or sort of how she appeared when she first came in?
She was very upset, almost hysterical.
And what, if anything, did she say when she came in?
She said something to the effect, John is dead.
Section.
Next question, please, Sustained.
Did you know who she was referring to when she initially comes into your room?
I initially did not.
And at some point during the course of that conversation, does Ms. McCabe make reference to going downstairs?
Yes.
And prior to that, not the content of the conversation, but as far as the length of the conversation, about how long was that length of the conversation that occurred in your bedroom between yourself, Ms. McCabe, and your wife?
Probably a minute.
And the demeanor that you described as far as Ms. McCabe was concerned is almost hysterical. Was that continuous throughout that initial conversation?
Yes. She was very upset.
And who, if anyone, did she indicate was downstairs, or why did you go downstairs?
She said that the police.
This I'm going to allow with that foundation.
Go ahead.
She said that the police were downstairs.
And so you went downstairs to talk to them?
Yes.
And when you go downstairs, what do you see when you get to sort of the bottom of the stairs?
I saw a Canton police officer downstairs.
So inside your house at that point?
Yes.
And the door to your house, was it still open or shut or something?
I don't remember.
And the Canton police officer that's inside your home, did you recognize him?
Yes.
And who did you recognize him?
Last name, Lank. So Officer Lank.
Was he someone that you were familiar with?
I knew who he was, yes.
Did you socialize or friend or anything like that?
I didn't socialize with him. I knew him to be a Canton police officer. I had met him, multiple times, and I knew him to know my brother Chris.
And so knew him essentially, what I'm asking, knew him in a professional capacity, personal capacity, or a little bit of both?
I would say more of a professional capacity, and I knew of him, but did not hang out with him socially.
And initially, when you first see Officer Lang, is he by himself, or who, if any, other officers are with him?
I believe initially he was by himself.
Did another officer join yourself and Officer Lang at some point?
Yes, I believe another officer came into the house.
You know who that officer is?
I don't.
And as far as them coming into your house, they were welcome in your house? You didn't say get out or close the door or anything like that?
No, of course they were welcome in my house.
And where did you go with the officer, sort of in your house? Where did you spoke with the officer, I'm presuming?
Yes, we spoke in the kitchen area.
And when you're speaking with the officer in the kitchen area, who is there?
So my wife Nicole, her sister Jen, And I believe Jen's husband, Matt, arrived almost the same time that I came downstairs, maybe a minute after.
And how long a period of time was this conversation that occurred in the kitchen of your house?
I don't remember the exact time. I wouldn't want to guess. I don't remember. He was 10, 15, 20 minutes maybe initially.
And when you say initially, was there a subsequent conversation that occurred after that?
Yes. Officer Lank returned to the house sometime after that.
And when he returned sometime after that, was he alone or was there another officer?
I believe that time he was with a Lieutenant Gallagher, perhaps.
And were you familiar with Lieutenant Gallagher prior to that one?
I knew who Lieutenant Gallagher was on a professional level. I had not hung out with him on a social level.
And again, they were welcomed into your home and you spoke with them, is that correct?
Yes, the second time they were there, they were invited back to the house via a phone call.
And that second conversation within your house, where did that?
Same area, family room, kitchen area.
And if you know about how long a period of conversation was that second come back to the house?
That may have been longer, maybe a half hour.
Going back to sort of that initial conversation, as far as, so it's yourself, it's Mr. and Mrs. McCabe, your wife, and then the police, is that correct?
Myself, my wife Nicole, my sister-in-law Jen, her husband Matt had arrived, and the police, yes.
And in between that first speaking with the police and the second time that the police came back to your house, who, if anyone, did you call or notify in regard to the situation that was going on in front of you?
I called Brian Higgins.
Why did you call Brian?
Because I think it was important for him to know what was going on and that what had happened.
And as far as you knew with reference to Mr. O'Keefe and Ms. Reed, what, if any, relationship, friendship, anything were you aware of between Mr. Higgins and either Mr. O'Keefe or Mr.
I was not aware too much about a relationship with Brian and either person. Brian had mentioned maybe even that night that he was friendly and knew John. I knew of no relationship between Brian and the defendant.
And following your conversation with Mr. Higgins, who, if anyone else, came over your house?
So Brian Higgins eventually came over to my house. And my sister-in-law Julie also arrived at my house.
And do you know why your sister-in-law Julie came by your house that morning?
Yes.
And why was that?
So she has a routine that when it's someone's birthday, she likes to come by and bring like coffee and donuts. So it was Brian's birthday that night. So my sister-in-law Julie was coming by to drop off some donuts and coffee, I think.
And where was Julie when you first saw her that morning?
She was out front in the driveway.
And what, if anything, did you ask Julie to do when you saw her out in the driveway?
I asked her to come inside.
And when she came inside, is that when you informed her of what had happened?
Yes. I don't know if it was necessarily me that informed her, but people that were there were explaining to her what happened. It was a very, very chaotic, unbelievably chaotic morning.
And as far as when that was described to your sister-in-law Julie, how would you describe sort of her demeanor or her reaction to the news regarding Mr. O'Keefe?
Shock. That's how I would describe it. Everybody's reaction that morning was utter shock. And she was upset and looked very, very in shock.
And so the second time that the Canton police officers come back to your home, who was there at that point?
I know I was there for sure. My wife, Nicole, Jen, her husband, Matt. Brian Higgins may have been there at that time. And I'm not sure about Julie. Julie at one point left the house and I think she came back later in the morning, so I'm not sure if she was there.
And at some point when your sister-in-law Julie came back to your house, who, if anyone, came to your house with?
Her husband, my brother Chris, who's her husband.
Was this before or after the second time that the police had been in the house?
I believe they came back after the second time, but I'm not 100% sure. The first time that Julie came with a coffee, the police were not there.
Now, when you first sort of get up and come downstairs and the police they're basically in your doorway, is that correct?
Yes.
Could you see outside as far as what was going on outside at that time?
Not from downstairs, but I had looked out the window after Jen had come up into my room and explained what had happened and before I went downstairs.
When you looked out your window from your bedroom, what did you see?
I could see at least one police vehicle. I could see that there was something going on out front. And that was about it. And I just went straight downstairs.
At that time that you looked out the window, did you see either an ambulance or a fire truck out there?
I don't remember if I saw a ambulance. There were emergency vehicles out there, but I can't remember exactly which types.
And at any point in time, at that time or subsequent throughout the course of the day, did you go out to that area of your yard where you saw the cruisers and the sort of lights?
No.
And why?
I didn't see that there was a reason to go out to that area. The police had already been in my house. They had already talked to us about what was going on. It was a snowstorm at that point. They were trying to conduct an investigation, and I didn't want to interfere with it or have anything to do with it.
Now, as far as what you're learning, sort of when Jennifer McCabe first comes sort of verging in into your bedroom at 6 to 6:30 in the morning, at any point around there were you made aware of where John O'Keefe was at that point?
Yes.
And what were you made aware of?
I was made aware that he was taken to the hospital.
So by the time that you're awoken by Mrs. McCabe, John O'Keefe is, to your knowledge, not outside.
To my knowledge, I believed he was on the way to the hospital.
Now, later on in the course of that day, at some point, did you have occasion to speak with some troopers from the state police?
Yes.
And if you recall, who is it that you spoke with?
So I spoke with Trooper, last name Proctor, and then another trooper, and I don't know the last name, first name, Yuri.
Would it be Sergeant Buchanan?
It could be.
And had you met either of those troopers prior to that day?
I had never met Trooper Proctor. I had met Trooper, I forget, what is the last name?
You met Trooper Yuri?
Yuri. I had met him once or twice before.
Was that in a professional capacity?
Yes.
And where did you speak with him on that day?
At my sister-in-law Jen's house.
And if you recall, about what time of day was it that you spoke with him?
It was late morning, early afternoon, the day of the incident. So I don't know the exact time. Before noon, I think.
And why was it that later on that day that you were over your sister-in-law Jennifer McCabe?
When my sister-in-law Jen and her husband Matt were leaving my house, my sister-in-law was distraught. I wanted to be comforting to them and be there for them if they needed anything, and I drove to their house.
And this is, and speaking of your sister-in-law Jennifer, this is someone you've known since she was how old?
7 years old. She's like a little sister to me.
And at the point that you're going over to the house, did you know that there were going to be troopers from the state police over at the house?
Yes.
And fair to say they asked to talk to you, is that correct?
Yes.
And do you know with anyone else they spoke to at your sister-in-law's house that day?
I believe they spoke with Jen, my sister-in-law Jen, and then her husband Matt, and then myself.
And so was that done sort of in a group setting, or was it separate or something else?
Separate.
And so they spoke to you in one area of the house while Jennifer and Matthew McCabe were in another area of the house, and vice versa for you?
Yes, I spoke with them at the dining room table, and Jen and Matt were not present. I believe they may have been upstairs or somewhere else in the house.
And if you know, where were you when the troopers were talking to either Jennifer McCabe or Matthew?
So I was upstairs when they were being spoken to.
May I approach her?
Yes.
I'm going to show you a series of 8 photographs that you're going to look up.
Sure.
And so what I just presented you with and previously marked as exhibits 58 through 65, and generally speaking, you recognize what's depicted in those photographs?
Yes.
And what do you recognize?
So the photos appear to be the front yard in front of my old house at 34 Fairview Road.
And from those photographs, they appear to be a fair and active trail of what your house and your yard looked like around that time. Is that correct?
Yes.
Your Honor, with court's permission, I would ask to publish those for the jury to discuss with the witness briefly.
Hey, you can put them up, Ms. Gilman.
Ms. Gilman, if you could start with exhibit 58. So what's up on the screen currently? Do you recognize, is that what's depicted in exhibit 58?
Let's see. So yes, this looks like the photo exhibit 58 that you handed me.
And this is a photograph of your house, sort of, if I'm standing on the street to the left side of the property, correct?
Yes.
And on this sort of left side of your property, let me ask you this first. As far as between the roadway of Fairview Road and your front lawn, is there anything there as far as a sidewalk or anything like that?
No, there's no sidewalk. So the grass area goes right to the curb, and then there's the street.
And the curb that's in between the grass and the roadway, is that like a straight curb, straight edge curb, granite curbing, or like rounded curbing? How would you describe that?
I would just describe it as a regular curbing. It's not granite. It's the color is black, so it seems like a tar curbing.
And in this area of the left side of your property, what if anything of note is sort of in that area of the property?
So in that area of the property, first of all, that's basically the property line from the neighbor's house. If you're staring at my house from the front, the neighbor to the left, that's the property line area. But there's a fire hydrant there. There is a flagpole with the American flag and the Marine Corps flag. And there is we call it like an electrical box, but I'm not sure what the purpose of it is.
And so for all the years that you've lived there, either as a child or as an adult, you really don't know what that electrical box does or what it is?
Yes, I don't know if it's operable. Sometimes the door is open. If it's windy, the door of the box blows open, and sometimes it's closed. And, we don't really have much to do with it.
And the general area where, when you looked out the window in your bedroom on the morning of the 29th, as far as where you saw the police vehicles or the cruisers, do you see that in this photograph?
Yes, that's the same general area.
The same general area as you were describing with the fire hydrant, flagpole, things like that.
Yes.
Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit 59. And again, sir, what's up on the screen? Is that what you have for you?
What was it, 59? Yes.
And from this photograph, sir, this is again a picture of your residence around the time of January 29th, correct?
Yes.
Fair to say this is taken after some of the snow has sort of melted from the storm before?
Yes, it appears that there's less snow in the front there.
So less snow than what you saw when you looked out the window or at some later point on the 29th?
Yes.
And from this photograph, if you could just direct the jury's attention to the driveway and the garages and sort of where is that located?
So my driveway was this area right here, and that's the garage doors.
And from within this photograph as well, you mentioned that there were sort of two doors to the front of your house, one that leads into a foyer area and the other that leads into a living room of some kind. If you could direct the jury's attention to where each of those doors would be on the house.
Sure. So the door right here we consider it the front door, and that goes into a foyer area. And then, not from this photo, you can't really see it, but there's a door in this, I guess, breezeway area, and that opens up into the family room.
And one last thing from this photograph, sir, if the window that you were looking out, see that window in this photograph as well, and can you draw the jury's attention to?
Yes, I believe it would be this one right here, in the corner.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Gilman, if I could have the next exhibit number 60. And so what's up on the screen, do you recognize that as what you have before you as exhibit 60?
Yes.
And from this photograph, as far as the roadway, the sort of width of the road from the curb to the double yellow line there, is that generally what it was on January 29th, if that's what the roadway looked like?
The morning of the 29th?
Well, the morning of the 29th, it was snowing, correct?
Right. So the roadway, I believe, would have had some snow on it.
So what I'm asking is, when you came home that evening or the early morning of the 29th, is that essentially what the roadway looked like, absent whatever the snow was covering?
Yes.
Hey, Sarah.
Next
Sorry.
photograph, Ms. Gilman. And again, now looking at what is exhibit 61.
I did.
is that
I
correct?
fell asleep.
Yes.
This is essentially a closer up
I have not
image of
been
the area of the fire
sleeping.
hydrant electrical box and the
So
flagpole we
sorry.
talked about before.
Yes.
Thanks for still being here,
Ms. Gilman,
everyone.
if I could have the
It's
next
here.
photograph. And again, what's up on the screen, this would be, and I'm sorry.
I seriously have
Is
to
this 62?
62. It appears to be, yes, 62.
go back and
So you
listen
were mentioning
to
earlier in
what
your
I
testimony
missed
that the
later.
area where you saw the police cruisers when you looked out the window in the morning of the 29th was near sort of where your property abuts the neighboring property, correct?
Yes.
And do you happen to know what number that next door neighbor's house is? Up or down from 34?
I honestly don't. I don't know what number that is.
And do you see sort of the
Stay
property
behind
line
after
in between
class.
your house and the next door neighbor's?
Yes, I believe that row of trees is the property line.
So the row of evergreen trees there is sort of where it delineates between your property and the next door neighbor.
Yes, they appear to be in line from almost the street to the white fence.
And that white fence sort of in the back right of that photograph, is that the fence that you were talking about before that encloses your backyard?
Yes.
And the next photograph is number 63. Again, this is just another photograph of sort of that area of your yard, is that correct?
1 second.
Yep, I did. I pulled
Yes.
the turtle away.
Now, with reference to this area of the yard at your house when you were living there at 34
I
Fairview
don't
Road, is that
know,
an area of the yard that
it's-
would be of particular use?
Real
Did you go in that area of the yard all
I
that
don't
much?
even know where it is.
No,
And
we
I'll
didn't
be
really
honest, Leland,
use that.
if I were to listen to it right now, it would probably put me right back to sleep. I was in let's see, because last night and really early this morning when I normally sleep if I'm not working, like especially really early in the morning, the expert was live, and then so it was in his chat, and then who else? He sent us to someone I was in for a little bit, and then before that, of course, it was oh my god, I'm trying to think, who was it? I don't know. But I was on YouTube all I thought about it after you sent that, yeah. Oh, Erica Walsh. Yes, thank you, Sarah. I was like, when I saw that she was the blood moon, I thought, oh well, I can't see it in Michigan, so I'll watch her. And so I watched her this morning, and I mean it was just I couldn't sleep, and then by the time I fell asleep, it was like I think I got like 2.5 hours of sleep, and I woke up and it was already like 11 o'clock, and I'm like, shit, I got shit to do. I'm streaming at 1 o'clock, and I'm like, so I could not sleep at all, and it just took forever to fall asleep, and it is what it is. And so when I get comfortable, and I'm like, okay, well, I'm not really talking, but I'm watching, and I get like intent on watching, and it's like I don't even realize I'm like gonna fall asleep, but I just fall asleep. Hopefully, and I'm assuming I did not snore, since you guys didn't say like, we can hear you snoring. You fell asleep during Turtle Boy this morning? That one surprised me because you were up just like me. I saw you in all the chats, and I'm like, what are you, an insomniac like me? Oh, it's okay, Malin. I'm used to it. I've been like, my sleep has been bad for years and years. You were up all night, Sarah? Oh my God. I think I would have almost been better off if I had stayed up instead of getting a couple hours sleep. You know how sometimes when you do stay up, and if you only get a tiny bit of sleep, you almost feel worse than if you had just stayed up? That's how I feel right now. I'm so sorry, Sarah, you didn't get any sleep.
Area too often.
I can't believe I missed
There's a
half of Brian Albert's testimony, though, but I will have to go back and watch it. Oops. But at least his Brian Albert's cross is about to start. There's only, let's see, only 5 minutes, less than 5 minutes left of his direct examination. So that should be interesting enough for me to totally stay awake for. Oh, you're procrastinating work? I do that quite a bit. Aww. Well, hopefully I'll get some good sleep tonight, Sarah. All right, well, let's finish these last few minutes of the Brian Albert direct.
large wood chip bed. You can't see it because of the snow, but it kind of covers that area. So we don't really go over there that often.
And now, so with reference to this area of the yard, was there any sort of overhead, like ambient lighting, street lights, anything like that in that area?
No, so that's a very dark part of the yard. There's no street light there at all.
And the next photograph, Ms. Gilman. Mr. Albert, I believe this would be number 64, is that correct?
Yes.
And with reference to this, can you describe to the jury what are we looking at in this particular photograph? Exhibit 64.
So that's the front right door, I guess you could say, to the house. And again, you can't see the door, but it's inside that breezeway area to the left.
And if you could, just using the laser point, right?
Oh, yeah. So the door would be right in here.
And from the driveway leading up to that front door area you were talking about with the foyer once you get in, what, if anything, is sort of leading you up to the steps there?
To the other door,
To the other door, the front.
there's a brick walkway.
So brick walkway leading up the brick steps into the foyer area of your house.
Yes.
And the last in this set, Mr. Albert, this would be number. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph, sir?
Yes.
And what do you recognize it to be?
So that's the picture of the ground in front of the fire hydrant, which is to the left front of my
I think
yacht.
that other door, Malin, was the one to the garage.
Now, Mr. Albert, with the days that sort of followed from January 29th, as far as your home was concerned, what, if any, sort of police presence did you observe or notice sort of in that area in the front yard of your home?
So over the course of the next couple of days, there were emergency vehicles and police personnel that day and days following in front of the house.
So later on in the afternoon of the 29th and continuing on for days after, is that correct?
Yes.
And what, if anything, did you observe as far as the weather was concerned between the date of the 29th and the days that the police presence was outside of your house?
I believe it rained a
Oh,
few
you know
times during
what,
that time.
Malin? I didn't even realize that. Since I was like still waking up and talking to you guys. I didn't even realize what the question was. Like, so yeah, he's describing what's not in the picture, but ignored what is. See, I think that whole, like, I didn't know, and I'll be honest, I didn't know for a long time that you couldn't get in the garage from inside the house. Like, most people that have attached garages have a door that's inside the garage that goes right into the house. Instead, their garage has this door on the side of it that just takes you back outside, which seems so, it's like, why even have a door? You have a garage door. It makes no sense. Yes, what if anything? What if anything do you see in this picture? Nothing, because I'm blind, right? No. Wait, no, I can see the picture. But I'm going to describe some stuff that's not in the picture. Oh my God. Poor Lally. Yeah, see, it's not just me. I started thinking about it, right when I found out that, they didn't have a garage door or like inside door in the garage that took you right into the house. And when I realized, I'm like, well, then why is there a door on the side of the garage that just takes you back outside? I mean, that's what the garage door is for. You can get in and out of the garage from the big garage door. Why do you need another door to the outside? Normally, it's so you can get in the garage through the garage door with your car, park your car, and then go right into your house. Not have to then go back outside to go in another door to get in your house. So it's so weird.
And as far as the snow that had been piled up on your front lawn, what, if anything, was occurring with the snow as the days went on following the 29th?
I believe so. Some of the snow was shoveled out, I believe, during the crime scene, and then some of the snow was just dissipating due to the fact that it was melting and it had rained a bunch of days.
Now, sir, if I could turn your attention to your house, and obviously at some point you moved from the house on Fairview and Canton to Knoll, correct?
Yes.
And when was that sort of first discussed between you and your wife as far as selling the house?
That was discussed in October, November of, it would have been 2021.
What was it that sort of precipitated that discussion as far as selling your house?
Around that time, and it was post-COVID, the housing market seemed really good. And my brother, Chris, had sold his house, was in the process, and ultimately sold his house around that time. He got a great deal on it. I had known some other people that had sold around that time. And it was a little early for us because our children weren't all necessarily gone yet, but it was close, and we thought we could get a good deal for the house. So that's when we started exploring it.
And who, if anyone, did your brother Christopher put you in touch with?
So he put me in touch with a realtor that ultimately sold his house.
And at some point you sold the house?
I did.
And when was that?
So we didn't end up selling until April of 2023.
Did the sale of your house have anything to do with what occurred there on January 29, 2020?
Absolutely not.
Is it just me, or is it weird that he couldn't even remember when they actually sold the house?
I have just one moment now.
Yes.
I have nothing further for this witness, Your Honor.
All right. Can I see counsel in sidebar for just a second, please?
Mr. Albert, this process is not the first time you've testified in a court of law, is it?
No.
In fact, you were a police officer for either just under or just over 30 years. Is that right?
Yes.
During that time, how many times would you say that you testified in a court of law in any capacity?
I would say 100, perhaps.
So you consider yourself to be an experienced witness?
In what aspect?
Right, Sarah?
As far as being a witness as a police officer?
You've experienced testifying in a courtroom.
Yes.
Okay, so you understand the oath.
Yes.
You understand the gravity of perjury.
Yes.
When was the last time you spoke to Mr. Lally?
Yes, Malin, I do. I've watched Annie Elise a long, long time. And 10 to Life. I watched her even before I watched Lawyer You Know. I watched her for a really long time. She's probably one of the first YouTubers I started watching on a regular basis.
Before Friday, when you began testifying?
Before Friday, the last time I spoke to Mr. Lally was, I believe, on a conference call around the time of my grand jury testimony.
Which would have been 2022?
Yes.
April of 2022.
Yes.
You've not spoken with Mr. Lally since that time?
I don't remember speaking with Mr. Lally since that time, no.
What about anybody else from the district attorney's office?
No.
Have you gone over the facts or what you believe to be the facts of your testimony with anybody before you testified on Friday, not including any lawyer that you may have?
No.
Did you discuss any questions?
Yeah, Annie or Malin, I just called you Annie. Yeah, I love her too. I really enjoy the way she does her shows. Like, you know, she doesn't go live as far as I know. And but she just the way that she has like a conversation about these cases in the videos she posts. I really enjoy her videos. And I think I mean, I've talked about this several times, but Malin, Lawyer You Know is ironically the one. I mean, I heard, or not heard, but like saw Karen Reed's name. I heard the tiny bit about the case, you know, when the first one was going on. But especially through Lawyer You Know, but I specifically skipped those videos because I never really got into it. So it wasn't until Turtle Boy was brought up by Lawyer You Know, and then it got into like a discussion about he might be covering his cases, and then talking about a journalist being charged in the Karen Reed case. And so that's what got me started in the Karen Reed case for the second trial. I watched the entire second trial. And then during the second trial, I heard Turtle Boy's name again and again by lawyer, and I'm like, who the heck is Turtle Boy? I had to find out who he was. And I went, that's how the rabbit hole I went down to find out who everybody was once I started watching the Karen Reed trial, went to Turtle Boy's page, and then, of course, watching him, you hear a bunch of other people's names, and that just leads you to, oh, who are they, and who are they, and who are they? So that's what I did. Oh, she goes live on Patreon? Gotcha. I don't use Patreon I've never used it. I know that people have Patreons, but I think all of them cost money, so I can't afford it. I was watching Annie that brought me to Melanie, that brought me to Larry Foreman, who brought me to Turtle Boy. Gotcha. Yeah. It's amazing how many of them are like not intertwined per se, but it's exactly it. There's like a huge community that once you watch one of them, you're bound to be watching, 10 more.
Questions that you may be asked on direct examination or questions that you may be posed on cross-examination with any member of the district attorney's office?
No.
Were you told about any exhibits or documents that you might be shown?
Just in the prep, I believe I was shown a video of the waterfall bar.
And that was back in April of 2022?
No, that was for the prep for this trial.
With whom did you prep?
I'm Mr. Lally,
I'm confused. I thought you said you had not spoken with Mr. Lally since April of 2022.
except for the prep for this trial. I had not.
Oh, so you lied.
Okay, I misunderstood your question. I apologize.
Oh my God. He just lied about when he talked to Lally. When did you last speak to Lally? Oh, not since, so-and-so. Oh, so you didn't prep for the trial? Oh, well, yeah, I did. Well, that's not what I thought you meant, right? Oh. What a dick.
Did you prep for this trial with Mr. Lally?
Yes,
When?
approximately a few weeks ago.
Okay. Mr. Albert, about 45 seconds ago, I asked you, have you spoken with Mr. Lally before your testimony in this process, this proceeding? And your answer was, no, I have not. Did you not understand my question?
I did not.
What was
How
confusing
did
about
you
it?
not
I was
understand
expecting you
that?
to ask if I had
It's
prepped
a
with Mr.
very
Lally. I didn't hear
simple
prep with Mr. Lally, so
question.
I didn't know what you were referring to.
Bullshit.
So when I said spoke with Mr. Lally, since I didn't say prep with Mr. Lally, your answer was no, I didn't speak with him. I just prepped with him.
Yes.
What's the difference between speaking and prepping?
No, there is no difference. I just misunderstood your question. That's all.
How?
Tell me about that prep with Mr. Lally.
Sure. I prepped with Mr. Lally about this trial with Mr. Lally, my attorney.
Where did that preparation take place?
The preparation took place, I believe, I'm trying to remember exactly
You
where it was. I
believe-
actually don't recall where it was.
Here it is. I believe there's the distancing. I'm non-committal. I'm not going to tell you. I don't remember because, why? All he did was ask you where. Where did you prep for trial? You don't remember the last time where you were when you spoke to Lally? Oh, that's right. You didn't speak to him. You only prepped, right? Oh my God.
At the DA's office?
Yes, but it wasn't at the DA's office. No, I believe it was somewhere else, but I can't remember if it was here at the DA's office. I'm not sure.
I also asked you a couple minutes ago,
Hey,
did
love
you
the
review the
love.
documents or any evidence? in
Thanks for
preparation
coming.
your testimony? And to that question, you also answered no.
Well, I said I reviewed the video.
Well, now you're saying you reviewed a video, but when I
Yes.
asked you, did you see any evidence or documents, anything in preparation for your testimony? You said no, right?
No, I believe I said I saw a video.
Did you misunderstand my question when I asked it the first time as well?
No.
Okay. I'm going to try to be clearer with my questions.
Okay.
Let me try.
Alan Jackson is amazing. I'm going to be clearer. Like, let's see. I asked you if you spoke with Lally. You didn't understand that question. How can I be more clear? How can I be more clear? I don't know how to be more clear. Unless I speak a little slower. Did you speak, use your mouth with words to Lally? Oh my God.
Again, what, if anything,
You can
have you
tell look at his face. He's pissed. Yeah, Dodo, the back of his neck is red. Look at him. He is angry. Holy moly. That is not a guy you want to meet in a back alley. And I'm sure right now he's thinking, all right, Alan Jackson, if I see you in an empty, dark parking lot, it's on. He is terrifying. Oh my God. That's right. Just like Grunchler to Hanky. I will speak slower for you. That's the only way I can figure out how to be more clear with that statement or question. AJ did call him dumb. When did he do that? I don't remember that. Or is it in this trial? Oh my God.
reviewed in anticipation of your testimony in this trial?
So I reviewed a video of the waterfall.
Anything else?
I reviewed my transcript from the grand jury.
So you have reviewed your prior testimony,
My transcript of the grand jury, yes.
which is prior testimony, correct?
Yes.
When did you do that?
I did that during the prep.
What part of the waterfall video did Mr. Lally show you?
It was a small snippet of the video, and just one of the 20 seconds of video during that night.
Which part? There's a lot of video there. Which part, if you can tell us?
Oh my
which
God,
part did
answer
you
the
review in this
question.
trial?
It just showed the waterfall. It showed patrons. It showed myself and the other people I was with.
What were you doing in that 20-second snippet of that video?
I believe in one portion of it, I was fooling around with Brian Higgins.
Fooling around?
Yes.
What does that mean?
It means we were just fooling around. That's it.
Fooling around like, I don't know, playing arm wrestling?
No, I don't think we were arm wrestling. I think we were just pushing each other, fooling around.
Oh, so play fight.
I don't think I would call it play fighting. No, I was just.
Remember seeing part of the video where you took a fighting stance? Where like,
Oh my God. What? I don't think I'd call it play fighting. What the fuck would you call it then? Excuse my language. I'm trying to be less swearing during the day. What the hell though? Seriously? In a roundabout way, I will make my questions clearer. Was implying he was dumb. Oh yeah. Suddenly the witnesses don't speak English. I know, right? They're I can't get my words out. When my husband saw it, he said, well, I keep talking about this. Every time I see the waterfall video, especially now that I've seen the entire thing on the Google Drive and the loophole lawyer is going over it and over it and over it. If you watch the entire thing, Brian Albert smacks Higgins' ass like 5 times. Higgins tickles Albert's neck. I mean, seriously, these two have more than just a bromance going on. I'm sorry. When they hugged each other, Brian Albert's hand is on Higgins' ass. Like, what guy do you know hugs another guy and puts their hand on their ass? Oh, Dodo, it's not day there. Okay, yeah, see, I have a pass. That's right. It's nighttime over, overseas. I was gonna say, because I know in Europe, but like I don't even know. I don't know time frames. I know Australia is like way, like it's a long time, like farther the time difference. I know Europe is like 5 to 8 hours, and then it gets even farther. Like it's insane. But thank you for the pass. I won't feel so bad now.
This?
I actually don't remember that part. No.
No.
Because I
Remember part of the video where
swear
Brian
like a
Higgins
trucker.
took a fighting stance, swung like this?
Maybe, yes.
Two of you approached one another,
I don't think I saw that whole video. No.
practicing fighting techniques?
I wouldn't call it that.
No,
No.
you can have that. I'm sorry, what was your answer to that, Mr. Albert?
No.
So what you reviewed with Mr. Lally was the portion of the
No.
video where you and Mr. Higgins were somehow fooling around.
Yeah, if they were,
And-
I'm sorry I keep pausing it, but God, I mean, this really bugs me. If they were in Ireland, thank you, Dodo. I thought so, but for some reason, I couldn't remember, and I didn't want to say wrong. But now I lost my train of thought. But with shit, I hate when I do that. My stupid brain. I hate the way my brain works sometimes.
Well, how would you describe it? If it's not fighting
Yeah,
techniques?
the plate fighting thing. I had to remember what they were talking about. If this was okay, if Brian Albert was on the stand and he was asked the same question about a video, and that wasn't Brian Alberts and Higgins, let's say that was two random dudes, and was like, what are they doing in this video? You mean to tell me he wouldn't be like, oh, they're play fighting or they're practice fighting? Bullshit.
How would you describe it?
Just joking, being silly, just fooling around.
Okay. Doing what physically?
Doing, if you rephrase,
Physically. I mean, you could joke with words.
right.
Were you just joking with words like a stand-up comedian, or were you doing something physically?
No, I think we were pushing each other, fooling around, joking.
Okay. You ever show
Pushing
him how
each
to throw a
other,
punch?
fooling around.
Did I what?
joking.
Did you show him how you would throw a punch?
I don't remember that. No.
Did you squat down, show him how you want to get low when you're either aggressive or defending an aggression?
I don't remember that exact pose. No.
Did he walk over to you and grab you and act like he was going to drive a knee into your stomach?
I'm not sure.
At some point, did you flip him around, grab him in a wrestling hold?
I may have. I just don't remember it exactly.
Do these things sound familiar when you reviewed as to your review of the video that you saw with Mr. Lally?
No, I didn't see all those on the video, Mr. Lally.
Did you discuss with Mr. Lally the questions that you might be asked by him on direct examination? Did he go through, here are the topics of conversation we're going to have?
No.
Yeah,
not like
Dodo
that.
Irish was
Did he go over
Dixon
with
before.
you
Yeah.
what he believed the topics of conversation might be on cross-examination by either myself or Mr. Unetti?
I believe so. Yes.
What did he tell you? You might be asked.
I don't remember exactly what he told me. He said we could be asked about the night at the waterfall. We could be asked about back at the house, things like that.
Anything else?
Not that I can remember.
Is there anything, given your conversation with Mr. Lally, is there anything that you want to change about the testimony that you previously gave under oath in April of 2022?
No.
The fact that you now reviewed that testimony?
No.
You stick by that testimony?
Yes.
Have you watched any of these proceedings on any platform before your testimony?
No.
Never tuned in to anything that's live streaming, any of the media coverage?
No.
You're aware that your wife testified before you.
Yes.
Did you I don't want to know what the words were. Did you discuss her testimony with her before you testified?
No.
So she came home after testifying,
I don't believe
this
that
trial.
either. Not for one
and you two
second.
never brought it up.
No. I just asked her how she was doing, and that was it.
Your husband doesn't said that.
Mr.
as
Albert, are you close
fighting.
friends with
Yeah,
Brian
I don't
Higgins?
think any man would say that.
I wouldn't describe it as close friends. No.
He's a fellow law
That's
enforcement officer.
actual
correct?
fighting,
Works for the ATF,
but it is
He does.
play
the Department
fighting.
of, or the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms and Explosives, correct?
Yes.
How long have you known Mr. Higgins?
I think I first met Mr. Higgins about 15 years ago.
How did you meet him?
Ooh, I need.
It was a
some line
professional
punch
something
out
at
of the
work.
cat kitchen.
We may have worked together. I think at the time he was a Cambridge arson squad member. And I think he came into the city of Boston to do something for work.
So you've known him for 15 years and you were with him on January 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
And he's the person that you were, quote, joking and fooling around with, right?
Yes.
You had a long road trip with Mr. Higgins on January 28th, 2022, didn't you?
What's the question?
Oh my
You had a long
God.
road trip with Mr. Higgins on
Did
January
he
28th,
seriously
2020,
just say
correct?
that? You had a long road trip with Higgins, didn't you? What was the question? Holy shit.
We drove from New York to Boston, yes.
It's a pretty good drive, you'd say.
Yes,
Consider that a road trip?
yes.
How long?
I don't know if it was probably somewhere around 4 hours, maybe.
Once you got back from New York to back up to Boston, the
Yes.
Boston area, the two of you stopped at a location, correct?
Yes,
What was the location?
the hillside.
And what did you two do at the hillside?
We went into the hillside, had a drink, talked, and I think Brian may have ordered food.
So once you got back from that relatively long road trip, that 4 hour long road trip, I apologize, you stopped at a bar and started drinking, correct?
Yes,
Do you have anything to eat at the hillside?
I did not.
But Brian did. Brian Higgins did.
I left prior to Brian Higgins eating.
During the course of that road trip,
That's not what he asked. He asked if he ate or ordered food. You left before he ate. Why did you have to say that? Just say, yeah, he did, I didn't. What difference does it make?
or at the hillside, did the two of you discuss Karen Reed, my client?
No,
Did her name ever come up?
no,
Without telling me anything that he may have actually said, did he mention Karen Reed or the topic of Karen Reed?
no, never.
Did he mention the fact
Never.
that he'd been texting and
Why?
flirting with Karen Reed 2 weeks prior?
No,
So that subject, according to you, was never addressed or broached by Mr. Higgins or you
no,
during that entire day.
no.
After you arrived at the waterfall, John O'Keefe arrived subsequent there too, right?
Yes,
How long after?
approximately 45 minutes, maybe.
And Karen Reed was with him, is that right?
Yes,
Brian Higgins was standing right next to you when she came in along with John O'Keefe, correct?
I'm not sure where people were standing when they arrived.
Well, you remember you saw video, correct?
Not of, I don't believe there's any, I saw a video of them walking into waterfall now.
Fair enough, but you saw at least a clip, according to you, you saw a clip of that video of you at the waterfall, correct?
Yes,
You were situated at a high top table, right?
yes.
Your back is sort of to the camera, is that right?
I'm not sure of the camera angles. The video that I saw, I was at the high top table, but I'm not sure of all the camera angles of the waterfall.
Brian Higgins is the guy with the sweatshirt, with maybe a Harley Davidson emblem on the back or something.
I'm not sure what he wore that night. I'm sure he had a sweatshirt on, but I don't know what the emblem was.
He was standing right next to you in the video clip that you saw.
Yes,
Okay. In other words, that was the video where he was standing right next to you.
Sure,
You
he
two
had a
turned to each other
sweatshirt
and
on,
started
but you
this
don't know the
play-fight.
emblem?
yes,
Huh.
So if it's that time or sometime around there at the high top, you were in proximity of Brian Higgins when Karen Reed and John O'Keefe came into the bar, correct?
I just don't recall the timing of when they came into the bar.
All right, Mr. Albert, did Mr. Higgins say anything to you at that time about John O'Keefe arriving with Karen Reed at his side?
No,
Did Mr. Higgins say anything to you about being upset that Karen Reed had shown up with John O'Keefe?
no.
Describe your relationship with John O'Keefe, if you would.
So I didn't know John that well. I had only met him a few times, but every time I met him, it was cordial, pleasant, and I would consider him to be a coworker, even though I never really worked with him directly. He seemed like a nice guy. I knew his whole story about the fact that he had taken his niece and nephew after a tragedy in the family.
You
And I
just
didn't-
said I considered him a coworker. Cordial. When Lally asked him, didn't he say I'd consider him a friend? I don't want to go back this time because it's on a different video completely. But I swear, when Lally asked him, he said, I only met him 2 times before, but I considered him a friend. We were cordial. And now he's saying, I considered him a coworker. Huh.
Unbelievable amount of respect for him doing that. But I can't say that we were good friends because I didn't really know him all that well.
You were far better friends with Brian Higgins than you were with John O'Keefe. That's fair to say.
Yes,
On Friday, you were asked whether or not you knew my client, Karen Reed, correct? This meeting a couple days ago during your direct examination.
I believe so, yes.
You were also asked the same series of questions at another grand jury not involving the Commonwealth. Remember that in June of 2023?
Yes,
I want to be clear about this other hearing. That was a non-Commonwealth hearing in front of the grand jury, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Lally and his colleagues were not there. Is that right?
Yes.
I was not there. Mr. Yannetti was not there.
Yes.
Or Miss Little.
Right.
Okay. At that June 2023, and I'm going to talk about a couple of dates, so I don't want to be confusing. At that June 2023 non-Commonwealth hearing, you were asked some questions about whether or not you knew Karen Reed before January 28th, 2022.
I believe.
That's not your question.
I believe so. Yes.
And you testified, before you testified, you were sworn an oath.
Yes.
Same oath that you swore in this trial, correct?
Yes.
Swore to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
And you knew that you were testifying under penalty of perjury in that hearing as well, correct?
Yes.
And you testified at that non-Commonwealth grand jury that you, quote, believe Karen was with John the night he came into Hillside. A female that looked similar to Karen from the waterfall came in with him on that night. And I assume that was her, but I can't say for sure, end quote. That was your testimony before that grand jury.
Yes.
But you were also asked a similar question in April of 2022 by Mr. Lally at his grand jury. Do you remember that?
No.
Let's start at the beginning. Before you testified in the April 2022 grand jury, more than a year earlier, and just 3 months after this incident, you were sworn an oath, correct?
Yes.
Same oath that you took in June of 2023, right?
Yes.
And the same oath you took on Friday.
Yes.
Isn't it true that you were asked the question whether or not you knew Karen Reed on January 28th, 2022, and you testified, quote, I've never met or seen her before, end quote.
No, I don't recall that.
Didn't you indicate that you just testified, I'm sorry, that you reviewed your grand jury testimony in anticipation for this trial?
Yes.
You read the whole thing,
Yes.
and you don't recall making that statement?
No.
There, Coach Young?
Yes, and I'll see counsel at sidebar when you leave that with the witness.
Just please take a look at that.
Sure.
Yeah, Coach Young?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, you had an opportunity to review that?
I have. Thank you.
Does that refresh your recollection as to what you said before the grand jury in April of 2022?
Yes, but you didn't read the whole. You didn't read the whole quote though.
Right. The whole quote is the following. Question. So the female you had never met before, is that fair to say? Answer. No, I've never met her or seen her before, period. Maybe once, but I don't think I've ever had a conversation with her. That was the entire quote, correct?
That's the entire quote. Yes, that's not what you read earlier, but yes.
Well, what I read earlier was, I've never met or seen her before. Those words came out of your mouth, correct?
That's not my whole sentence. No.
You said, I've never
But
met
you
or seen her
did
before.
say
And then you
those
said,
words.
maybe once, but I've never had a conversation with her, I don't think.
Right. That's my sentence.
Okay, so which is it, Mr. Albert? What were you saying? Were you saying you met her and had a conversation with her? Or were you saying, I've never met or seen her before? Which one of those two things was true?
I was saying that I met her maybe once.
Actually, what you said was, I've never met her or seen her before. Your words, not my words, sir. Isn't that right?
No, because in the next sentence I say I met her maybe once.
So you literally changed your testimony within your own testimony.
Objection.
Yes.
No, can you answer that, Mr. Albert?
I believe I qualified my first sentence with his second sentence.
No,
So
no,
what
no.
changed between the
No,
first
no, no.
sentence?
You qualified your first sentence with your second sentence? No, no, no. You contradicted your first sentence with your second sentence. Oh my God. He's insufferable.
Where you indicated unequivocally, I've never met or seen her before, and the second sentence when you said, maybe once.
I'm not sure what I was thinking at the time that I said that.
Isn't it true, Mr. Albert, not only had you met Miss Reed, but you had spent several hours with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe 6 days before this incident? Is that true?
No.
In fact, on January 22nd, 2022, 6 days before January 28th, you socialized with Karen Reed at the Hillside Bar for several hours, didn't you?
I was at the Hillside Bar the week prior. Yes.
It was a Saturday night, correct?
Yes.
You were at the bar.
Yes.
There were several other folks at the bar, correct?
Several people. Yes.
That included Chris Albert, your brother,
Yes.
a guy named Tim Daly,
Yes.
Daily, is that right?
I'm not sure how to spell his last name.
Julie Albert was there.
Yes.
Jen McCabe was there.
Yes.
Matt McCabe was there.
Yes.
John O'Keefe was there.
Yes, he was.
And Karen Reed was there. correct?
Yeah, she was.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'd like you to take a look at a photograph. Just look at that to yourself for a second. Tell me if you familiarize yourself with it, and then look up when you're ready.
Yes.
May I approach?
Yes.
Actually, I don't need to. Mr. Albert, you can stay there. Do you recognize the photograph that's before you?
Yes.
How do you recognize it?
Well, I recognize the people within the photograph, and the background of the photograph looks like the hillside.
Does that appear to be a photograph that was taken on January 22nd, 2022?
Yes.
You were at the hillside bar?
Yes.
May I publish this, Your Honor?
Okay. Is it already in evidence, or
It
you?
is not, Your Honor. I'm sorry.
So you put it in evidence first, and then you
I
publish it.
have that marked as next in order.
Yes.
And then,
Exhibit 67.
Thank you.
you see that photograph? It's the same photograph that you're looking at in front of you?
Yes.
Describe who the people are going from left to right, sir.
Chris Albert, myself, John O'Keefe, and Tim Daly.
And this was on January 22nd, 2022, at about 11 p.m., correct?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, who took the photo?
I don't know.
Karen Reed took the photo, didn't she?
I have no idea who took that photo.
Karen Reed took the photo. You're literally staring right at her, correct?
I don't know who took the photo.
Well, who else do you think it could have been?
Well, there were a lot of people there. You mentioned my sister, two sister-in-laws, a brother-in-law. I'm not sure.
Did you ever see this photo from Jim McCabe?
No.
Did you ever see it from Julie Albert?
No.
Chris Albert didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
Tim didn't take it. He's in it.
Right.
You obviously didn't take it.
Right.
And who's the guy on the far right?
Tim.
That was Tim. Who's the guy next to Tim?
John. Right?
So who do you think?
Do you still need the photo up? I'm sorry. I thought you were done with it.
Do you remember?
Yeah, it was John. Yeah.
The
Yes.
baseball cap on, correct?
Yes.
I don't need to know.
Okay.
So given the fact that you were never shown that photo, you've never seen that photo before today, correct?
I saw a photo that was sent to me in Discovery or to my attorney that showed only, I believe, me and John in the picture.
Okay.
I think it's the same photo, only that's blown up to show everybody.
See how he has to interject, I believe, into everything he says? I believe. Like, I'm not committing to anything I say on this stand to 100%. Nope. Mm-mm.
So given what you now know about that night, who was there, the fact that John is posing for a photo right next to you, who do you think took the photo, sir?
I have no idea who took the photo.
Could it have been Karen Reed?
Objection.
Sustained. Let's move along from
In
that,
fact,
please.
Each House defendant's testimony will probably take 2 weeks. Jen's will be a month. Oh my God. Yeah. But I said I believe. Oh, yeah. Oh, you know what? Let's take a quick fun break. I got it. Hold on. I love these songs so much. I play them when I just need a quick laugh. What the heck? Why can't I, oh well, let's see. I can do it this way. Sorry guys, hold on. There we go. Fervent, if anyone is here watching my video and hasn't subscribed and watched these videos by Fervent, they are amazing. You need to check it out. Oh no, hold on. I lost audio in my video again. Hold on, guys. Dang it. Let me know if you can hear this.
We believe that we can unlock an iPhone with our ass. We believe that medical science is a bunch of crap. We believe that Sir Isaac Newton doesn't know shit about physics. We believe that Celebrite sometimes makes up timestamps but still is the best in the business. We believe that it is acceptable to rehome your family pet of 7 years. We believe that when we are harassed, that's the only time we shed real tears. We believe that we love John O'Keefe, but our group chat showed no compassion. We believe that sometimes you slip on ice and land on your knuckles. Don't you hate when that happens? We believe in providing law enforcement with specific text strings that make us look good and then destroying the ever-loving shit out of our phones. I'm not done. And then taking that destroyed phone and dumping it on a military base. Totally normal. We believe in manipulating people when they are most vulnerable. We believe we have to tell each other what to say to Channel 4, even though it's supposedly the truth. We believe they're dumb enough to believe that John's injuries came from an SUV. We believe that if we put a billboard up, we can shift the narrative and point the finger back at the woman who was acquitted twice. We believe in disgracing the memory of a law enforcement officer and turning his tragic death into the biggest spectacle. Now, shut up, look the other way, and give us money! The House defendants.
Oh my god, so good. One more. I can get it to load. Come on. Where is it? Oh, right there.
I've been biting my tongue for so long. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not Lally.
Yeah, me too. I always have to think twice.
Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. But why don't we see? I'm a basic kind of guy. I really don't need to flaunt. Smoking 6 packs a day and I'm happy as a hog. All I do is mumble. Do I really need any lungs? The trial 1 jury was just like me. They were hung. Trial 2 came around and you wanna bench me? Not 1 guilty vote was embarrassing to see. Need to remind you that my jury was 9-3. Take your little OUI and get about the scene. Fuck you, Hank, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. You are not Lally. Fuck you, Hank. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, Hank. Well, why don't we see? Oh, I know what will get us the win. Ask Rachel about his fucking ham sandwich again. That'll prove this beyond all reasonable doubt. Oh, who am I kidding? This shit is a row. You took this case so damn personally, and I hold that opinion to a scientific certainty. You weasel face, fuck bet, Arca Major P. Even with all the help you got from Beverly, standing ovation. What a robust cross. Psych. Your nerdy ass looks so fucking lost. Just think, $500,000 was all it cost to get our asses kicked in the fucking law. Fuck you, hey, hey. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. You are not Lally. Fuck you. Think you're better than me? Fuck you, hey. Well, why don't we see? Why don't we see?
Hey, how'd that case with the middle school teacher go? I hear you're taking more L's than the Commonwealth.
Hey! Waiting for your response, Maggie. Hey, yeah.
Oops. Sorry, hold on, guys. I love that one. That was like the most perfect song ever. All right. Take a deep breath. So look at his face. Look where I paused it again. Oh my God. Such an angry man. Like, damn it. You're making me lie every single question you ask. How dare you? Grumpy cat. Ooh, let me see if I can make a picture of the day. Grumpy cat, Brian Albert.
You were interacting with Karen Reed and John O'Keefe throughout that evening, correct?
I remember having conversations with John that evening. I don't necessarily remember speaking to Karen that evening.
Irrespective of whether or not you spoke to her, you obviously saw her there.
Yes.
You were there with her for a couple of hours.
Well, I wasn't there with her for a few hours. I was there with other people.
Okay. So without splitting work, splitting hairs, she was there, correct?
Yes.
John was there.
Yes.
You were socializing with John.
Yes.
She was right next to him.
Sometimes, perhaps not. Maybe all the times I was talking to him. No.
So you were socializing not exclusively with her.
Right.
You were certainly socializing with her 6 days before John O'Keefe ended up dead on your lawn, correct?
We were there at the same time. Yes.
And yet, when you were asked 3 months later, do you know Karen Reed, or how do you know Karen Reed? The actual question was, so the female you've never met before. Is that fair to say? That was Mr. Lally's question. And your immediate response was, no, I've never met her or seen her before, correct? That's what you said.
That's not my whole response. No.
That's what you said immediately upon that question, sir.
That's the beginning of my response. Yes.
That was the first sentence out of your mouth.
Yes.
You also testified at the subsequent grand jury in June of 2023. When asked what was your impression of Miss Reed, you said, quote, I honestly didn't really have one. I didn't have any conversation with her. I just kind of saw her from across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
I don't know what that question is referring to. Is that for the waterfall or is that for Hillside?
Hillside.
Okay. Yes.
All right. So in June of 23, a little over a year later, your testimony significantly changed from no, I've never met or seen her before, to I really didn't have a conversation with her. I saw her across the table. I didn't really think of it either way. Correct?
No, I think those are very similar testimonies.
When you were asked in the other proceeding, and this is about the waterfall, question, did you talk to Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? You answered unequivocally, I did not. Is that right?
Yes.
And that's what you told the June grand jury, June of 23, correct?
It's referring to the state grand jury.
No, I'm sorry,
Okay.
that's why I'm using dates. I'm trying to be careful.
Right.
April.
I'm just not clear on what all the dates were.
I'll see if I can clarify.
Okay.
April 2022, state grand jury. June of 2023, a different grand jury.
Okay.
When you were asked at the June of 2023 grand jury, did you ever talk with Karen Reed at the waterfall that night? Your answer was, I did not. Correct?
Yeah. Yes.
With the court's permission, could I play a small clip from Exhibit 53?
Okay.
Starting at timestamp 11:53 and 15 seconds. If we could just play this, and I would direct your attention, sir, to the upper right-hand corner. Pause it. Do you recognize the individuals in this clip?
Yes.
You recognize that person?
Yes, I believe that's me.
Sorry, my email isn't loading the picture. Hold on.
I do. I believe that's the
Stay
defendant.
tuned.
Ms. Reed,
Yes.
what does it appear you are doing as it relates to Ms. Reed in this clip?
It appears that I'm talking at the table. I don't know if it's specifically to her, but
Replay. So, did you see the part of the clip starting at 11:53 and 15 seconds, going back about 30 seconds?
yes.
Who did it appear you were talking directly to, and who did it appear was answering directly to you?
I looked like I was speaking, but I can't say for sure that I was directly talking to the defendant.
Even though it looked like you were looking right at her and leaning toward her.
He has a name.
I was definitely looking that way. I don't remember the conversation.
The reality is, we can take that down. The reality is, Mr. Albert, you had many conversations with her throughout the night, like you would with anybody else you were socializing with, correct?
No.
It's not like you ignored her through that evening.
No, I think that just the positioning of me on the other side of the table, I didn't have really much contact.
There was only one person between you, and that was Mr. Higgins.
No, I don't think that was the setup for the whole night.
I didn't say the whole night.
Right.
I'm talking about right then.
Right. So,
That's an example.
right. What's your question? Rephrase your question, please.
Did you or did you not have conversations with Karen Reed that night?
I do not recall having conversations with Karen Reed that night at all. No.
And that's what you told the grand jury under oath, notwithstanding this video evidence to the contrary.
Yes, I don't think that video shows that.
I'm going to let that stand. Next question, please.
You were interviewed by Michael Proctor on January 29th, the day after this incident, correct?
Yes.
And that was 6 days after you spent several hours, Karen Reed, at this event, correct? 6 days later.
Yes.
You were asked by Michael Proctor whether or not you knew or what your relationship was with Karen Reed, correct?
I don't recall if he asked me that.
Did you say to Michael Proctor, quote, that you quote, did not know Karen Reed, end quote?
I may have. Yes.
But when you made that statement, you did not know that Ms. Reed had a photograph of you at the Hillside Bar, correct? You didn't know that photo existed, did you?
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
Oh, come on.
Sir, you were trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your interview with
There we
Michael
go.
Proctor, weren't you?
Objection.
Were you?
No, I was not.
Mr. Albert, you were trying to distance yourself from knowing Ms. Reed
All right, hold on. I'm
in your
gonna
grand jury
pause.
testimony with, well, I'll use the date in your
Brian Albert, a second. For our photo of the day, finally loads. Oh, hey, Jeannie Lynn. Thank you for coming. There's the picture up today. We got Grumpy Cat, Brian Albert, his pest. Oh my God, it does look like him. It came out so good. That is amazing. Like, Chat GPT can really get it right sometime. It was a really small, easy prompt, too. Like, it was perfect. Who pissed in his coffee? Oh my God. These are so much fun. Aw, thank you, Sarah. This is just like, I don't know. This is why, Chat GPT gets so addicting. You can make so many fun things with it. It's awesome. Oh my God, I can't stop looking at it. It's so funny. All right. I'll need to look up Iceman cereal. Yeah. Brian Albert looks just like him and acts like him too. Iceman. I'll have to look him up. Oh, yes, he does look like him, Jeannie. I don't know that one. Hold on. I got to look him up real quick. Is it this Richard Kulinski? Oops. Oh, now my phone. Now my phone's misbehaving. Come on, technology. Oh, he does look like him. That's crazy. Yeah. Wow. I should have looked it up on the computer. I can share it with you guys. Hold on. Come on, share. There we go. That picture isn't the one that came up on my phone. Hold on. There's another one. He looks there. This one right here. The one all the way on the right there, he looks very much like him. Yeah, the one on the right where he doesn't look like he has hair. It really looks just like him. So crazy. That's eerie. Oh, creepy, creepy, creepy.
In your April 2022 grand jury testimony, aren't you?
No.
You were further trying to distance yourself from Ms. Reed in your June 2023 grand jury testimony as well, correct?
No.
You thought that it was important to try to deny knowing John O'Keefe and Karen Reed during those interviews and or that testimony.
Objection.
Sustained.
Mr. Albert, you knew that if you admitted having a relationship with John O'Keefe and Karen Reed, you'd have a lot to answer for when Karen Reed's boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask the question differently.
You knew that there would be questions about your relationship with Karen Reed if it were known that you knew her before her boyfriend ended up dead on your lawn 6 days later, correct? There would be questions.
Objection.
You can ask it a different way. That's sustained.
Oh my God.
So you lied under oath when you said, I've never met or seen her before, correct?
No, because that wasn't my whole statement.
The sentence, I've never met or seen her before, is pretty unequivocal, isn't it?
That was not the context of my whole sentence.
But that's the words that came.
No,
those are
but
the
that's
came
the
out of your
words
mouth,
that
right?
you used. You
Initially, and
said,
then I
I don't
remembered
know
that I
her.
had
And
met
then
her.
we're
Speak to us
probably
this way.
Sure.
Is that sentence true or false?
probably in those seconds of saying that was like, shit, there's proof. I better say something else. Oh my God.
That you had never met or seen her before. True or false?
That portion of that sentence is
100%,
false.
man.
Let's get this on the record.
Because he's waiting for
Did John
objections.
O'Keefe
They all do
come
it.
into your
I've
house
noticed that.
at 34 Fairview.
Yesterday when we were watching Julie Albert, she kept doing it too. She would stare at Lally first and be like, aren't you gonna object? Like, it's insane. They all do it. Oh yeah, they all do it. It's crazy.
At any time on January 29th, 2022.
Absolutely not. I
Dilly
wish you had.
dally, yeah.
And you're
Dilly
as
dally
sure about
dally.
that as you are about the statement that you had never met or seen Karen Reed in your life,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained. You can ask it differently, Mr. Jackson.
I want to get back to the waterfall. I know I asked you this about the hillside. I may not have asked you about this specific question about the waterfall. Did Brian Higgins say anything to you about John O'Keefe and Karen Reed walking in together at the waterfall?
No.
Did he say anything or give you any indication that he was upset about Karen Reed showing up with John O'Keefe?
No, he did not.
It appeared from your observations that John and Karen were getting along at the waterfall.
I didn't really notice, but I didn't notice anything was wrong.
They appeared pleasant,
Yes.
happy.
I don't know if they appeared happy. I didn't really notice.
They were interacting with others.
Yes.
You didn't notice any tension,
No.
no argument,
No.
no yelling or fighting.
Nope.
They looked like a normal, happy couple.
Yes.
Did either of them appear to you to be completely drunk?
I didn't have a ton of interaction with John or Karen that night, so I can't really say, but it didn't appear them that they were drunk. No.
You had an opportunity to review the waterfall video. You did it with Mr. Lally, correct?
The only small portion of it.
Right. But even in that small portion, and based on your memory, you don't remember that anybody being stumbling drunk and falling down over stools and things of that nature.
No.
Okay. They appear to be acting appropriately
Yes.
and interacting with others appropriately.
Yes.
People were buying drinks for others. Is that right?
I'm sure. I don't recall exactly, but I'm sure that was going on. Yes.
It's not that unusual to say, hey, I'll get this round, correct?
Yes.
You left the waterfall at 11:58. Is that right?
Yes. Approximately.
Who was invited to come over to your house upon leaving the waterfall?
Whoever wanted to, really.
You'd been drinking since about what time in the evening or the afternoon?
9-ish.
That's when you went to the hillside?
Yes.
That's when you had your first drink?
Yes.
And you continued drinking throughout the evening consistently?
Yes.
Did you believe you were okay to drive?
Yes.
What kind of car did you have at the time?
Ford Edge.
Black?
Yes.
Did you drive that car home from the waterfall?
Yes.
Who rode with you?
My wife and my daughter.
What other cars were in the driveway when you got there?
I don't recall. Brian Higgins' Jeep was in the driveway backing up as we pulled in.
So kind of in your way.
Yes.
In other words, you weren't going to park him in.
I didn't want to block him in.
Right. So you waited until he moved his Jeep out of the way,
Yes.
and then you pulled in.
Yes.
Where in the driveway did you pull in?
I believe I pulled to the left side of the driveway.
You would have been closest to the garage, or was there a car between you and the garage?
I would have been closest to the left side walkway. I don't think there was a car in front of me, but I'm not 100%.
Mr. Albert, did you move that black Ford Edge at any point that night after you got home?
No.
Brian Higgins was the first person to actually physically get to the house. He got there before you, correct?
Yes.
Describe his Jeep.
He had a Jeep Wrangler. I believe it's white. I think it's white.
Any appendage on it?
A plow.
A snow plow on the front.
Yes.
That can hydraulically go up and down.
I didn't see it that closely. I'm assuming it can, but I don't know that for sure.
After Mr. Higgins moved out of your way, out of the driveway, where did he put that Jeep?
I don't know. I don't know where he parked.
So you wouldn't have gotten to the house if you left Waterfall at 11:58. You have to get out to your car, get in your car, start it up, drive home, wait for Brian Higgins to move his Jeep, park your car, then get into the house. That's a fair assessment of the mechanism of you getting home that night, correct?
Yes.
You wouldn't have gotten into the house until, what, 12:15? Maybe 15 minutes for all that?
I would put it more, maybe 10 past 12.
Okay. 12:10 or so?
That would just be a guess.
So it could have been 12:15.
Yeah, and it could have been 12:07.
Who was inside the house when you walked in?
My nephew Colin, my son
Smart ass.
Brian, and then he had two friends, female friends. I believe it's Sarah and Julie.
What were they doing inside the house?
They were sitting at the kitchen table.
And your nephew, Colin, how old was he at the time?
I believe 17 or 18.
Describe him.
In what way?
Height, weight.
So 2.5 years ago. So he was probably 5'11", maybe 6 feet, and probably 100 and, I'm guessing 175 pounds.
Big boy.
He's
Not a small kid.
right.
Bigger than me, significantly.
Yes.
Athletic guy.
Yes.
Played football.
Yes.
Good at football.
Yes.
You testified that you went to the bathroom after you arrived home, correct?
Yes. After saying hi to everybody, I went to the bathroom.
Was that upstairs or downstairs?
I'm not sure. I have a bathroom downstairs and not downstairs, but on that floor and then upstairs. So I'm not sure which one I went to.
When you came
I think
back
it was
home-
upstairs.
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
I
to.
think it may have been upstairs, but I'm not sure.
When you came back downstairs from the bathroom or came out of the bathroom, wherever it was, you no longer saw Colin,
Yes. Prior to going to the bathroom, Colin had said that he was getting picked up.
but you never saw him leave.
No,
You didn't see him leave the house, and you didn't see him get picked up by anybody.
I did not.
You didn't see a car outside waiting for him, correct?
I didn't. No.
You did give an initial statement on the morning of the 29th to Michael Lank, about 7 a.m. Is that right?
Officer Lank was in the house at that time and speaking to all of us, really.
And you've admitted that you have known Michael Lank for many years. Is that right?
Yes.
Did you see that as a problem?
In what way?
Conflict of interest?
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll let him have it. Did you see that as a conflict?
No.
You were asked who was present at the house that night, the night before, right?
Yes.
You stated the following people were at the house that night, quote, in response to Officer Lank's question, at some point during the time in question. That's how he phrased the question. Who was at the house at some point during the time in question? You understood that, right?
I don't recall his question. No.
You knew that he was asking who was in the house.
That's right. Yes.
So you mentioned Brian Albert Jr.,
Yes.
your son. You mentioned Caitlin Albert, your eldest.
Yes.
You mentioned Julie Nagel.
Yes.
You mentioned Brian Higgins.
Yes.
And then you added the detail that Caitlin Albert had left your house about 12:15 a.m., correct?
No,
You didn't say that?
I did not.
I may have just a moment.
Yes.
So you don't have to sit and read the entire thing. There's a, right at the top of this post-it, there's a word that says next. If you would read that area, the next few sentences, let me know when you're finished. Mr. Albert, did you have an opportunity to review that portion of a report?
I did.
Did that refresh your recollection about a conversation that you had along with your wife with Officer Lank?
Yes.
Isn't it true that Officer Lank asked you and your wife who else was in the house that night, aside from the names already mentioned? And the names mentioned were Brian Albert Jr., Caitlin Albert, Julie Nagel, and Brian Higgins, quote, who is a friend of Brian Albert Sr., end quote. Is that right?
That's what the report says. Yes.
And then the report goes on to say, they advised me that their daughter Caitlin left the house around 12:15 a.m. when she was picked up by her boyfriend, Tristan Morris, right?
That's what the report says. Yes.
Do you think Officer Lank got it wrong?
Perhaps. Yes.
Did you say that Caitlin left about 12:15?
No,
Did Nicole say in your presence that Caitlin left about 12:15?
she did not.
At any point, did Officer Lank
Okay,
ask
Sarah.
you what time Caitlin left?
I don't recall him asking that. It was a very chaotic morning, and I don't remember him saying that.
So in fact, if he wrote that sentence in the report that you just read, he's just making that up.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
I'll ask it a different way. If that's what Officer Lank recalls, he's just wrong, right?
Yes.
Anything else that he's wrong about in there?
I didn't read the whole report.
At no point, isn't it true that at no point during that interview did you admit or mention that Colin Albert had been at the house that night?
I don't believe I did. No.
At no point during that interview did your wife, Nicole, in your presence, admit or mention that Colin Albert was in the house that night.
No.
So did both of you conveniently forget that Colin was there?
Objection.
I'll ask it again.
Sustained.
Did you forget that Colin had been there?
No,
Is there a reason that you left his name out?
because he wasn't there. He left when we got there. He wasn't there for the duration of the time that we had that night.
Except for the fact that you just testified that you never saw him leave, correct?
Well, he said he was getting picked up, and then he was gone, so I assumed he left.
People say a lot of things, but you didn't see him leave, and you didn't see him in the regular floor of the house, according to you, correct?
Right.
Ground floor of the house.
Right. He was no longer in my house, so he left.
Well, you didn't search the house, did you?
No.
And you never saw him leave.
I didn't physically see him leave. No.
You also gave a statement to Michael Proctor later that morning. It was about noon, maybe it was in the afternoon, noon, 12:30, something like that.
Are you asking?
On the 29th, you later, after you spoke with Officer Lank, you later were interviewed by Trooper Michael Proctor over at Jim McCabe's house. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Colin's name's never mentioned then either.
No, because Colin wasn't at the house for the duration of the night.
So when they said who was in the house, talked about Brian Albert, Caitlin Albert,
Yes.
folks in the house,
Yes. And there,
Nagel,
yes. And there were other people in the house prior to us arriving. I didn't mention them either.
who's that?
There were some females, friends that were over prior to our arrival, and
But you never even saw them.
no,
So you have no idea who was there and who wasn't there before you got there.
no, I know that there were people at the house prior to me getting there.
Mr. Albert, the question that had been posed to you by several officers was, who did you see in your home when you got there, correct?
Objection.
No, I'll allow it.
I don't believe that's how it was asked. No.
But Colin's name was never mentioned. It was left out.
I testified multiple times that Colin was there when we arrived.
Oh, you did it after the fact, right?
Yes, when I was at.
You knew that the defense knew that Colin was there.
Objection.
Sustained.
In your initial reports to the police, his name was never mentioned, was it?
I did not mention it. No.
And Nicole did not mention it in your presence, did she?
In my presence, no.
Let's talk about Caitlin Albert, your eldest. You told Officer Lank that your daughter, well, according to Officer Lank, let me rephrase the question based on our colloquy back and forth. According to Officer Lank, you're aware that he wrote, he was told she was gone by 12:15, correct?
That's what he wrote in the report. Yes.
If Caitlin was gone by 12:15, she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived to the house, correct? Because they didn't arrive for 15 minutes later.
But she was at the house, so that would be a hypothetical.
So, fine, hypotheticals. Let me ask you a hypothetical. If in fact Caitlin was gone by 12:15, that would mean hypothetically she would not have been there when John and Karen arrived 15 minutes later.
Objection.
Sustained.
When you were interviewed by Officer Lank that morning, other people were in the room, not just you and Officer Lank, correct?
Yes, I wouldn't consider that morning to be an interview with Officer Lank.
More conversation.
Yes.
During that conversation, Nicole was there.
Yes.
She was in earshot.
Yes.
When she was involved in the conversation, you were within earshot.
Yes.
Brian Jr. would have been within earshot,
Brian Jr. wasn't downstairs most of that morning, so he may not have been.
but he was there for part of the morning.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that he was there at the time. My Officer Lank was asking questions.
The fact of the matter is, notwithstanding what Officer Lank wrote that you said about Caitlin leaving at 12:15, he did not leave at 12:15. Isn't that right?
She did not know.
As a matter of fact, in truth, except for the people who lived there, Caitlin was the very last person to leave that location that morning, correct?
I believe so, yes.
And she's admitted that she did not leave until nearly 2 a.m., 1:45, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
You're aware that she did not leave until 1:45 or thereafter. Is that right?
I believe that's around the time, yes.
Were you trying to cover for Caitlin so your daughter would not be wrapped up in this
I
investigation?
believe.
No.
But as a reminder, when you were spoken to by the first two officers who discussed who was in the house, you never mentioned Colin was even there, correct?
Objection.
We've gone over that. Next question, please. Sustained.
If Colin was gone, just like Caitlin was gone, that would eliminate them from ever being at the house at the same time as John O'Keefe and Karen Gould, right?
Objection.
Sustained.
On January 29th, about 11:30 or 12, we talked about the fact that you were interviewed by Michael Proctor at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
Yes.
You knew at the time that the state police were looking to interview Jennifer McCabe about her understanding of what had happened the night before.
Objection.
Sustained.
You were notified that the state police were going to interview Jen McCabe.
Objection.
I'll allow it. Were you notified that?
Oh, and there,
No.
antibiotic goes.
You knew the subject matter of an interview
They
with Jen
are
McCabe was
cool.
going to happen over the subject matter of the night before was going to happen over at Jen McCabe's house. That's why you went there, right?
Objection. No.
I'll allow it.
No.
Isn't it true that you knew you had been notified, or at least you believed that an interview with Jen McCabe as part of an official police investigation was going to occur at her house?
Yes.
You were not asked by the police to join her, correct?
No.
You had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house, correct?
What do you? I don't know what you mean by official reason.
You were not working the investigation yourself.
Yeah,
No.
you did, Judy.
Correct?
Right.
So you had no official reason to be at Jen McCabe's house during an interview with Jen McCabe.
Objection.
I mean, look at how high his shoulders and his
No.
thighs.
So,
Oof.
but before she gave her statement, you made sure that you were right there to monitor that interview and exactly what was said,
I
correct?
bet his
Objection.
wife wanted to be
Were you in her
nowhere near
house
him after
When Jen
he
McCabe was
done
interviewed by
this.
Michael Proctor?
Her house, yes.
You had gone to her house, correct?
I did.
You went there before she gave the interview.
Yes.
So you were there in her house during the entirety of her interview, correct?
That cracks me up.
I believe so,
Every
yes.
time,
And
Toto.
Jen McCabe knew you were in her house during that
Don't
interview.
get right.
correct?
I assume she knew, yes.
I mean, you're in her house after all.
Yes.
He got turkey teeth like his
I want to get
wife.
back to 34 Fairview if I could. In the early morning hours of January 29th, Brian Higgins directly followed you into the house after you walked in, correct?
Could you rephrase that?
Sure. You walked in, even
Nope,
though there was
getting
some
dry
limited
mouth.
cars, you were the first one to walk into the house. And Brian Higgins followed you.
Yes.
Nicole and Caitlin then came in shortly after that.
I think Nicole and Caitlin probably came in around the same time as me,
Did you
and
make-
and then Brian Higgins.
Sorry. Did you make another drink once you walked into the house?
Did I make a drink?
Did you make a drink? Grab a beer?
Yes.
Okay. When I say make a drink, did you get a drink?
Yes.
What drink did you get?
I don't know. Probably just would have been whatever was at the house, a beer or something.
Okay. Did Higgins have another drink?
I don't know.
What did you do? What did you and Brian Higgins do once you were inside the house?
We just kind of hung out, talked.
At any point, did you and Brian Higgins go down to the basement?
No, I don't remember going to the basement.
You don't remember going to the basement, or you didn't go to the basement?
No, I didn't go to the basement.
Did Brian Higgins go to the basement?
Not that I know of.
See, it was I don't remember going to the basement until he was forced to give us a specific answer. Either you did or you didn't, or you don't remember. And only when he's forced to choose between don't remember or don't recall, or no, they didn't, then he says, no, we didn't.
And you didn't go upstairs to the second floor, did you?
I think I did go upstairs, yes.
Isn't it true that Brian Higgins has never been upstairs in your house?
Prior to that night,
Ever, including that night specifically.
I don't think that's true, no.
You owned a dog at the time, correct?
Yes,
The German Shepherd named Chloe.
yes, mix.
Described that dog as being not great with strangers. Isn't that true?
I did describe it that way, yes.
You testified.
Oh, but
that, quote,
wait, his
it
wife,
started barking because it realized.
wait, his wife said, no, she's fine with people. She just doesn't like being around other dogs. Oh, but yet she bit 2 people. Sent 2 people to the hospital. So here, husband and wife contradict each other. Shocker.
That people were downstairs, end quote, right?
Yes.
Chloe had a penchant for barking when she heard people, correct?
No, not necessarily.
She did that night.
Yeah, I think she wanted to use the bathroom.
Well, that's not what you said in your testimony. You said it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs, right?
See?
Right.
So
He
the German Shepherd,
refers to the dog as it too. These two, that dog was not a part of their family. They didn't really give a crap about it, referring it to it all the time as it. Oh my God. So they wouldn't even have thought twice about getting rid of that dog. And I don't mean rehoming it.
probably a decent dog, guard dog. If she heard commotion and people, she would bark.
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
Obviously, if Chloe hears
Hi.
commotion and people, she's apt to bark. That's the only way.
How are you?
No,
So just that night, out of nowhere, first time ever,
Thanks for
Chloe
coming.
starts barking when people walk into the house.
no, it's not the first time ever, but she didn't bark
Yes,
often.
poor
Okay. But
Chloe.
she did bark that night, right?
Yes,
And the reason that you gave under oath for why she started barking was because there were people downstairs knowing about, right?
yes,
So in that instance, on January 29th, in the early morning hours, she was barking because she heard people.
well, I can't say why she was barking.
Well, you did say why she was barking,
I let her out to use the bathroom, so I think that's probably why.
except your testimony was it started barking because it realized there were people downstairs. Those are your words, Mr. Albert. not
Right,
mine.
okay,
Do you stand by those?
yes,
You ultimately did let Chloe out to go to the bathroom, correct?
yes,
And then you allowed her to stay downstairs and you monitored her with the others who were in the house. Isn't that right?
yes,
As a matter of fact, you testified in that state grand jury, the same April grand jury, April of 2022. So I let it go out to the bathroom. I let it back in. I kind of monitored it a little because we usually don't have people over the house and the dog's not great with strangers, period. So I was just making sure that the dog was all right with the people that were over, end quote, correct?
yes,
So in fact, you did keep Chloe downstairs at least for a period of time with people that were over, right?
yes, for a few minutes, I think.
Mr. Albert, after you learned that there were questions being raised about
Exactly.
John's
Jeannie.
injuries,
No one.
dog bites and scratches,
No one who
in
has
May
a
of
dog,
2022, you got rid of that dog, did you not?
Objection.
Sustained. You can ask it differently.
even
some point-
especially for 7 years, but most people right away,
Your family got
their
rid of the dog.
animals are part of their family.
Chloe was
It's a he
rehomed in
or
May
she or the
2024.
name of the
Want to.
pet, not an
Rehomed,
it.
rehoused, whatever, but you got rid of her. She's no longer part of the Albert family, right?
Objection.
Allow that.
Pennywise,
Right.
maybe.
When did you get rid of her?
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May
Of 2022.
of
Yeah, even
2022.
Jackson
6
calls
months
her
after the
Chloe.
incident that we were
It's
discussing.
not an
The
it.
electorate was involved. She was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
Right, but that's also after the incident we
Yes.
were discussing.
Yes, May,
That's a family pet that you had had for 6 years or 7 years.
approximately 6 or 7 years. Not
Your
sure.
explanation just now for having gotten rid of that dog is because it bit another dog and ultimately sent 2 women to the hospital, correct?
I believe 2 women went to the hospital. Yes,
But you took no action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's,
objection.
correct?
Sustained.
At some point, you did realize there were questions being raised about John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, correct?
Objection.
You allow that. Did you realize that?
I heard some talk about it. Yes,
As of January of 2022, John O'Keefe had never been in your house, had he?
John O'Keefe was never in my house before or after that date.
Certainly, John O'Keefe, you would agree with me, he would count, were he in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe. Never met her.
Hypothetically, yes.
I want to ask a couple of questions about your house. I know there's multiple bedrooms. Are all the
Okay,
bedrooms
wait a
on the top
minute.
floor?
I need to play that back.
Yes.
Hold on. I have thoughts about that if I heard it right. Hold on.
Injuries on his arm, correct?
Objection.
You'll allow that. Did you realize that?
I heard some talk about it, yes.
Hold on.
When did you get rid of her?
So Chloe was rehomed in, I believe, May
Of 2022,
of 2022.
just months after the incident we were discussing.
Well, after it was involved, she was involved in a dog fight with another dog out front.
Right, but that's also after the incident we
Yes.
were discussing.
Yes, May.
That's a family pet that you had for 6 years or 7 years.
Approximately 6 or 7 years. I'm not
Your
sure.
explanation
For
just now
7
for
years, that's
having gotten rid of that
insane.
dog is because it bit another dog and ultimately sent 2 women to the hospital, correct?
I believe 2 women went to the hospital. Yes.
But you took
Not
no
it.
action to get rid of Chloe until after you knew that serious questions were being raised about John O'Keefe's,
Objection.
correct?
Sustained.
At some point, you did realize there were questions being raised about John O'Keefe's injuries on his arm, correct?
Objection.
You'll allow that. Did you realize that?
I heard some talk about it, yes.
As of January of 2022, John O'Keefe had never been in your house, had he?
John O'Keefe was never in my house before or after that date.
Certainly, John O'Keefe, you would
Okay, so hold on. I got to make sure I'm thinking about this. Okay, so he says, John was never in my house on or before that date. Okay, now wait.
agree with me. He would count, were he in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe.
Okay, if he were in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe, right?
Never met her.
Hypothetically, yes.
Hypothetically, yes. Why is it hypothetical? You're saying, wait a minute, you are saying that John's never been in your house on or before that date. So when Alan Jackson asks you, well, then then John would be a stranger to Chloe, right? Hypothetically, yes. Why is it hypothetical if he's never been in your home? Am I taking too much into this? But wait, if he's never been in your home, then there's nothing hypothetical about it. How can you say hypothetically, yes, he would be a stranger? Hypothetically, if he'd never been in my home? Did he seriously just say that? Hold on. I want to hear the wording of these questions. If I'm getting, I mean, seriously, I can't believe he just fucking said that.
Injuries on his arm, correct?
Objection.
You'll allow that. Did you realize that?
I heard some talk about it, yes.
As of January of 2022, John O'Keefe had never been in your house, had he?
John O'Keefe was never in my house before or after that date.
John O'Keefe was never in my home on or before that date.
Certainly, John O'Keefe, you would agree with me, he would count, were he in your house, he would count as a stranger to Chloe. Never met her.
Hypothetically,
John O'Keefe would count as a stranger to Chloe in your home. Hypothetically. How the hell is that hypothetical? Unless he's actually been in your home. He forgot that part of the script. You're telling me. Like, I don't get, I'm seriously flabbergasted by that answer. Like, I don't get how the hell did he, I'm surprised Alan Jackson didn't catch it. Like, hypothetically? Hypothetically what? You just stated he was never in your home. So if he's never been in your home, he would be a stranger to Chloe. And Brian Albert's answer is, well, hypothetically. So that means hypothetically, you're saying hypothetically, if he wasn't in my home before, but that means he had to have been in your home. But like, oh my God. Maybe I'm reading too much into that, but I'm sorry. That was almost like a total giveaway. Wow.
Please, yes.
I want to ask a couple of questions about your house. I know there's multiple bedrooms. Are all the bedrooms on the top floor?
Yes.
Okay. How many bedrooms?
5.
As we're looking at your house.
Maybe it's not his home as they're often
Are your
call it
bedroom
home.
windows, your and Nicole's bedroom windows, visible from the street?
Yes.
Which windows would they be?
If you were facing the house, they would be far left corner.
Upper or lower?
Upper.
Upper left corner.
Yes.
How many windows? 3 or 2, sir, said that.
2.
Your Honor, with the court's permission, could I display exhibit
So I
66?
checked there.
Okay.
Maybe you can
You
get the
see
same
what
one as
is
Alex.
displayed on that television.
Same guy.
Yes.
What does that appear to be to you?
The house at 34 Fairview Road.
Okay. Understanding this is a graphic representation, not a photograph. Do you see the windows that you just described servicing your bedroom on that graphic?
Yes.
Are they right there?
Yes.
Okay. Upper left, 2 windows, correct?
Yes.
And those overlook what part of the lawn?
The front lawn.
Okay.
I'll be
Lawn
honest,
or the
Jeannie.
left side of the house.
I would not. Well, I can't say I wouldn't for sure, but I know I've studied like the psychology behind those and how they were developed and how not only how easily it can be manipulated. This is for this is for entertainment purposes. I don't know what I'm supposed to say. But I've seen studies. You know, someone that is in taking a polygraph exam, a lie detector test, they can fool the test questions. You know, the innocuous questions they ask you in the beginning, like, is your name so and so? Is your birth date so and so? Is this the color of this red? You know, all those to see that like you're not lying. They test your responses, your physiological responses. Do you know all you have to do is put pebbles in your shoes and put pressure on your feet, and that can cause a higher base for those test questions, so that when you stop putting pressure on those pebbles but answer questions that are give lies as your answers, your baseline stress, physiological responses aren't going to be that much different than you telling the truth with, putting all this pressure down on and pebbles. So seeing how easily those things can be manipulated, even by your thoughts, even if you're telling the truth, if you're scared, like I'd be scared to death taking one of those. My anxiety, already having an anxiety disorder, would be through the roof. I wouldn't trust those results at all. It would scare me to death. That's why I wouldn't want to take one. Not because, I'd be scared of actually lying. I'd be scared of people thinking I was lying when I wasn't. Yeah, Microdots is amazing. His videos are perfection.
Not toward the driveway, correct?
Right. I mean, it's the whole front lawn, but yeah.
Right. So they're toward the left side of the house.
The windows are, yes. I think you asked about the view.
Right.
So the view's the whole front yard.
I'm just trying to make the record, the spoken record, as clear as possible.
Right.
They're on the left side of the house.
Yes.
They directly overlook this portion of the lawn, the left side of the lawn.
Yes.
Furthest from the driveway.
Yes.
Where's your bed, or where was your bed inside that room? as relates to the windows?
I'm just trying to think of how to describe it. So the bed would
Welcome
be in the
back,
middle of the
Sarah.
bedroom.
Okay, it's a bad question on my part because we haven't been there. Let's do it this way. How many feet from the windows would the closest part of your bed be to those windows?
Maybe 5 feet, 6 feet.
You indicated that Nicole came to bed about 2 o'clock in the morning.
Yes.
Where was the dog?
The dog was in my room.
And she was sleeping on a mat in your room.
Yes.
And that mat is also about 6 feet from the windows.
Yes.
6 feet being from me to Ms. Little, maybe this far?
Could be, yes. Maybe a little further, but yes,
Maybe this far?
maybe.
It's a relatively quiet street generally, Fairview.
Yes.
Not an enormous amount of through traffic.
No.
Not a busy freeway or a highway, correct?
No.
Not an especially noisy street,
The street, no.
especially at 6 a.m. on a Saturday morning, right?
I cannot
Where were you
believe
at
he
6:03
actually thought people would
On the
believe
morning of
it.
January 29, 2022.
They slept
I
through
was
that
sleeping in my
shit.
room.
6 feet from that window.
Yes.
Was Nicole in bed with you?
Yes.
Had you taken any medication the night before?
No.
Were you on any sedatives?
No.
Sleeping pills?
No.
Were you wearing a sleep apnea machine?
No.
Were you wearing an eye mask?
No.
Were you wearing earplugs?
No.
You shortly thereafter became aware that 6 emergency vehicles, including a fire engine, police cruisers, and unmarked police vehicles, a civilian SUV, were all parked in front of your house that morning, correct?
I'm not aware of what type of vehicles were parked in it now.
You seen photographs since this incident?
Of the vehicles out front? No.
Next time I'll take someone out, I'll remember that.
Are you aware that all of those vehicles had their engines
You're
on?
welcome, Jeannie.
No.
Are you aware that all the emergency vehicles at least had their lights on, flashing
I
lights?
still don't understand why
No.
none of the cops went to the
Were you
house
aware that there were
to see if they were okay or know what
happened?
happened. Oh,
Around
I
your lawn?
totally
Was I
didn't.
aware?
Were you aware at the time?
Like, nobody went to that house. We're worried about anybody inside the house because they knew they were okay. It's the only reason. Any logical person would have been freaking out that something was wrong inside the house. 100%.
No.
Were you aware that there were emergency responders, first responders, who were talking to each other over the din of the wind and the snow?
What?
To communicate with each other?
No.
You're aware that there were 3 women on your lawn at one point?
Just only after the fact.
And at least one of those women was screaming to the top of her
Bring the
lungs?
pebbles.
6:03?
No.
Again, your German Shepherd was 6 feet from the window, correct?
I don't know that for sure.
That's where Matt was.
Well, that doesn't mean that's where she always is. She also sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Oh, so now Chloe's in the closet.
I didn't say she was in the closet. I said she sleeps in the closet area sometimes.
Was she sleeping in the closet area that morning?
I don't remember.
Likelihood is she was sleeping on that mat 5 or 6 feet from that window, correct?
Judge, I don't know.
And your explanation, and by the way, we've already talked about this. Earlier that day, you already indicated she was barking because she heard people and noises downstairs when you guys came in the house.
Yes.
And your explanation is that you and Nicole and Chloe, the German Shepherd, all slept through the entirety of that commotion on your front lawn.
Yes.
To be clear, you are a trained first responder.
Yes.
Yet during that entire event, after you were awakened, all that chaos on your front lawn, you never came out of your house to assist or investigate in any manner whatsoever, did you, Mr. Albert?
Once I was awakened?
Correct.
No.
We've talked about this a little bit, but I want to ask you a couple of other questions about the layout of the house. The house is sitting on top of a basement, correct?
Yes.
Or was at the time. Describe how you get to the basement from inside the house if you come in the front door. And when I say, I'm sorry to do this, I don't mean to interrupt you. There's 2 front doors, correct?
Poor
Yes.
Chloe was drunk.
For purposes of
Didn't
my
hear a
question,
thing.
Mr.
She
Albert,
was out
I'm going to
cold.
talk about
Yeah.
the one that's
They
right
got her
now
some alcohol.
as the front door, and the one to the right of it as you're looking at the house is the side door. Okay?
Okay.
Because I don't know how else to describe it. If you come in the front door, describe for the jurors, where is the basement door as compared to that?
So you walk straight ahead. You pass the kitchen dining room area opening on your right-hand side, and there's a door on the left.
Yep.
How many paces? The door opens. How many paces to walk over and grab that door handle?
Everything they
I'm
did
not sure, maybe
was backwards.
10,
10 full paces.
maybe, yeah.
So,
Maybe 8, maybe 8.
Mr. Albert, it's about 4 long steps, correct?
Well, I don't know. You asked paces, so 6 feet,
6 feet.
6 to 8 feet, maybe.
Got it. What was the basement used for in January 2022?
Yeah.
So the basement
So now Chloe's
had
in
a
the
weight
closet.
room in one of the rooms, and the other room was nothing at the time. It had been damaged, water damage due to an overflowed toilet.
So part of the flooring had been ripped up,
Yes,
and that opened up some slab concrete downstairs.
yes,
There was also some plywood downstairs.
yes,
There were a couple of mats where the actual weights were, so they're not slamming down onto concrete.
yes,
But there was a good amount of that floor that was just exposed concrete.
yes,
The workout equipment would include things like what? Barbells, dumbbells,
yes,
heavy weights,
yes,
heavy bars.
Yep.
Made from metal.
yep,
Lots of things he could crack his head on.
Once you're down in the basement, by the way, there's 2 flights that you go down at angles to get to the basement. A series of steps, a landing, take a left, another series of steps, and you stand on the basement.
yes. Not a long staircase, very small, but
Yeah, she
It's narrow and tight. But in other words, you don't just walk straight down a staircase. You go down to a landing, turn left,
turns a little.
go down, turn left again, and now you're in the basement.
Yes.
If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the house, could you do that?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Could you rephrase the question?
I'll say it again. If you wanted to move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes, I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
there's a bulkhead door you can use.
Got it. Where does that bulkhead door come out?
It comes out to the backyard, right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the left of that is the side fence.
Yes,
And directly through that side fence is the front yard.
yes,
The same side of the front yard as John O'Keefe's body was found.
yes,
May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at this photograph, Mr. Albert. And if you could please tell me if you recognize what's depicted in that photograph.
yes. It's the bulkhead stairway.
Is that the stairway that you earlier described to the jurors as servicing the basement going into the backyard?
Yes,
May I approach?
Yes.
Do you see what's depicted on the television screen?
yes,
Does that appear to be the same as what you're holding right there, that exhibit?
it does. Yes,
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention, if I could, to the lower left portion of this photograph. And right there. Do you see that? Tell what that is.
I can't.
Let me highlight it one more time. Right there.
Shit, sorry. I had to plug in my laptop. It was about to go dead. Or it's starting to go dead. You still think Baker is right? He hit his head on the bracket of the weight bench. Yeah, it definitely could be it. What was that look? I didn't see it because I was plugging in my damn laptop. Damn it. Hold on. Let's go back a minute.
To move something large or heavy out of that basement without having to go through the main house, could you do that?
Yes, I mean, it would depend what it was, obviously, how big it was, or
How would you do that?
there's a bulkhead door you can use.
Got it. Where does that bulkhead door come out?
It comes out to the backyard, right at the kitchen area. You can see it from the kitchen.
And right to the left of that is the side fence.
Yes,
And directly through that side fence is the front yard.
yes,
The same side of the front yard as John O'Keefe's body was found.
yes,
May I approach?
Yes.
Take a look at this photograph, Mr. Albert. And if you could please tell me if
He
you
makes
recognize
all
what's depicted in
kinds
that
of
photograph.
freaking crazy looks.
yes. It's the bulkhead stairway.
Is that the stairway that you earlier described to the jurors as servicing the basement going into the backyard?
Yes,
May I approach?
Yes.
Yeah, I know. I
Do you
think,
see
yeah, the one right before it
what's
glitched,
depicted
or
on the-
not
on the television
glitched,
screen?
or, you
Yes.
know, there was
Does
a,
that appear to be the same,
a
as what you're
break
holding right
in
there,
the,
that exhibit?
it does. Yes,
Okay, I'm going to direct your attention, if I could,
you
to
know,
the lower
video
left
spliced
portion
together.
of
I
this
know
photograph.
exactly which look you were talking about.
And right
Yep.
there. Do you see that?
Like an, oh shit.
Oh, that is.
I can't.
Let me highlight it one more time. Right there. Maybe it's easier if you look on your photograph.
Are you referring to the doorknob? Yeah, I got it here. Yes.
I'm sorry, it's sort of hidden on that photograph, so I apologize. Is that the door that swings open or closed to close off the basement?
Yes.
Then if you open that door, it's in the open position now, correct?
Yes.
So the photographer is standing in the basement looking toward the doorway, correct?
Yes.
Then you climb 7 or 8 stairs.
Yes.
And that bulkhead door, which is where all the light is emanating, how does that open?
So the bulkhead door opens straight up.
Okay, at least in that photograph, it was hinged toward the house and would open up like a, I don't know, like a sandwich or something.
It opens straight up to the bay windows that are in the kitchen.
Got it, okay. Okay, that's all I need for that photograph. Your Honor, I have a flash drive with a video on it. I asked that this be marked as next in order. Court permission.
Assuming it's the same one, no objection.
It's the same one.
Right, she did, Jeannie.
Mr. Albert, I want to ask you to take a look in just a second at the
grade
video
it
and then
almost.
describe if you recognize what's in that video. I'll probably
Like
play
rough
maybe 5 or
cement.
10 seconds of it and then pause it. Okay.
Okay.
Court permission?
Yes.
I'll have to go back and find his
Do you recognize what's
description of
depicted in
it,
that
see
video,
what
at
he
least up to
said.
that
I
point?
didn't see it.
No.
Does that look like your basement door, although the bulkhead doors have been replaced, different?
The whole thing looks different to me.
Let's go and play the video. Pause. Now do you recognize what's depicted in the video?
Yes.
What is that?
So that's my backyard.
Okay. And what area is over to the left over here?
That is,
That's,
oh wait,
a
was
gate.
my backyard because I
And what does that
sold
gate
my
go up
house
to?
for
the front yard.
$50,000 less
The area
than
you're
market.
looking at right now, where the photographer is standing, is the backyard.
Yes.
Now, having seen that, notwithstanding the way that the bulkhead door is open, now do you recognize what was depicted at the beginning of the video, which was that staircase?
Yes. The downstairs door, the door itself, the wooden door itself also looks different.
Okay, so, but it is
But it is the stairway. Yes.
going into the basement?
Yes.
Or coming out of the basement?
Yes.
So in other words, another way to put that is that represented the ingress and egress through the bulkhead to the basement.
Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and play this.
And it goes straight out to where he was. It's like perfectly lined up, as if they were going to load him in someone's car that way on the side there, and then didn't.
Did you recognize what was depicted in the video? Bring your lights up. Thank you, Your Honor. Did you recognize what was depicted in the video as it continued to play?
Yes.
Describe that for the jurors, please.
It looked like the video was from walking from the backyard towards the front yard.
So the video started at the bulkhead door, turned toward the fence, went through the fence, and right up toward the flagpole, correct?
Yes.
Is that an accurate representation of the layout of the house when you lived there on January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
With the exception of the bulkhead door having been replaced and maybe the basement door.
Yes.
By the way, the 34 Fairview house had been in your family at that time in 2022 for 2 generations?
My parents built a house in the late 70s, 79 maybe.
So if your parents are 1 generation, you and your family are another generation, 2 generations.
Right.
Nearly, maybe actually a little more than 50 years, half a century.
That what?
It was the Albert home.
Yes.
The fact is, you
Yeah,
listed
I
that
mean,
house
what
for sale.
normal
for the first-
person is going to move and take a $50,000 loss unless they want to get the hell out of there? Yeah, I want to see Baker's explanation too. I'm trying to search for it, Jeannie. If I can find it before I get off the stream today, I'll play it. I'm sure Baker wouldn't mind. Yeah, see, I'm not sold on that idea, but I'm not against it either. The snowplow. I almost feel like they were trying to load him in to a car and maybe a car was coming and they saw someone's light, so they just dropped him and hid behind those bushes, and then we're like, fuck it, we'll just leave him here. And say he got hit, and say, oh, he must have got hit by a car. Not realizing that they'd get lucky and Karen would have a smashed taillight. Yeah. If they were gonna blame Lucky, that, I mean, they, oh my God. It's just sick. Do you know, Dodo, when that was from Baker? Was it during the first trial or second trial? Yeah, I want to show it. I got to find it, though. If you know, like, approximately when it was, let me know. So during the second trial, okay. Was it, do you remember, like, whose testimony or approximately around whose testimony?
Time ever in November of 2022, correct?
That's the time we listed it, yes.
Just months after John O'Keefe was found on your lawn.
Objection.
Sustain.
Mr. Albert, is that timing, according to you, a coincidence?
Is what?
Is that timing a coincidence?
Well, that's not the timing, actually. We contacted the realtor in 2021, finally listed it in 2022. So that would be pre-incident.
So the listing coming 9 months after John O'Keefe was found dead in your lawn, or dying in your lawn, that's just coincidence. You had this in place long before that.
Objection.
So I'll sustain the question. You can ask it differently.
Sure. All I'm asking is the timing, November of 2022, listing that house for sale for the first time in November, that in your mind is just a
Could have been when
coincidence.
he was showing bikes.
It's not a
Okay, I'm
coincidence
gonna
because we
check.
started trying to look into selling the house in 2021,
like either
which
during
was the
medical
few months prior
examiner
to the
or
incident.
Dr. Laposada.
On January 28th, 2022, you were still an active Boston police officer, correct?
Yes,
What was your job title in January 2022?
Sergeant Detective.
That means you not only respond to incidents, you actually conduct investigations as a detective, correct?
Yes, primarily fugitive investigations.
You have additional training in order to hold a title and hold a position as a detective. Is that right?
Yeah,
Yes.
I know what you're talking about,
As a
Dodo.
patrol officer, you have to have special training to get to the rank of detective. Is that right?
Yes,
As a sergeant detective, that's above a regular detective, indeed, because you're a supervising detective. Is that right?
yes,
You have experience in training in order to hold that position as a supervisor in the detective spot as well.
yes. There's civil service tests for the rank, but yes,
And you've investigated crimes. I mean, I'm guessing just a ton of different types of crimes, including assaults, manslaughters, homicides, kidnappings, things of that nature.
no,
You've never investigated anything like that.
no.
So what's the parameters of your investigative skills as you held that title of sergeant detective?
So my parameters were investigating fugitive investigations. That was my specialty, I guess you could say.
So you've responded to, obviously, to countless incidents and scenes as both a patrol officer
Yes.
as well as a detective.
Yes,
You've supervised the investigation of at least the fugitive type of crimes, correct?
yes,
Fugitives trying to thwart investigators to try to find them, right?
yes,
That's their whole, it's the cat and mouse thing, right?
right.
You being the cat, correct?
Sometimes,
mouse.
yes,
You're also trained in techniques, obviously any detective would be trained in techniques that culprits might use or suspects might use to sort of cover up investigations. I'm sorry, to cover up crimes, to thwart investigations, correct?
objection.
Do you have that training, sir?
No,
So you, in all of your training, 30 years as a Boston police officer, and as a sergeant detective, you don't have any training in what techniques criminals might use to try to cover up their conduct?
no. I've never gone to a training for criminals to cover up conduct. No,
Never been trained in the fact that, I don't know, somebody might want to clean up blood at a scene?
no. Objection.
What?
What about sanitizing a location?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
No.
What about getting rid of electronic data? You've got to have training in that.
No.
In other words, the fugitive.
Were you never trained as a cop? Look at his face. I'm literally the pause queen. I'm telling you. I think Malin called me that the other day. I mean, every time I pause it, it's like perfect. Look at his face. You're telling me you just became a cop and didn't get any training? I haven't trained on fingerprints or blood or computers. Nope. They just gave me a pew pew and a badge and I'm good to go. Seriously. Look at, I mean, I can't get over how, oh my God, that face, like, just like wants to say, fuck you.
And try to find. You don't try to utilize electronic data
At
to
that point.
go after them.
Sometimes we do, but I don't have any training in it per se.
Things like GPS data. And
Yeah, he
phone
does.
calls, text messages, communications.
That's for
things of that
sure.
nature, obvious.
Yes. Yes.
Sure. These are all things that, at least those things, are things that if you didn't have formal training, you got on the job training and just have common sense about how to go after this type of evidence, correct?
Yes.
Sir, you had an iPhone with a number ending in 0888 back in January 2022, did you not?
Yes.
How many years did you have that iPhone as of January 28th, 2022?
Of several years, I'm not sure how many, but multiple years.
And Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, in the fall of 2022, a judge specifically ordered that you were to preserve that phone.
Objection, Your Honor.
Correct?
I'll see counsel at sidebar.
You were currently represented by Mr. Henning.
Yes.
Seat behind me, gentleman in the,
Yes.
who's in the gray suit. Correct?
Yes.
Okay. Without telling me anything you've ever communicated with him, when did you hire him as your lawyer?
I'm not exactly sure of the date.
Give me a time frame. Let's see if we can narrow it down.
2022. I'm just not sure the exact date or even the month.
With the end of 2022?
I'm not sure. I believe prior to some of the other testimony that I gave. So prior to
April of 2022, at the state grand jury?
No, prior to the other testimony.
Okay, that was in June of 2023. That's my question. Did you hire Mr. Henning in 2023 in anticipation of giving testimony in June of 2023?
I'm not sure the exact date. I believe it was maybe the end of 22. I'm not sure.
Or did you get a subpoena?
Okay, Dodo, I got one more question for you.
Did you hire Mr. Henning after you got that subpoena?
When he did that presentation with the whiteboard and everything about that lock or bracket or whatever, was it during the actual trial watching or was it a separate video? Because I found his video with the doctor, but he is in this particular right now when she's testifying, he's behind he's not actually, he's just streaming Mowing the Deep and Marissa. Okay, so it must not be this video. Okay, I just wanted to make sure, like, I wasn't looking for a separate video besides the trial video. Thank you. I'm still checking.
I can't say. I believe so. Right around that time, yes.
Okay.
I'm just trying to remember the time, and I can't remember it.
Okay. So you did not hire
That has more sidebars than
Well,
Atlantic City Beach.
All right. I think that answers the question. You're not represented in 20.
I'm going to see at sidebar about the extent of the inquiry.
Oh yeah. That. Oh my God, her hair.
Yes.
You had received, and I want to draw your attention to 2023 now. I'm sorry. Now I'm doing it. The fall of 2022, September of 2022.
Yes.
Did you receive a notice
Well, I want to
on
see it too,
Commonwealth
Jeannie.
letterhead,
So if I find it, I
indicating
want to
that
play
you were
it.
not to destroy or in any
If
way
I don't
manipulate
find it in the next
any
couple
data
minutes,
on your
I'll put
cell
it
phone.
away and
Destroy
find
the
it.
phone
We can
itself,
play it
or
tomorrow.
to manipulate or destroy any data on that cell phone.
I do not remember
Yeah,
getting
Baker goes on
that
live
letter.
tonight.
No.
I'll ask him. Or actually, you know
I'm
what?
gonna
I
read
think
this for the
I'll send
record,
him a
Your Honor, if I may,
message
for
in
information.
Discord.
Yes.
Hold on.
Did you receive a letter
I
that
can't believe I
said,
didn't think
in
of that
essence,
sooner.
evaluated
I'll
as
send him a
quote,
message.
as the following, quote, you, Mr. Allen, are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Kieran Reed, Norfolk Superior Court, criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P. 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones, period. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court. You may be heard on the motion at that time. You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones are the subject of pending litigation, and you must not alter, delete, destroy, or in any way manipulate any of these electronic data associated with the cell phones at issue. Period, end quote. Did you receive a notice from the Commonwealth with that language?
I don't remember receiving that document, no.
Were you told in any other capacity that you were not to get rid of or delete your cell phone? In other words, preserve your phone.
Subsequent to me upgrading my phone, I spoke with the DA's office. So after that, they told me via a phone call that that was the case.
So your testimony is you never received the notice that I just read, but you did talk to the DA and he told you to preserve, you were on notice that you were to preserve your phone.
After.
I know
Right,
you
well-
want to say that, Mr. Albert. My question is, did you have the conversation with Mr. Lally?
Yes.
Okay. When was that conversation, sir?
So I don't have the exact date of the conversation. I'm not sure.
Who did you talk to on the phone exactly? Was Mr. Lally alone or was it a conference call?
It was a conference call.
Who else was on that conference call?
I believe Steve
Okay,
Nelson.
I messaged Baker.
And other witnesses in the case were on the conference call.
Can you name those witnesses for us?
I believe it was Brian Higgins. I believe Jen McCabe, Matt McCabe, and maybe somebody else, but I can't recall.
Who initiated that conference call?
I believe it was somebody in the
listened to that
DA's office.
actually
So
just the other
either
day, Sarah, in the
Mr.
Google
Lally or Steve Nelson,
document.
somebody like that.
Did everybody just call into a central number, a conference line?
If you guys
Yes.
are interested,
And what exactly did Mr.
actually,
Lally
I
say
wish-
to you?
I don't know how to do polls yet on this. I wish I could, but if you guys are interested in going through like the Google Docs, the Google Drive with all the evidence, I especially the audios, like I said, the audio of all the PD, the police department audios between the cruisers and dispatch, wouldn't take that long to go through. Also, the audios of I did a short of the 911 call with Carrie or the police department and Carrie Roberts and Sergeant Link is a short, but we could go over like specific things if you guys want to see something in particular. I went over John and Brian Higgins' texts, but we could go over it again if you guys specifically would want to go through this stuff during the day, like taking a break from the trial. Let me know, and I'll gladly do that because I'm doing it anyway. Wonder if that could be proven and why they never brought it up at trial. Yeah, you don't know. I saw on Canton Chronicles, they talked about an officer who got a call early a.m. January 29th about a snowplow hitting a pedestrian. When on the way to respond, CPD called to cancel. Yeah. Oh, okay. That's the one you're talking about. Okay. Yeah. I didn't hear that actual call. I was thinking of a different one because they talk about something else too. They're like, I can't remember what they said. Just said I'll text you about it. I can't remember where that audio is or what it was. I have to go back and figure it out. There's so much. I've taken in so much information now since I'm going over that Google Drive. It's crazy. Yeah, I've never watched Shaun of the Golf. Yeah, so if you guys want to go through that, we'll start tomorrow. I'm gonna stay streaming today until we're done with Brian Alberts, even if no matter how many guys are still here, just so we can get through Brian Alberts. And then tomorrow, I forget who's the next witness, but I know there's a couple irrelevant witnesses coming up too that didn't testify in the second trial. But if we can watch a couple short ones that are coming up, and then we can take a break, or we can start out with the Google Drive if you want. So whatever you guys want to do is totally fine with me. The call was hours later when the officer called to ask about it. Gotcha. I'll have to look into that too. Like I said, I've never even visited Shaun of the Gulf's page, so I'll have to look for that too. If I can find these all by tomorrow, I'm sure if Baker remembers what video it is, he'll let me know. Whatever I can find, I will bring it up tomorrow, and then the Google Drive will just start. The PD, the audio from the PD is extremely interesting because the very first audio that mentions the address, they get it right. They say 34 Fairview, and then every subsequent audio, they say 32. So I don't understand how you get it right and then get it wrong.
You during the course of that conversation about preserving your phone?
During the conversation, Mr. Lally said that that the defense had filed a motion to ask for the phones to be preserved.
And anything else?
That's what I remember him saying.
Did you volunteer that, oh my goodness, I just upgraded my phone last week, I don't have that phone anymore?
No.
You didn't say that to Mr. Lally?
No.
You just took the information that he gave you and hung up the phone and what about your business?
Yes.
Without notifying him that the very phone that he had just ordered you to preserve had just been destroyed days earlier.
No, the phone wasn't destroyed. I upgraded the phone.
The data was destroyed, sir. Correct?
I did not destroy any data on any phone.
Mr. Albert.
Oh my God.
I upgraded my phone.
When you upgrade a phone, you know that the phone
You
is
have
set back
to
factory
delete your
reset
data.
when the new phone is handed to you, correct? Happens every time.
I don't know that.
Well,
So if you
welcome,
have personal
Danny.
access with your doctor, personal
Danny
communications
Mountain
with Mr.
Angel,
Henry, your
thank
lawyer,
you for
you're just gonna hand
coming.
that to a pimply-faced kid at Best Buy and say, here's my phone? You know that data is destroyed when you upgrade your phone, right?
I think something's come over across contacts, things like that. So I don't know that for sure.
You can back up your data, sir, but the phone
Yeah, I
data
saw the
is
pop-up
destroyed
that
for
Red
all
House
purposes.
was
It's
going
factory
on.
reset, correct?
I'll be
I don't know that.
in there as soon as we're done
Who
here.
do you have a phone? That's an iPhone.
If I put them on,
Yes.
I will get
How many
so
times have you upgraded
distracted.
your iPhone?
Multiple times.
Every single time you upgrade it, you know that the phone prior, the data is destroyed on it, correct?
Usually my contacts come over and my photos come over. So
That's a backup.
I don't think I have that on backup, but okay.
Irrespective, you didn't tell Mr. Lally that you had gotten rid of that phone.
I was not asked that, and I didn't tell him that.
I see. You felt like if you weren't asked that, you didn't need to volunteer it, even though the conference call was specifically about preserving your phone pursuant to a judge's order. Correct?
What was the question?
You didn't offer to Mr.
What
Lally
was
that
the
you had gotten rid of
question?
the very phone that he was telling you had to be preserved due to a
That's
judge's
code
order.
for, I'm
did not.
sorry,
And
but
you didn't seek any
what was that question? Is code for, I don't know what to say yet. I need more time to think of an answer.
advice from him. I'm not asking you for the communications. You did not seek any advice from counsel at that time for those purposes.
I don't believe I did, no.
At some point, you indicated, Mr. Albert, at another proceeding, under oath, in relation to a conversation that you had with Brian Higgins about your phone. Quote, I don't recall saying I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that, there's personal stuff on my phone, but I don't recall saying that to him, but I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things. You remember saying that under oath at another hearing?
Yes.
You literally admitted at that hearing, there's personal private data on that phone. Hence, you got rid of it, right?
No.
You certainly wouldn't allow some kid at the AT&T store to have your personal private data. You're a cop.
No, I assume he doesn't have it
Why would you assume that?
because he took the phone and has it.
And
And when
deleted
happens
it.
to the data on the phone, sir? Let's just use
Oh
common
my
sense.
God, he was
What
just
do you
about to
honestly
say
think
it and
happens
then
to the data on the
stopped
phone when you
himself.
turn it in and upgrade your phone?
I'm sure that the data is not there anymore. I'm sure.
It's destroyed, sir, correct?
I don't know that for a fact. I know that some things are transferred back to the new phone.
I
Just said,
I don't
No,
know
the
that
data's
for a
not there.
fact.
Some data, I guess,
Oh
isn't.
my
Yes.
God.
no, that's all I have.
All right, Mr. Lally, any questions?
No, Your
Okay. All right, I'm going to take a short recess. I want to let this witness, if he chooses to have a few minutes. All right, Mr. Jackson, go right ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Albert, you were notified by the Commonwealth that on September 23rd, 2022, a judge specifically ordered you to preserve that phone and all its data, the phone ending in 0888. Is that right?
Yeah, at what time are you asking me that I was notified?
That day or the next?
On the 23rd?
On the 23rd or the 24th of September?
No.
Isn't it true that you were provided a letter by the Commonwealth that stated the following? Your Honor, if I may read this?
Yes, there's no objection.
Thank you. Quote, you are hereby notified that the defense in the case of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, Norfolk Superior Court criminal case number 22-117, has filed a motion pursuant to Mass R. Crim P. 17 for the production of any cell phones that you used between January 28, 2022 and February 28, 2022, and or any data associated with those cell phones. The hearing on Ms. Reed's motion will be held on October 3rd, 2022 at 2 p.m. in courtroom 1 of the Norfolk Superior Court.
They're
You may be heard on the motion
everybody.
at
I
that
need a
time.
drink.
You are hereby placed on notice that these cell phones
Especially
are the subject of
anti-Deb.
pending litigation, and you must not
She's always
alter,
looking
delete,
excuse
destroy,
for a
or in any
break.
way manipulate any of the electronic data associated with the cell phone at issue. You received, end quote, you received that notice on either the 23rd or the 24th. Is that right?
I did not.
Your Honor, I would pose a stipulation. I spoke with counsel off the record, if I may.
You both have a stipulation that I haven't seen?
Just determined, I'm happy to approach it.
Why don't we approach quickly?
May I? Yes. I would offer the following stipulation that on either September 23rd or September 24th, the Commonwealth sent a letter on Commonwealth letterhead to Mr. Albert's attention, stating exactly what was just read into the record pursuant to the court order dated September 23rd, 2022.
Okay. All right, next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that you were in fact ordered to preserve your cell phone by the Commonwealth?
At some point, I was made aware of that, yes.
All right, let's just get to the brass tacks. Where's your phone?
My phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Your phone was upgraded and traded in for a new phone.
Yes.
Another way to say that is you traded your phone in and got rid of it, correct?
I traded my phone and upgraded it. Yes.
When did you get rid of your phone ending in 0888?
I upgraded my phone in September, third week of September, maybe around 22nd.
The 22nd of September.
I believe so. I can't be sure of the exact date.
So according to you, you got rid of the phone that was the subject of a court order preservation the day before it was ordered preserved, right?
What rephrase the question, please?
Oh my God! Again,
This order was just stipulated. This order
rephrase the question because I don't know what to
is
say.
dated September 23rd, 2022. It was just stipulated that on the 23rd or 24th, you were then sent a notice to preserve the phone. And your testimony is on the 22nd, the day before this all happened, you upgraded your phone and got rid of it in total, correct?
I upgraded my phone on and around the 22nd, yes.
And you knew that all of the data on that phone would be factory reset and destroyed.
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
I do not know that.
How many times have you upgraded
Oh
your
my
phone with
God.
an iPhone?
I'm not sure.
How
4 or
can
5
you
times
deny
maybe.
that
You're
with
aware
a
when you
straight
turn a phone
face?
in and you upgrade it, the
Everybody
phone that you
who
turn
owns
in,
a
that
phone,
data
a
is
cell
factory
phone,
reset,
knows
meaning it's
when you
gone.
upgrade, you have to reset your old phone to factory settings, which means everything on that phone is destroyed, all the data, so that the next person who has that phone can't get your information, your data. It's gone, destroyed. Bye-bye.
Destroyed off of that device, correct?
Well, I think some data transfers and some doesn't.
We're not talking about a backup. I'm talking about the physical phone. That physical phone becomes a brick when you turn it in, correct?
Correct that it becomes a brick? I don't know.
It becomes effectively a brick. There is no data left on the phone. I'm not talking about backup data onto a cloud. I'm talking about that phone.
So the old phone, yes.
Yeah, it's just everything on it's destroyed, correct?
Right. Although some of the data transfers to your new phone.
And you're aware that the very data that you were ordered to preserve would have been destroyed, according to you, the day before. Correct?
Rephrase your question or ask me a question.
If you're,
Oh my God.
are you
How many
claiming that
times
you
is he going
got
to
your
ask
phone
for
on the
questions to
22nd?
be
I
rephrased?
upgraded my phone
Because he
around
doesn't
that.
know
I'm
how
not
to
sure if that's the
answer
exact
the
date, but
question.
yes.
So it could have been after the 22nd.
I don't think it was after the 22nd.
Could have been the 24th?
No.
Could have been the 25th?
No.
So you're absolutely sure that you could not have upgraded your phone and gotten rid of it anytime after the 23rd when this judge ordered that it be preserved.
No.
Because you know that if you got rid of that phone after you had been notified that you were ordered by a court to preserve it, you'd be committing a felony.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained.
What's wrong with that question? He should
So
know
you now
that
claim
that's
that
a
you got rid of the
felony.
phone on September 22nd, 2022. Hours before you were ordered to preserve it. That's your testimony, correct?
Yes.
Is that just a coincidence?
September 4th was my birthday. The phone was broken and failing. I had planned on getting a new phone, and that just happened to be the day that I got it.
Happy birthday. Was that a coincidence?
Objection.
Sustained.
You were asked at another hearing in June of 2023 that exact question, correct? Whether it was a coincidence. Do you remember that?
I don't.
You recall being asked, quote, so it's just a coincidence that within minutes, hours, or days,
Objection, Your Honor.
Let's hear the question first.
within minutes, hours, or days of you trading in your phone, that phone you had in January of 2022, that you were ordered to preserve it? Answer, yes. Question, that's a coincidence? Answer, yes.
Objection. Move to strike.
I'll let that stand.
That was your testimony, wasn't it?
Yes.
And that's what you're saying today to these jurors. Just
Yeah.
a coincidence.
Yes.
Did you and Brian Higgins agree with each other that you were both going to get rid of your phones?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
Oh, he wanted that.
You told
He
You
wanted
testified
that
at the hearing
objection
in
to
June.
go.
of 2022, quote, I don't recall saying that I was going to get rid of my personal phone to Brian Higgins. I may have said that. You know, there's personal stuff on my personal phone, but I don't recall saying that to him. But I don't know. We had multiple conversations about things, end quote. Remember testifying to that?
Yes.
So you're not ruling out the fact that you may have told Brian Higgins that you intended to get rid of your phone, correct?
No.
You're not ruling out the fact that Brian Higgins may have told you that he intended to get rid of his phone.
No, I don't remember him saying that to me.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote. You testified to that, didn't you?
Yeah, I have no idea what he was going to do.
I'm asking, are those your words? Did you testify to that under oath?
Yes, although I don't know the context of the time that they were asking that question.
June of 2020.
No, not the date of the hearing, but when they were asking if and when that conversation took place.
Does it really matter? When it took place?
I think so, yes.
Well, you talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of your phones. When do you think you had that conversation?
I don't think I talked to Brian Higgins about getting rid of my phones.
Well, you just said you can't rule out the fact that you had conversations with Brian Higgins about your phones and possibly getting rid of your phones. Right?
No, I don't think that's what I said.
You two discussed
Oh
the
my
fact
God.
that you both
Oh my
wanted to get rid
God.
of your phones.
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins at all.
Your testimony was, quote, I know there were conversations about the phones, sir. Correct?
Correct that that's what you're reading?
So if you're having conversations with Brian Higgins about the phones, what the heck were you talking about?
I don't know the timing of when they asked when those conversations were.
Mr. Albert,
So
I'm leaving it open to you. I don't care when it was. I'm asking you, have you ever had a conversation with Brian Higgins about your phones, respectively?
we may have, I can't remember that conversation specifically.
Then why, in June of 2023, did you testify, I know there were conversations about the phones with Brian Higgins, end quote?
I'm not sure of the context of that.
So now you just can't remember.
No, I don't think I could remember during that testimony either. I think if you read the whole thing, I think I said, I'm not sure. I don't remember.
Your quote was, I know there were conversations about the phones. I just can't say if he said he was going to get rid of his phone or not, end quote.
Right.
Does that help refresh your recollection?
Yes.
So now as you sit here and you answer my question, did you and Brian Higgins have a conversation about your phones?
I don't remember having that conversation with Brian Higgins.
Oh my God. The
All right,
deciding.
let's shift gears. Before I shift gears, aware that Brian Higgins has also gotten rid of his phone, correct?
I am not aware of that until after the time you're talking about.
So without
I
qualifying the
am
answer,
not aware
answer
of
my
that
question.
until,
As you
you mean
sit here,
I was
you're-
not aware of that? That means you were about to say, I am not aware of that, and realize, duh, I can't lie that blatantly again. Oh
And
my,
Brian Higgins
this
has also
man,
gotten
oh
rid
my
of his phone.
God.
I know at some point,
Testimony
Brian
is
Higgins,
Yes or no, Mr.
insane.
Albert?
did he? Objection, Your Honor.
Can you answer that, yes or no, sir?
Yes.
Now I'd like to shift gears and talk a little bit about Michael Proctor. Did Michael Proctor come into your home at 34 Fairview on January 29th?
Yes.
Michael Proctor? Let me rephrase the question. I want to make sure I'm not talking about Officer Lang, Officer Good.
Right.
Michael Proctor from the Massachusetts State Police. Did he come into your home on January 29th?
He conducted an interview with my wife, and I don't remember if it was the 29th or the 30th. That's what you're asking.
Wasn't that interview on February 3rd?
I feel like it was earlier than that, but it could have been February 3rd.
Okay. Presume for purposes of my question that it was February 3rd that Michael Proctor interviewed your wife. Then he would not have come into your home on the 29th, 30th, 31st, 1st, or the 2nd.
Right.
And you know from your training, obviously, as a first responder, the first 48 hours of an investigation are absolutely critical, correct?
Objection.
Do you know that, sir?
In that context, I don't.
Okay, next question.
I mean, you're aware there's a TV show called First 48.
Objection, Your Honor.
Assistant.
Are you serious right now? And did you see his eyes kept glancing at Lally just on? Oh my God. For a police officer to say oh no, I didn't know the first 48 hours were that important in that context. I'm literally like I'm speechless. I can't believe he thought this testimony was. I'm stumbling over my words because I cannot believe I'm listening to this and I'm hearing what I'm hearing. Oh my God.
Do you think the first 48 hours of a criminal investigation are critical?
Objection.
You do know that the longer you wait to properly investigate anything,
It's so sad. It
the better
is
chance
funny.
that evidence can be
Like,
manipulated or
oh my
destroyed, right? You would agree with that.
Yes.
Did an investigator or any forensics team ever come into your house, ever, to photograph your entire home?
No, I wish they had.
Did an investigator, yeah, me too.
Yeah, we
Objection.
all do.
Assistant.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to search for physical evidence?
And you
No.
only said
Did
that
an
to make
investigator or a
yourself
forensics
look
team ever
good.
come into your house to search for trace evidence?
No.
Did an investigator or forensics team ever come into your house to take carpet samples, flooring samples from the basement, for instance?
No.
And to this day, you're aware that that's never happened.
Yes.
Sir, you were in the Marines before you were a police officer, correct?
Yes.
You're a combat veteran?
Yes.
How long were you in the Marine Corps?
4 years.
During the course of your Marine and military training, did you have any training in hand-to-hand combat?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
You have an inquiry? Oh, yeah,
Yes.
hold on. Okay, I have an inquiry about Venmo, PayPal, and your Discord. I don't want to stream. Oh, yeah. Okay, I'm going there right now. Hold on.
In addition to your Marine training on the subject, did you also receive additional training from the police department through the academy or otherwise on basic hand-to-hand combat?
No.
So that's not part of the academy?
Not hand-to-hand combat. No.
Fighting techniques, use of batons, things of that nature?
Defensive tactics.
Defensive tactics. Okay, that's fighting, right?
Well, it's not hand-to-hand combat. No.
Okay, fair enough. I may be using the wrong word. It's physical, it's training on how to either defend yourself or control another person physically.
Yes.
I mean, they're not going to send you out there on the streets completely ill-equipped. They need to know that you know how to defend yourself and how to put somebody in custody that doesn't want to be in custody, correct?
Yes.
And that might include fighting.
It could. Yes.
And beyond your Marine training and your police training, you're independently trained in techniques of fighting.
Have I boxed before? Yes.
And you've trained in boxing. It's not like you just walk up and smack a heavy bag, right?
You'd have to rephrase it.
You've trained. You're a trained boxer. You're a trained fighter.
I've boxed in the past, and I've trained to box. Yes.
Yeah. I mean, I've hit a heavy bag.
Right.
But I'm not a trained fighter. You're a trained fighter.
All right, so I'm going, there's an objection. You were standing, Mr. Lally.
Yes, sir.
Jurors disregard that. Mr. Jackson, no comments, just questions, please.
Yes, Your Honor. In fact, your boxing skills were featured in a TV show that you were featured in as well, correct?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
No.
You were in fact, no?
That they were featured in the show? No.
You were never shown on TV in a ring sparring with somebody?
I may have been shown training, but I don't think I was having a boxing match. No.
Okay, I wasn't suggesting that you were having like a paper. I was asking, is there a TV show that ever showed you in a ring boxing?
Well, that's not what you asked me, but if you're asking me that now, yes.
I'm asking you that now. I apologize. My questions are somewhat inartful.
Yes.
You understand the question now?
Yes.
And you have been shown, I use the word featured, you've been shown on television in a
I
boxing ring.
sent you a response,
Yes.
Sarah. I sent you the
I
video.
haven't seen the video in a while. I'm not sure if I was sparring.
If we can, Your Honor, with the court's permission, can we take a look at Exhibit 53?
Okay.
There's a clip starting at it's time of day 11:47 and 15 seconds to 11:48 and 35 seconds, maybe a minute and a half. Can you enhance that? Pause.
Thank you, Sarah.
Do you see the two men in the foreground?
Yes.
Who are those two men?
Looks like myself and Brian Higgins.
Does it look like yourself and Brian Higgins, or is that yourself and Brian Higgins?
Yes, it is.
We can go ahead and play that. Sorry. I've got one more clip to play, but I have a couple of questions, Your Honor. Would you,
Let's take it down and you can put the other one up after the questions.
Did you see what was displayed on that video?
Yes.
Had you seen that before?
Part of it, yes.
Is that what you and Mr. Lally went over in your preparation for your testimony?
I don't think that we went over it, but he showed me a quick clip of it.
When you say he showed you a quick look, did he ask you questions about it?
I don't think so. No.
Did you give him any answers about it?
No.
Any explanations?
No. Just,
Just showed you the clip and
yeah, I just said, yeah, it looks like we were fooling around.
okay, so you did
So
make an
you
explanation.
did
You
talk
gave him
about.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Right. I said, I think we're just fooling around.
okay, it's the same thing you told us this morning, right?
Right.
Just fooling around.
Yeah. Just having fun with my friends and hanging out and fooling around.
Absolutely. What were you doing? Describe what you were doing.
Having fun with my friends, hanging out, just being silly.
Okay. Describe physically what you were doing in the video.
I was playing around, sort of getting in a boxing stance.
Otherwise known as a fighting stance, correct?
Yeah, for a second, yes.
Okay. And what did Brian Higgins do when you got into a fighting stance?
It looked like he was kind of doing the same thing. We
Got into a
just,
fighting stance as well, correct?
Yeah.
What were you two talking about? You can tell you're talking.
yeah, I don't know what we were talking about. We were just being silly, fooling around, having fun.
Were you giving him
Yeah,
advice
you've already
on
said
the proper
that.
way to get into a fighting stance or a boxing stance?
Yep.
No.
Grab ass
Were
him.
you giving him some advice or some,
That's
some
it.
indicators about how to best position himself if someone is taking an aggressive stance against him?
No,
Is he telling you what he thought was a good technique for fighting or boxing?
I don't think it was that serious. We were just playing, fooling around.
But both of you were in fighting stances facing off against each other, correct?
Yeah, for a second or two.
And Mr. Higgins, you saw him.
Yeah, for a
Bob his head,
second
and
or
start
two.
walking
That was
up
longer
to
than a
boxer,
second or
correct?
two.
Yeah, yes.
And then you got down, you pulled your the pant legs up, and you squatted down to indicate getting low, having low center of gravity, correct?
That would not, that's indicating being silly. That
Okay. And
that's
then at
not-
some point while you're being silly, you then faked a right punch toward him, correct?
I didn't notice that, but I'm not sure.
Can we take a look at the next part of this clip, which is at time of day 11:55 and 51 seconds. I'm sorry, 11:54 and 52 seconds. And highlight it. Okay, there's several individuals crowded around a table. Can you describe where you are and where Mr. Higgins is?
Brian Higgins is the guy on the right with the hooded sweatshirt and the emblem on the back. I have a pointer. Do you want me to use it?
That'd be great. That'd be great.
So that's Brian Higgins, and that's me.
Okay, we're going to play this. Pause. You see what you just did?
Yes.
What did you do when you slapped his right arm?
What did I do?
What did you do? What are you doing?
It looks like I'm just being silly, fooling around.
Okay, I'm gonna ask you for a little bit more physical description. What are you doing? Why are you grabbing him from behind?
I don't really know.
Is that a wrestling hold?
No, I don't think.
Control hold?
No, I don't think so.
Is that some sort of control hold that you've used in the past?
Bear hugging somebody? No. That's just a silly fooling around with my buddy.
Let's go ahead and play this.
Why is he so adamant that he is not willing to admit this is play fighting? It is. It's blatant to everyone who has eyeballs and can see. But he's like, no, no, no. That's not a wrestling stance. No, no, no. Oh, we were only in that fighting boxing stance for 1 to 2 seconds when we can see there's a timestamp by the second. It was longer than that. The non-committal of this stuff is insane. And if he had nothing to be guilty of, if he wasn't guilty of anything, why would he answer like this? Why the non-committal? Why the defensiveness? Why wouldn't he just say, yeah, we were play fighting? Big fucking whoop. He's trying to hide the aggressive tendencies. Yeah, that's for sure. But the problem is, what he doesn't realize is that he looks more aggressive doing this dance with Alan Jackson on the stand of, no, your eyes are deceiving you. We weren't in a fighting stance. No, we weren't play fighting. We were just, playing around. Yeah. Craziness.
Solid. Do you see what Mr. Higgins just did?
I did, yeah.
When you let him go, what did he do?
I don't know. He did some kind of, I don't know, he pretended to knee me or something.
Knee to the abdomen?
Yeah, I don't know if he made contact or not, but.
Mr. Albert, I'm not suggesting by my questions that you two are actually in a fight.
Right.
I'm asking what he's doing. Does it seem to
Yeah, I don't.
you that he's playing like or practicing like techniques in fighting?
I don't know what his intent was. It looks like he's just fooling around just like I was.
But if a grown man walks up to you, grabs you from behind, and puts a knee up to your solar plexus, that's probably not the same as a high five, right?
What is your question?
In other words, it looks like he's practicing some sort of fighting technique.
Practicing? That's not how I see that.
How would you describe it?
I would just describe it as him fooling around. We're in the bar together. We're good friends. And we're just being silly and fooling. That's all.
There's a number of people in that bar. You would agree with that?
Yes.
You see anybody else in that video at any time getting physical with one another?
Objection.
How much of this video have you actually watched?
Not much.
Okay, then let me ask a different question. From your memory of that night, who are the only two people in the bar that seem to be getting physical with one another?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure. The only person I remember being physical with was fooling around with Brian.
Okay, play it just a little bit longer. Almost finished. Did you see the rest of that video?
Yes.
No question that you two are being friendly with one another, correct?
Yes.
You would agree with that?
Yes.
But there's also no question that of all the people in that bar, the only two people that appear to be imitating fighting are you and Mr. Higgins, correct?
In that video, yes.
And is there another video?
Well, no, I just don't know what everybody else was doing in the bar.
Do you remember anybody else? Julie Albert or
I don't remember.
Nicole getting into a scrap with someone?
No.
It's just you two, correct?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, this is minutes before everybody headed to your house at 34 Fairview, correct?
Yes.
Including John O'Keefe.
Yes.
Going back to the morning of January 29th, everyone had left your location. This is after you had already arrived, had a couple of beers, people started leaving. Everybody was gone from your location about 1:45 a.m., maybe a little thereafter.
That seems right.
Caitlin being the last person to leave.
I believe so, yes.
What did you do to get ready for bed, to settle in?
I went upstairs and just lied in bed. The TV was on. I was just kind of watching TV.
You have a nightstand?
I do.
Is it on your side of the bed or Nicole's, or you have one on each?
We may have had one on each in that house.
Put your phone on your nightstand?
No.
Where'd you put your phone?
The phone was in bed with me.
So your testimony is that you get in bed after being on a road trip all day long, then at restaurants and at bars, then at a get-together at your house.
You don't
When you go
charge
to
your
bed-
phone?
You don't charge your phone?
No. I had the phone in the bed with me.
Why would you have the phone in bed?
Knew that was
We have
coming.
5 kids. And, you know, if somebody was trying to call or if I needed to reach them, it's just kind of a habit I do. I put my reading glasses and my phone in bed with me.
And you don't charge it.
Sometimes I charge it, but not as a routine, no.
So you're worried about having your kids out. They might need to get a hold of dad. So you make sure that your phone is nice and close, but it can just run out of batteries.
Well, if it's dying, then I'll put it in the charger. But if not, I just leave it on the bed.
Well, what about that night?
That night, the phone was on the bed.
How do you know?
Well, I remember the phone being on the bed.
You have a specific recollection from 2.5 years ago about the state of the battery charge on your phone such that you know it was in your bed that night.
No, I just know as a routine, I keep my phone in the bed with me.
That's not what you just said. You just said it depends on whether or not the battery
What
needs
is
to be charged.
those grows and grows and grows?
My answer is that sometimes I, of course, charge my battery,
Of course you have.
but I sleep with the phone in my bed.
Every single night?
Yes, mostly every night.
I thought you just said 4 questions ago, it depends on whether or not the phone needs to be charged. Sometimes you keep it in the bed, sometimes you put it on the charger.
If the phone needs to be charged, I charge it, but I sleep in bed with my phone.
Mr. Albert, did your phone need to be charged that night?
I don't remember if it did, but I slept in bed with the phone.
You've been on a road trip most of the day, correct?
Yes,
You've been out at bars that night, correct?
Mhm.
Is that yes?
yes,
You weren't charging your phone. We saw the video. You weren't charging your phone at the bar.
right,
So when you got home, clearly put your phone on a charger, didn't you?
but I did not.
So if your kids needed to get a hold of you, why would the phone being in your bed be an assistance to you instead of just on the charger at the nightstand?
That's just what I've always done. I just keep it in my bed. My wife does the same thing.
So now you've got 2 phones in the bed.
Yes.
Okay. And your glasses.
Yes,
Right between the 2 of you.
yes,
Got it. Does your phone have a ringer on it?
it does.
It's a lot of
Maybe
shit
turn the
in
ringer
bed
on
with
so
you.
kids need to get a hold of you?
Because isn't Chloe
Sometimes
in
it's on
bed with
vibrate,
you?
sometimes it's on ring. It depends.
Yeah. Depends on
Chloe,
you.
phones,
Put it on
two pairs
ringer.
of glasses.
Wouldn't that make more sense to go to bed, turn it on ringer?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
It's gonna get so long you will be
All
able
I
to
can answer
smell
is
a
that
Sunday
I
roast
sleep
on
with my
a
phone in my
Wednesday.
bed. That's just what I do.
And you know what I'm about to ask you, which is why you're saying you sleep with the phone in the bed, correct?
Swear to God.
Right,
I
so that's sustained. That's.
I love it.
Come on, Mr. Jackson.
All right. What else is in the bed with you? Your keys, your wallet, any other pocket items?
No,
Just the phone and your glasses
yes,
and Nicole's phone,
yes,
right between the 2 of you.
usually yes,
What about that night?
yes.
Sir, did you make any phone calls after you went to bed between the hours of 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m.?
Yes,
Who did you call?
I inadvertently called Brian Higgins.
What time?
I don't recall the exact time. After 2.
2:22 and 35 seconds. Does that sound familiar?
Yes,
Did you speak to Brian Higgins at any point between 1:45 a.m. and 6:30 a.m. that night?
no,
You say you inadvertently called him at 2:22 in the morning.
yes.
How did you inadvertently call him?
Well, I don't know because it was inadvertent.
So I have to explain that.
You
Well, it's kind of like a
seriously
butt
say
dial.
that?
I don't like it like that. All right. How long have you used an iPhone?
For a long time.
As a matter of fact, you've been asked this question before, haven't you?
Yes.
Hence my question. You knew what I was going to ask you.
Objection, Your Honor.
I'll withdraw. You indicated previously at a different hearing in June of 2023 that you were, quote, hanging out with your wife, and you must have butt dialed Mr. Higgins, correct?
Yes,
At 2:22 and 35 seconds on January 29th, 2022, correct?
yes,
You were asked how that could have happened, much like I just asked how that could have happened, right?
yes,
And in that hearing, you said, quote, I'm not totally sure. Similar to what you just said here.
yes,
And here you added that it could have been a butt dial.
yes.
You were then called back to that same hearing, but at a different date, an ongoing hearing, right?
Yes.
That was in July of 2023, correct?
Yes.
You then changed your testimony and said, and I don't mean to be indelicate, but your testimony was then that you were in an intimate
Someone told
situation
you butt dial on
with
a
Nicole at
smartphone.
the time. And that's how you butt dialed Brian Higgins, correct?
I don't believe I said that's how I butt dialed Brian Higgins.
That's the time.
I think I said there was a time frame that was close.
Okay.
So I didn't say that, no.
What you said was you were in an intimate situation with Nicole at the time that the butt dial occurred, correct?
I'm not sure if you have something you can read me or show me.
Is it your testimony, let me just ask, is it
Sure.
your testimony that you and your wife were in the middle of some sort of sexual or intimate situation, and that's
Brian
what caused you
Accio?
to butt dial the phone at that time? 2:23 a.m.?
Objection.
I'm going to show you briefly. Sorry, I just want to find out if this refreshes your
Brian
recollection. Look at
Nokia,
lines
like a
11 through
Nokia.
13, and then let me know when you're prepared.
Yes.
And Brian
Yeah.
Nokia,
Yes.
like Pinocchio. It's too funny.
Does that refresh your recollection that you indicated at the other hearing that?
Just the first part of that first. Does that refresh your recollection?
It does.
Okay, now you can.
Thank you, Your Honor. Isn't it true that at the other hearing, you indicated that at or around the 2:22 timeframe, you and your wife were in bed together in an intimate situation?
Yes, around that time, I think it reads.
Do you recall every call that you made between, say, 1:45 a.m. and the next couple of days? Do you remember every single one of those calls?
No.
Do you think it would refresh your recollection to look at a log of those calls during that time frame if we're going to discuss those?
Yes.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I, Your Honor?
Yes.
That's 2 pages worth of documents. If it refreshes your recollection as we walk through this with the court's permission, let me know if you need to refer to that.
Right. I'm not going to be able to read it right now. I'll do it as you ask.
Correct. Yeah. No, you don't need to read it right now. Just wanted to have it in front of you. By the way, you've seen these records before, correct? At the other hearing proceeding?
I've seen some records before. Yes. I don't know if these exact records or not.
All right. And you've acknowledged that at least the first page, these are your phone records for the number ending 0888, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And these are call records from January 29th
Yes.
at 2:22 and 35 seconds in the morning, correct?
Yes.
Whose number ends in 5421?
According to this, it's Brian Higgins.
The call at 2:22 and 35 seconds appears to be 1 second in length, and that's from you to him, correct?
It says 1 second. I don't.
That would be the initial call from you to him, the one that you claim is a butt dial. Is that right?
Yes.
Did that call roll to voicemail, and then you immediately hung up?
No, I don't recall if it. I don't know.
So according to you,
I
it was
don't
a
recall.
butt dial that
I
went to
don't
his
know.
phone. It somehow lasted 1 second.
Right.
Okay. Then there's a second call. If you look at the second line down, there's a second call at 2:22 and 52 seconds, 17 seconds later, correct?
Yes.
That call is actually from Brian Higgins to you, isn't it?
Yes.
And that call doesn't last 1 second. That call lasts 22 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Obviously, you know how long 22 seconds is.
What's that?
You know how long 22 seconds lasts.
What's that?
Yes.
God.
So according to your phone records, you placed a call to him, and then 17 seconds later, he returned a call to you that lasted 22 seconds, correct?
That's what the records reflect. Yes.
When you woke up in the morning, you obviously checked your phone, did you not?
I don't know if I did.
Are you telling this jury that the call that came into your phone was a missed call, or did you answer it?
I did not answer it.
So it would have been a missed call.
I just know I didn't answer the call.
So it would have been a missed call.
I don't know. I don't know that to
If
be a
you
fact. I
didn't
just know I didn't answer
answer
the
it,
phone
it would
call.
have to
I
be
missed the
a
call.
missed
Yes.
That's
call.
what I mean.
Right.
Oh
You
my
missed the call.
God.
Right.
It did something on your phone and you just didn't answer it. What did you?
Right.
And again, you're using an iPhone.
Yes.
If you butt dialed Brian Higgins and he called you back and you didn't answer, you would have a very bright red missed call in your call log, correct?
Yes.
Do you know that?
I don't know that.
Have you ever missed a call on your iPhone before?
Yes.
And when you go to your call logs, it says missed call in red, correct? If your wife calls you, your kids call you.
Oh my God. My blood is boiling over. Does he seriously think anybody believes the shit that is coming out of his mouth? I don't know that the missed call is in bright red. Are you shitting me?
I don't think I've ever noticed that it's in red, and so no, I don't know that to be true.
You're certainly alerted to the fact that it's a missed call, that you missed the call, correct?
If I were to go back and look at my incoming calls, it would probably say missed call, yes.
And of course, if we asked you to show us your phone and show that that was a missed call, you couldn't do that because you've gotten rid of that phone, correct?
Objection.
Sustained.
Did you tell anyone in law enforcement that next day
He got
that
rid of
oddly
the
Brian
damn
Higgins was
phone.
calling you at 2:22 a.m. and you missed a call?
No, I wasn't aware of that call.
If a call went to voicemail on your phone, you would get that voicemail, correct? You get notice of it.
If I checked my voicemails and there was a voicemail, I would get it, yes.
That's my question. Did you get a voicemail from Brian Higgins?
No.
Which means he didn't leave a voicemail.
Right.
Which would suggest that you answered the call, correct?
Objection.
Exactly.
Let's talk for a second about this butt dial. You went to bed and you closed and you closed and locked your phone, correct?
Yes.
I don't want you to tell me what the passcode is, Mr. Albert. That's important. I want to make sure you understand. I'm not asking you to tell me what the passcode is, but at the time, was your passcode a 4-digit or 6-digit passcode?
4, I believe.
And that locks the phone when it's not in use, correct?
The phone will lock after it's not used for a while. I don't know the exact timing of it.
You're exactly right, Mr. Albert. I said it backward. The
Right.
phone automatically locks. You have to use the 4-digit passcode to unlock it, correct?
Well, no, recognition too, so we can open that way without any passcode.
We'll get to that in a second.
Yeah, but you
The
can't.
phone locks when it's not in use, correct?
Oh my
Yes.
god!
When
Oh
you
my
make a
god!
call,
I'm fumbling over my words now. Oh my god! So let me guess. He's about to say, "Well, I have facial recognition, so my phone just happened to be by my head, and I must have rolled over in my sleep, and my face inadvertently unlocked my phone and called Higgins." Are you what? You've got to be shitting me right now. His nose does it. Do you know how sensitive? I mean, anyone who uses the facial recognition on their smartphone knows how sensitive. Like if you even have your mouth open a little bit too much, like when you initially do your facial recognition, you have to make sure, like if your mouth is slightly opened or smiling or whatever, it has to be the same. If it's not, it will not open. So I swear to God, if he tries to say that his phone unlocked with his face in his sleep, I'm speechless right now that he's saying this shit.
once you open the phone, either through facial recognition or through the passcode, then you have to tap on the phone app in order to open up the phone app, correct?
Yes, I believe so.
Once you open up that phone app, there are only 3 ways that you can initiate a phone call: favorites, recents, and contacts, correct?
I don't know that.
What?
If you tap on a contact, that opens up the contact page, the contact app, right? You know that.
Yes.
It's where all your contacts are.
Yes.
They're alphabetized.
Yes.
You have to either scroll through or do a search and type in the name of the person you're looking for.
Right.
Why am I getting
No.
more and more shocked by
If you
his
tap
answer?
favorites, if you have favorites listed, there's a list of favorites. You have to scroll through and tap the one that you want to call, correct?
I think so. Yes, I'm not totally aware of that, but
And if you tap on recents, those are the recent calls that you've had, you've either received or made. And of course, you have to tap on the contact in the recents list that you want to call, right?
yes.
And then, of course, you would have to tap again to end whatever call you initiated, right?
Yes.
I mean, you don't just say goodbye. You got to say goodbye and hang up. You got to tap it to hang it up.
Right.
So would you agree, from a closed and locked phone, there is no physical mechanism by which a person can hit one button and make a phone call?
Objection.
Sustained. No, it's different.
What do you mean? What?
Are you
She's
saying
asking
that from your
differently?
closed and locked phone, you inadvertently tapped your phone one time and that initiated a butt dial to Brian Higgins.
Objection.
Is that what you're saying?
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Tell me what you're saying.
I-
How did you butt dial Brian Higgins?
I don't know.
at 2:22 in the morning?
I don't know that the phone was locked. I could have been looking through my phone. I butt dial people often and make inadvertent calls. I could have hit a last call from him by accident.
Inadvertent calls is not a butt dial. I do inadvertent calls all the time when I'm scrolling through my call log and I click the wrong one by accident. That I do. You cannot butt dial with a smartphone. And you said butt dial. You just did it. Again, you made the distinction between butt dial. I make butt dials and inadvertent phone calls, knowing that there's a difference. You said it.
Thus calling his phone.
So you were actually awake and on your phone at the time.
I was awake and I could have been looking at my phone.
So Mr. Albert, how'd you miss the call 17 seconds later?
Well, my wife was in the room with me and we were hanging out and I never got the second call from him. So I'm not sure what time he called. I'm not sure what I was doing at that second, but I don't know.
But it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I didn't get a voicemail from him. No.
So it didn't go to voicemail.
Well, I don't know that it didn't go to voicemail. I just know that I didn't receive a voicemail from him.
So if you, okay. So
I mean, we're all guessing here, but I mean, he could have called voicemail.
we're not all guessing.
Well, you are, because you don't know if he left a voicemail or didn't, or at least
No,
got a
because
voicemail and then hung up the
doesn't-
phone.
Okay, wait a minute.
I think one of us is
Wait a
trying
minute,
to
wait a
guess.
minute, wait a minute. Because doesn't Higgins say his phone call to Brian Albert is also a butt dial? So all of these people are butt dialing each other, yet nobody leaves a freaking voicemail. When you inadvertently call someone, not butt dial, but whatever, you inadvertently call someone and then don't realize that you've called them. Your phone doesn't know to hang up when their voicemail comes on. Your phone leaves an empty voicemail. Or, you know, let's say like my dad did this to me the other day. Didn't realize the voicemail connected, and I heard everything he was talking to someone in his car driving for 12 minutes. It wasn't a voicemail, it was an audio text, but still, same thing. My dad has left me plenty of texts or voicemails by accident where I hear conversations that I don't want to hear. Because as long as there's a connection, the voicemail is going to pick up any noise on it whatsoever that it can hear. Unless there's a time limit on your voicemail, it's just going to keep recording until the phone hangs up. And I'm sitting here screaming at him like he can hear me. Oh my God. Sorry.
Objection, Your Honor.
Sustained. You know what? I want to see counsel sidebar for just a moment, please.
Oh, but his
Are you
is
now
a super
saying that your phone
smartphone.
is
I
totally
got you,
unlocked?
Dodo. See, my phone isn't as smart as his phone. I got it. Thank you.
2 a.m.
I'm saying I could have been.
Are you saying that it was?
I don't know.
Mr. Albert, you were the only person that was there with your phone. Was the phone unlocked, and did you make a call?
Objection.
Can you answer that?
Sure, I don't know.
And 17 seconds later, again, presuming you're the only person there with the phone, did you answer that call?
I did not.
You would agree that in order to answer a call, you can't just look at your phone to answer it. It has to be swiped physically, correct?
I think you can hit, I think it comes up green or red for the phone call, whether it's locked or not, and you can hit green.
Right, but you have to hit a button.
Yes,
Did you hit a button to answer a call from Brian Higgins?
I don't.
I don't mean to talk over you. Please let me finish my question. Did you hit a button to answer a phone call from Brian Higgins at 2:22 and 52 seconds in the morning?
Not that I know of.
You
Oh,
do know
now
that
it's
phone will
not
answer on
that
its
you
own,
know
correct?
of. Oh,
Yes.
And simply
okay.
touching your butt.
So now you see he goes from, I did not answer a call. I did not answer a call from Brian Higgins. I did not call him. Now it's, I don't remember doing so. Okay. Because we just proved that you can't frickin' butt dial someone.
Will not answer that phone. It has to be swiped.
No, I don't think it has to be swiped.
You would agree that a 22-second call from Brian Higgins had to have been answered by you. Isn't that right?
Objection.
Do you agree with that?
No,
Did Nicole,
Oh
who
my
else was in the
God.
room?
just myself and my wife.
And Chloe.
Yes, but Chloe's not a human, so it was myself and my wife.
By process of elimination, Nicole didn't answer that call, did she?
No,
Chloe, the non-human, didn't
Well,
answer
it
that call,
had
did
to
she?
be
No.
you.
So who had to have answered the call, sir?
objection.
Can you answer that?
I don't remember answering that call. Could have hit the phone by accident, causing it to answer.
Okay.
Okay, let's move on from this, Mr. Jackson.
Your Honor, if I could have one or two more questions.
One
See,
more.
how is she dictating?
Now
his-
your testimony is
like,
you could have answered the call, correct?
No, my testimony is that I don't know. You're asking me how it could have answered, and I'm trying to answer your question.
At a prior hearing
no, you're
in
not.
June of 2022, you were
You're
asked
trying
this
to evade
exact
his
question,
questions.
and you answered, quote, yeah, it's only possible that it's me, end quote, correct?
I don't recall answering that way, but I'm not sure.
And you were also asked
Of course
after
you're
being
not.
confronted with
You're
this,
not
these
sure of
records,
anything.
quote, I guess I could have talked to him, meaning Mr. Higgins, correct?
I'll
I don't-
allow this, and Mrs.
I don't recall saying that, no.
Let's move on.
Did you have any conversation with Brian Higgins about a 2:22 a.m. phone call?
That next morning, while everything was going on, I mentioned to Brian that I may have butt dialed you last night. Sorry about that.
Did the two of you agree that you were going to both say those calls were butt dials in order to cover up those calls?
Objection.
You can answer that.
We did not say that.
But let's
Bullshit.
be clear, since then and now, you've gotten rid of your phone, correct?
I upgraded my phone, yes.
And since then and now, Brian Higgins has gotten rid of his phone, and you're aware of that as well.
Yes,
By the way, you indicated that you were awakened in the morning by Jim McCabe about 6:30, correct?
yes,
And when you woke up, you said you grabbed your phone to make a call. Is that right?
no,
Isn't it true that you grabbed your phone and made a call at 7:20 in the morning?
yes. But that's not when I was awoken by my sister-in-law.
Sorry, that wasn't my question.
That's-
After you were awake and you're up, you
Right.
started making calls.
Right.
My question is, what was the first call you made at 7:20?
Can I look at this?
If that refreshes your recollection with the court's permission.
Yes.
At 7:20, I called Brian Higgins.
Mr. Albert, you have 6 siblings and 5 kids, right?
Yes,
You have in-laws, cousins, huge family, correct?
yes,
But on the morning you find out that John O'Keefe is laying dead or dying on your lawn, the first call you made at 7:20 was to Brian Higgins. Is that right?
yes,
The same person you had a call with, or at least the logs indicate you had a call with at 2:22 in the morning, correct?
yes.
During that 7:20 a.m. call, did you two discuss the 2:22 a.m. calls?
No.
Thought you just said that you told him, oh, I think I may have butt dialed.
Yeah, that was later in the morning when he came to the house.
Not on that 7:20 a.m. call.
No.
What did you talk about on that 7:20 a.m. call?
I informed him of what was going on at my house. We were out the night before, and I thought it was important for him to know what had happened.
Right.
Mr. Albert, I have a couple of more questions about the phones or the phone usage that morning and the day, throughout the day. You called Brian Higgins at 7:20 a.m. for 1 minute and 56 seconds, correct?
Yes,
Brian Higgins called you at 7:30 for 5 minutes and 47 seconds.
yes,
You called Brian Higgins at 7:57 a.m., spoke for 12 minutes and 33 seconds.
yes,
You then called your brother, Kevin Albert, at 9:40 a.m. and spoke for 1 minute and 5 seconds.
yes,
Chief Berkowitz called you at 9:50 a.m. and left a voicemail. Is that right?
He didn't leave me a voicemail, but I think he called me.
You called Chief Berkowitz back at 9:54, 4 minutes later, and spoke for 4 minutes and 40 seconds, right?
Yes,
You called Jim McCabe at 11:30 a.m. Is that right?
yes,
Jim McCabe called you back at 12:20 p.m. You spoke for 7 minutes and 52 seconds.
yes,
You called Kevin Albert again at 2:01 in the afternoon and spoke for 8 minutes.
yes,
You called Kevin Albert at 6:45. I'm sorry. You called Brian Higgins at 3:24 p.m. and spoke for 6 minutes and 5 seconds. Is that right? And if it refreshes your recollection, there's a second page, second log. You'll turn your attention to the 3:24 p.m. time frame.
trying to find it.
Take your time.
I see it, yes,
And there's a second call. You call Brian Higgins at 6:12 p.m. and speak for a minute and 7 seconds, right?
Yes.
And then the third one on that page, you called Brian Higgins at 6:35 p.m., spoke for 10 minutes and 12 seconds, correct?
Yes.
Turning back to your call logs, you called Kevin Albert at 6:45 on the next on that same day, spoke for about 16 minutes.
Yes.
Then on the next day, January 30th, you called Chief Berkowitz and spoke for a minute and 6 seconds.
Yes.
And the following day, you spoke with Jim McCabe, who called you at 8:04 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And finally, Chief Berkowitz called you at 1:48 p.m. on February 1st, right?
Yes.
3 days later, you spoke again to Brian Higgins at 8:48 a.m. Is that right?
Yes.
The subject of these calls, Mr. Albert, were all about the fact that John O'Keefe was found dying on your yard, on your lawn, on January 29th, 2022. Isn't that right?
I don't know the subject of all these calls. No.
You had to have been talking about that event.
Of course, it was a horrible situation that was going on. Everybody was distraught, and there were a lot of phone calls. This call log doesn't encompass all the phone calls.
No, it doesn't.
There were a lot of phone calls being made to a lot of people because of this horrible situation.
And the point is, Mr. Albert, those many calls that you just described, especially as they pertain to Brian Higgins, Jim McCabe, Kenny Berkowitz, your brother Kevin Albert, were those many calls an effort to get stories straight at the time?
No, absolutely not.
Were those many calls an effort?
I'm going to interrupt you, jury. We're going to send the jury out.
Thank you. Mr. Albert, I want to address a couple of quick things that we talked about a little bit earlier. The September 22nd, 2022 date, recall that date?
Yes.
That's the date that you indicated you believe you got rid of your phone or turned your phone in for an upgrade.
Yes.
Did you watch the proceedings that on this case, the Commonwealth versus Karen Reed, on September 22nd, 2022?
No.
You were not aware that that was the first date that I appeared on this case? It was nationally televised.
Objection.
Sustained.
Were you aware that hearing date of September 22nd, 2022 was a televised hearing?
Objection.
Sustained.
What did you know about the hearing date of September 22nd, 2022?
I didn't know anything about it.
Knew nothing about it?
No.
Okay. Let me ask a different question. This is going to dovetail into an earlier conversation you and I had concerning the statement that you gave to in June of 2023 to the other hearing. You understand what I'm saying?
Yes.
I'm fumbling the language a little bit, but you understand the hearing that I'm talking about.
Yes.
You had indicated a little bit earlier in my questioning that you did not recall saying something to the effect of, yeah, it's only possible that it was me who answered the phone. You remember saying that? That you didn't recall that?
Yes.
Okay. May I approach your honor?
Yes.
Mr. Albert, there's a highlighted portion of that transcript. If you just take a look at that and when you're finished reviewing it, just look up at me and let me know.
Yes, I got it.
May I approach your honor? Yes. Thank you. Mr. Albert, did that refresh your recollection as to the colloquy that you had with someone questioning you about this issue in June of 2023?
Yes.
And in fact, you testified as follows. Question, can you just but then you?
Objection, Your Honor, as far as the reading.
As far as what?
Reading from the transcript, he's asked him if his memories are fresh.
All right, so go ahead and ask him a question. Don't read from the transcript.
Did you in fact say in answer to the question, if it's not your wife and it's not your dog, who else is it possible on earth to answer this phone? Answer, yeah, it's only possible that it's me. Did you say that?
Yes.
Just before the break, I was asking you about those, as you indicated, many phone calls that you traded between and among your family members and friends, including Brian Higgins. You recall that?
Yes.
Were those many calls an effort to get your stories straight about how you were going to, what statements you were going to give to law enforcement and how you were going to testify if this case ever went to trial?
No, absolutely not.
Were those calls, those many calls, an effort to coordinate narratives between you and your friends and your family?
No.
Were those many calls in any way discussing the fact of creating a story of mysterious butt dials?
Objection.
Sustained.
Thank you, Your Honor. I have nothing further.
Okay. Mr. Lally?
Thank you, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
You were asked some questions about the week prior to being at the waterfall. At some point, you were at the hillside, correct?
Yes.
You were there with friends and family, is that correct?
Yes.
You weren't specifically there with either Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
No, I was not.
And same with respect to the waterfall on January 28th, you were there with friends and family, is that correct?
Yes.
You weren't specifically there with Mr. O'Keefe or the defendant, correct?
No, they came unrelated to anything I was doing.
And you were shown some video from the waterfall from January 28th in which you were speaking at a sort of section of the table, correct?
Yes.
And was the defendant the only person in that section of the table?
No.
There were other people around her, behind her, is that correct?
Yeah, unfortunately,
Yes. It looked like there were other people at the
A little more
table as well
detail.
as situated right behind where she was sitting.
And those other people around her, behind her, those are people that you knew far better on January 28th than the defendant?
Yes, those are my relatives and friends, and that's why I was at that location.
You were asking questions about going over to Ms. McCabe's house later on in the afternoon of the 29th, correct?
Yes.
Why did you go over there?
I went to Jen's house because she's my sister-in-law. She was going through an awful time that morning, as we all were. And I wanted to be there to comfort her if she needed anything. Because we're so close, I didn't want her to feel like this was too much for her to handle.
Again, how long have you known Ms. McCabe?
I've known Jen since she was probably 6 or 7 years old. She's like a sister to me.
Now, at your home on the January 28th and the January 29th, when people came back after the waterfall, did you at any point in time go into the basement area of your home?
No,
Did Brian Higgins at any time go into the basement area of your home?
not that I know of.
Did you see anyone go into the basement area of your home during the time that you were there after coming home from the waterfall?
No.
Now, you were asked some questions about your dog, Chloe, in that she wasn't great with strangers. What exactly did you mean by that?
All I meant was that she wasn't overly affectionate with strangers. She was a heavy dog. Not everybody likes dogs. So if there's going to be people at the house that don't know the dog, they might not particularly want her around them.
Were you more concerned about the people in the house that didn't know Chloe, or were you more concerned about Chloe herself?
The people in the house. Never has the dog, to my knowledge, been aggressive to anybody except for the time that there was a fight between two dogs.
Now, you were shown in Exhibit 66 that was sort of a drawing of your house. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Had you ever seen that prior to today?
No.
And do you recall specifically within the drawing or the artist's rendering of your house, there were certain lights on around the garage and the front door?
I did notice that, yes.
And do you recall whether or not those lights were on when you came home from the waterfall on January 29th?
I don't recall, but oftentimes those lights are off, and sometimes the bulbs don't even work in them.
And when Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom sometime after 6 a.m. on the 29th,
Yes.
that was following a day in which you woke up in New York City and went to a funeral, is that correct?
Yes, I went to a funeral that morning in New York.
And that was for a fallen police officer from the New York City Police Department?
Yes, a police officer in New York that had been murdered while on duty, and that was his funeral.
And did you know that police officer whose funeral you attended?
Objection.
The objection sustained. Next question.
Now, with reference to, you then drive all the way home from New York to Massachusetts, correct?
Yes.
And you went out to a couple of different places, had a couple drinks, correct?
Yes.
And then went back to your home and went to bed sometime around 2 a.m. or so?
Yes, after 2.
And so about how long had you been asleep from the time that you dozed off to the time that Ms. McCabe comes into your bedroom that morning?
Only a few hours, probably 3-4 hours, 3.5, 4 hours.
Now, in relation to waking up that morning, you testified that you did not go outside, correct?
Yes.
And why not?
Initially, when I woke up and I was told what was going on out front, I looked out my window and I saw some emergency vehicles. I did not see John at that time. I came downstairs with my wife and she asked, where was John? And Jen said that he was.
Sustained. Next question.
What was your understanding of where Mr. O'Keefe was when he came downstairs?
Objection.
Ask it differently, Mr. Lally.
In reference to when you came downstairs, what was your understanding of medically what was going on outside your house?
Objection.
The objection sustained.
Was there any reason for you to go outside of your house at that time?
No, there was not. At that time, there was no victim out in front of my house. So there was no first aid for me to give. There was nothing I could do.
You were asking questions about the sort of bulkhead in the back of your house, correct?
Yes.
Where is that bulkhead in relation to the bay windows of the kitchen that you were testifying about it?
So the bulkhead door is directly under the bay windows in the kitchen. The bulkhead door opens up almost directly into the windows, obviously without hitting them, but it opens up into the front of the bay windows.
What you saw as far as that video that was shown to you, that's not what the bulkhead looked like. That's not what the door looked like at that time on January 28th or 29th, 2022.
No, those are not the doors we had.
And as far as the bulkhead was concerned, when that bulkhead was opened around that time, what if any kind of noise would that bulkhead make?
A loud creaking, old rusty metal sound when you opened it.
Is that something that if it was open and you were in the kitchen area, you could hear?
Yes.
Now, in reference to that bulkhead, what if any security or what if was it open? Was it locked? How was that done?
So the bulkhead door was shut and it was broken. So sometimes you could turn the metal thing to lock it and sometimes it would be hard to do. But the wooden door that goes into the basement has a lock on the doorknob. That is a door that we keep locked because we don't use it.
Now, as far as from the bulkhead, you were shown in that video a gate that opens up to the front yard area of the house. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what if any other gates are located on the fence in your backyard?
So we also have a gate on the rear part of the fence. And there's also a gate on the opposite side of the house.
And the gate in the rear area of the fence, where does that lead to?
So that leads to some woods, and then eventually you'll hit some train tracks.
Now, with respect to your phone, that was something that you had upgraded prior to any notification you received from the district attorney's office or anything in relation to preserving the phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, with respect to that, as far as the information contained within the phone, there are certain types of information. Are you familiar with being sort of backed up by the cloud?
Yes.
Would that include calls?
It could.
Could that also include text?
Yes.
Could that include photos?
Yes.
Could that include contacts?
Yes.
And the information that you were shown as far as certain call logs or call records, as far as you know, was that generated after that September of 2022 date?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the preservation, that was in regard to a motion the council had filed for your physical phone, correct?
Yes.
Are you also aware of a judge's order denying that repeatedly as far as them gaining access to your physical phone?
Objection.
I'll allow it.
Yes, it was denied on multiple occasions.
I'll strike the multiple occasions.
You were asked some questions about boxing, correct?
Yes.
And the boxing that you did, that was in relation to a group associated with the Boston Police Department, is that correct?
Yes.
And when was the last time that you were involved in any kind of actual boxing match?
20, close to 20 years ago.
Now, with respect to some of the training that you were talking about, with respect to the Boston Police Department, you were given some training as far as defensive tactics, is that correct?
Yes.
And is that something that is standard, that is sort of given and administered to every Boston police officer?
Yeah, so within the academy, you go to the defensive tactics training.
And that would include John O'Keefe, correct?
Yes.
Now, as far as your house, we used to live 34 Fairview Road. What, if anything, did you observe or notice with reference to cell phone reception in that area of your home?
So oftentimes using the phone within my house, it seemed like it was it's a slang term, the dead zone for the phone. The reception wasn't great.
And is that something that recurred over the time that you lived there?
Yes.
Now, with reference to the phone and prior to the intimate moment that you shared with your wife.
No, I'm not snoring.
Do you recall whether or not the
I'm
phone
awake.
was locked at that time?
Am I
Checking that at that.
Do you hear
particular time?
something?
I don't recall the exact timing, but I know it was opened
I'm totally wide awake
sometimes
now.
and then
I've
it
been
was
awake.
closed obviously at some point, but I don't know the exact
No one
timing.
was chatting anymore,
The phone may
so
not
I
have
was
been
just
locked
really
at the
into
time
his
that you began that
testimony.
situation with your wife.
It may not have been.
With reference to the
Yeah,
call logs, the phone records that you were shown.
He's
does
been
your memory
nervous
that entirety of the phone
this
calls that you
whole
made around that time?
testimony. And
No,
did
it looks
you-
like it's
anyone
selective
else notice-
people and numbers.
I don't want to pause it again, but hold on. I did notice too that he's doing it now. When Lally started his recross, do you notice he was trying to look at the jury? Yet he never did it once that I saw when Alan Jackson was cross-examining him. His redirect, sorry. Lally's redirect. He seems to want to try and look at the jury, yet he couldn't take his eyes off of either Lally looking for an objection or of Alan Jackson, like he wanted to punch him all through his cross.
With respect to those conversations, if you recall, what, if anything, in general terms, were you discussing with either those people in the logs or other people in general?
In general, I'm sure there was some discussion about the awful thing that had taken place, and there may have been other calls unrelated as well.
Mr. Albert, on the early morning of January 29th, 2022, did John O'Keefe ever come into your house that night?
John never came into my house that night. He would have been welcomed, and the defendant would have been welcomed with open arms had they come in, and I wish they had. I really do.
Were you ever even aware that John O'Keefe or the defendant were anywhere in the area of your house during that early morning of January 29th?
I was not.
I don't believe a word you're saying.
Okay.
So we talked about cell phone reception not being good at your house. When did you and Mr. Lally talk about that cell phone reception issue?
What?
Cell phone reception issue in your house.
It came up during one of the preps.
Which prep?
I don't remember which prep, probably the last one.
I thought you only had one prep with Mr. Lally.
Well, we had the prep before the grand jury, and then I had the prep for this trial.
Okay, so
So that's two.
so you brought up the fact that you had bad cell phone reception in that preparation.
The conversation came up, yes.
Mr. Lally taking notes.
I don't recall if he was taking notes.
Was this recorded?
I don't believe so.
And where did you say this conversation took place?
So the prep was at the district attorney's office, which is in Canton.
This morning when I asked you, you said you couldn't quite remember where it took place.
You're right. I couldn't remember this morning.
And I asked you, could it have been the DA's office, and now your memory is refreshed?
Yes.
What refreshed your memory between this morning and now?
I was just thinking about it in my head and reminded myself that it was the DA's office. You caught me off guard when you had asked me. I didn't have it at the top of mind.
Did you talk to
Only
Mr.
caught
Lally,
you off guard, did
over
he?
the lunch hour?
Briefly,
Bring up the fact that you had bad cell reception in your house over the lunch hour?
just now, no.
What did you talk about over the lunch hour?
Just how much time I was going to have left on the stand. That was really about it.
So you and Mr. Lally talked about the fact that you've been on cross-examination for 2.5 hours, and the conversation consisted of, you probably got another 10 minutes.
Yeah, I think he was going to lunch or doing something. So
So you didn't talk about the substance of your testimony.
no.
He didn't tell you what questions he was going to ask you on redirect.
Maybe mentioned one thing he may ask me, but that was it.
Like, what was that?
Just he was going to ask about what happened at the house in the morning. That's some of the questions on redirect. That's all.
Meaning he was going to ask you the question about whether or not John came in the house?
No, not necessarily.
He was
Just
going to ask you about whether or not you had bad cell reception in the house?
no.
What was he going to ask you?
He was going to ask about the morning of the incident, about coming downstairs and why I didn't go outside.
Did he tell you what he thought would be helpful for the Commonwealth?
Nope.
Did he tell you how he thought you should answer that question?
No.
He did ask you about a situation concerning the motion to preserve, correct?
No.
I'm sorry. He asked you on redirect about the motion.
Oh, yes. Yes.
And he mentioned that there was a motion that had been denied for us to get, for the defense to get access to your physical phone, correct?
Yes.
You're aware that that motion was denied in October of 2022, correct?
Yes.
You had already gotten rid of your phone a month earlier, hadn't you?
Yes.
And the preservation order from the judge was still in place when you got rid of that phone, wasn't it?
No, I believe the phone was upgraded prior to the preservation order.
Oh, right. The day before.
Yes.
That's all I have.
All right, Mr. Albert, you are all set, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Jerry.
Your next witness, Mr. Lally?
Did he seriously just thank the jury? Wow. All right, everybody. Thank you guys for being here today. Almost 7 hours. Holy moly. Thank you guys for making it fun today. Tomorrow we will, I was going to look. Oh, well. We'll go through several testimonies. I don't know who at this point because I closed the tab. Sorry. But we'll also go over some of the Google Drive, the documentation dump from the Karen Reed trial. Whatever you guys want me to show, I'll show. And we'll just play it by ear, have some more fun tomorrow. And thanks, Miss Scarlett. Thank you. Take care, everyone. See you later. Thank you, Dodo. All right. I really appreciate everybody being here and my lovely grift at the end. Until I get monetized, can you please like, subscribe, and most importantly right now is share my video to anyone you think might want to, or might be interested in either watching the trial with us, joining me on Sunday nights for some psychology lessons, and whatever else comes along. I need to get up to 500 subscribers, which is my goal right now. I also have PayPal, and you can use Venmo. I don't have Venmo, but you can pay from Venmo to PayPal to help support my channel. It is in the ticker at the bottom. And that's it. Everyone, Sarah, thank you. Oh, that's okay, Sarah. Don't worry. Just message me in Discord if you have any other questions about it. I truly appreciate you all. I hope you guys have a great night, and I'll see you in the chats and here tomorrow. Good night. Bye.